Chapter 581. The sword was inserted into the meadow between the wilderness and the sky. The blade was as bright as autumn water. The white ribbon with the crescent moon emblem wrapped around the hilt of the sword was twirling in the wind, swaying slightly as if it was in his memory. His wise and deep eyes squinted slightly as he looked with interest at the wide almond-shaped field of vision between heaven and earth. A white cloak covered his body, and under the cloak, a pair of rough hands held a black scabbard. He stood upright like a majestic lion. "My king, it's late." The old man smiled and turned back to ask calmly, "Krentel, guess what I'm looking at?" "Beyond this grassland, forward, and forward to the land of Erewhon." "Erewhon, that's the land that we will protect with our lives." "But I'm looking at my sword, Krentel." The old man retracted his gaze. The sword looked unique and slender in the wilderness, but it was able to support the world. "Your sword?" "I'm thinking, thousands of years later, will anyone still pick up this sword, wipe away the dust on it, and remember our oath? Will our descendants be able to withstand the test of time? Do you think Erewhon will exist for a long time?" "Erewhon will exist for a long time, Your Majesty. But time flies. What if one day our descendants forget the promise we made today? The people of Cruz also had the glory of their ancestors, but they have long stopped picking up everything. Maybe one day, the people of Erewhon will do the same." "Your Majesty. I don't want Erewhon, Krentel." The old man's grayish-blue eyes reflected the shadows of the clouds, and his soft gray hair stuck to the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Time had left too heavy a mark on him. The old man felt that the flame in his heart was burning to its end, but at this moment, it seemed to be glowing again. He had seen too many wars, too many sufferings, and too many people who were close to him sacrificed on this land. He closed his eyes, and the scenes of the past were like a golden scroll. It was as if they had left Cruz's land for the first time at dusk under the setting sun. That was where it all began. "What I want is not Erewhon and Krentel, but the soul and belief of this land. I want this voice to be passed on forever. I want the resistance and pursuit of Erewhon to never be forgotten. I want its nobles to always remember their duty, Krentel. Remember, if one day the people of Erewhon really forget all of this, then this sword will return to where it came from, and it will no longer protect this country. In that case, the sword would return to where it came from. Your Majesty, Erewhon has really forgotten everything. It's only been 200 years. This land will no longer bear the burden of that perfect ideal, but today, the sword had returned." The sword in Krentel's eyes was emitting endless golden light. It was trembling in the girl's hand as if it had been reborn. It was trembling excitedly and could break out of the box at any moment. Krentel suddenly felt that his tears were gushing out uncontrollably, although he had stopped crying a long time ago. But those were the tears in his heart. "Your Majesty, do you see? Someone picked up this sword, wiped away the dust on it, and remembered our oath." Therefore, he felt that belief again. After being forgotten for centuries, the glorious flag returned to Erewhon. Brando also looked at the Leo sword in Freya's hand. At that moment, he heard the sound of the sword, like a landslide or a tsunami, as if a huge voice was reverberating and narrating. He seemed to see the glorious era and the two elongated figures in the lonely wilderness. The sword was fulfilling the oath. Would Erewhon exist for a long time? "Erewhon will exist for a long time, Your Majesty." "What happened, Freya?" Maynard asked loudly. Everyone was stunned by the intense light that suddenly emitted from Freya's sword. I don't know. Freya stared at the trembling sword in her hand, dumbfounded. It seemed to have come alive and was responding to something. It seems to have felt something. The whole of Ampere Seal shook. Forster rushed out of the tent like a madman. The entire command post of the White Lion Legion was shrouded in a loud buzzing sound. In the camp, everyone involuntarily stopped and raised their heads to look in one direction. Right in the middle of the camp, the huge White Lion war flag was emitting an incomparably dazzling light. The war flag stood tall in the wind and rain. The white lion on the flag seemed to have come alive at this moment, baring its fangs and claws. The glorious flag. Forster was suddenly stunned. He seemed to have understood something and looked towards the west in a daze. Knight Captain Cullen of the 4th Column of the White Lion Legion was also looking in the same direction. In the wind and rain, an army he had never seen before was slowly passing through the curtain of rain and arriving in front of him. There seemed to be singing in the rain. "I swear an oath before this sword, I swear to lead my people away from slaughter and strife, away from the arrogance and greed of the nobles. I swear to not repeat this cold-blooded mistake. I will make the nobles of the new kingdom follow the spirit of the knight, fair and strict, upright and brave, benevolent and generous. I swear that I will do so today, and every day will be the same." Silver elven helmets bathed in the rain. The white lion on their shoulders seemed to have walked out of the legends. The sword in their hands was 5 feet long and as wide as a palm. There was the mark of a lion's heart on the hilt. They wore heavy armor and a scaled skirt. At this moment, the legend and reality overlapped. The army that slowly walked out of the rain hit the softest part of the hearts of the White Lion Legion in an instant. It was as if they had walked out of a brilliant historical story, and even had the mysterious and magical aura of a fairy tale. The army that only existed in legends had appeared in front of them. It was their predecessors. Their history. Their pride. The White Lion Legion's Praetorian Legion. But now, it was their enemy. Therefore, they had violated their oath. The glory they claimed to have inherited from King Eric was about to be washed away. The legendary army was about to remove the laurels from their heads. Everyone could not help but take a step back subconsciously. It was the legend they had heard countless times from the stories that had accompanied them as they grew up. It was the legend that had strengthened their beliefs. Although the White Lion Legion walked silently in the rain, it was only half a platoon. All of the soldiers in the White Lion Legion were veterans. They could calculate the number of people in the enemy with just a glance. 45. But so what? Knight Cullen felt his palms sweating. Ever since he became a knight, he had never lost the courage to hold his sword before facing his opponent. But the honor of a soldier did not allow him to abandon his sword and surrender. Moreover, the fear was only a momentary illusion. Cullen reacted instantly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What a disgrace! Where did this clown come from? How dare he disguise himself as the White Lion Legion?" His voice spread far and wide in the rain. The White Lion Legion? The army stopped, and the commander was clearly taken aback. Now was the time. Grabbing the fleeting opportunity, Cullen raised his sword. "White Lion Legion, 4th Column, listen to my command. Attack. Destroy these fanatics who blaspheme King Eric." The soldiers of the White Lion Legion roared in unison. It was as if this was the only thing that could dispel the doubts in their hearts. Just like how their ancestors and comrades had charged at Cruz's cavalry on the highlands, for the first time in thousands of years, they charged at Erwin's people. The horn of the White Lion Legion echoed for a long time. The melodious sound contained the long and glorious history of this legendary army. Every time they charged forward, they had never met a worthy opponent. It was not because they were invincible, but because they were indomitable. In front of the White Lion Legion, no enemy could make them tremble in fear. Because this was the courage of a lion. This was the belief that King Eric had given them. The soldiers unsheathed their swords. There were only 200 of them, but they carried the aura of 1,000 men. The White Lion Legion's flag advanced in the rain. Their formation was as tight as a sharp blade, sweeping across the battlefield. However, it was not only discipline that maintained this sharp blade, but also faith. For the first time today, the hand holding the sword felt sluggish. It really is the White Lion Legion. Carglass suddenly felt that this was an illusion of fate. It was as if an invisible hand had arranged for them to meet, and this meeting was eternal. However, he also understood what it meant to have an unexpected enemy formation on the battlefield. There's a change in the situation. The young commander decided to meet up with the Lord immediately. But before that, they were blocked by another army called the White Lion Legion. He unsheathed his sword. Cullen gripped his sword tightly as well. Listen to my command. White Lion Legion. In the pouring rain, two orders were shouted at the same time. Carglass had expected this, but Cullen felt as if he had been shot by a sharp arrow. In front of him, the strange yet familiar army suddenly sped up. Although their heavy armor dragged the ground and their swords accompanied them, it was as if every one of them had the terrifying aura of a galloping horse. The ground trembled, and the green slabs on the long street were slightly tilted up. Infantry Knight. Cullen's palms turned white. This was the legendary Infantry Knight. The White Lion Legion's armor was surrounded by a green wind. The White Lion Legion had lost this forging technique after the Battle of Lune. This was the core technique of the half-plate Wind Empress, a secret technique that allowed heavy armor to be as light as a light armor. They were all magic armors. The soldiers of the White Lion Legion felt oppressed. Since the end of the Holy War, or 2 centuries, Erewhon had never had an army like this. But the key was the indomitable aura of the two legions. If there was anything different, it was that the other party seemed to have a kind of perseverance that they did not have. They could see the pride and glory of being a soldier, but there was something in the other party's sparkling eyes under the mask that they had never seen before. Perseverance. And pursuit. The two armies were only a hair's breadth apart. The veterans of the White Lion Legion were fearless. They even felt a little ashamed. It was not the glory of the White Lion Legion to fight with numbers. But this did not stop them from raising their swords. Their hearts were filled with determination. The experience they had gained from hundreds and thousands of battles allowed them to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations coldly and calmly. But an accident really did happen. There were still 10 meters to go. The heavily armored White Lion Legion raised their two-handed swords. The swords were 5 feet long and as wide as a palm. There was a lion's heart mark on the hilt and 3 claw marks on the blade. It was the legendary sword of the lion. But Cullen saw that the swords in the hands of the enemy were glowing slightly. Not good. An ominous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Dodge. The captain of the knight tried to salvage the situation at the last moment, but it was too late. All of a sudden, Carglass and his White Lion guards raised their swords and slashed in unison. They slashed in unison. A full moon of water flew out from the swords and formed a water curtain that spread forward on the long street. There was a faint flash of white light in the water curtain. It was like a perfect arc. The arc moved forward and crossed a distance of 10 meters. It was like a sparkling wave. The frontline soldiers of the White Lion Legion's 4th column fell to the ground as if they had hit an invisible wall. Moments later, they screamed in agony. Blood dyed the rain red and spread across the street. Even the stone slabs were stained with the color of blood. The White Raven sword technique, this is impossible, no, it was earlier. This should be the sword technique of the Wind Empress, the White Lion's Fang. Cullen's heart sank. There was an orderly clatter as the White Lion guards sheathed their large swords. The entire army was like a single entity. At that moment, the countless scenes of history began to overlap in front of the White Lion Legion like chaotic fragments. The past, the present, the legends, the stories, the glory, the victories, and the defeats. Countless memories flowed through their hearts like a quiet river. That was the White Lion Legion. But this name no longer belonged to them. It was as if there was a loud voice between heaven and earth. Today, I will take your crown because you have deviated from the path of glory. It was the voice of King Eric. At the same moment. Suddenly, Carglass raised his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief. To be precise, everyone present stopped what they were doing. The air seemed to be filled with a heavy pressure. Even the flow of the wind and water became viscous. Everyone felt a great pressure. There was a resonance in their bodies. Swords and oaths. Resonance. With a loud bang, Forster saw a golden beam of light shoot up from the banner. In just a moment, another beam of light rose from the east. 2 beams of light intertwined in the morning sky. Foster did not speak for a long time because he knew, it was the Lionheart sword. King Eric's sword. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 582. The pillars of light reflected each other in the rain. From afar, it seemed that the rain that passed through them had turned into pure gold. Everyone raised their heads. A crack appeared in the dark clouds where not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. Pure white light descended from behind the clouds like a pair of wings, gently protecting the crowns of the people. Beams of light pierced through the clouds and fell over the harbor. Lighter Doluo stood in front of the window. The old soldier seemed to be pouring all his strength into this standing posture, standing straight. Only his hands were clenched into fists. The ancient king walked on top of the clouds, watching silently, but the descendants could only be speechless. Did the nobles of Erewhon still remember the oath engraved on the long sword? They could not answer. Sir Knight. Marquis Balta was restless. He also felt the agitation in his heart, but he was more afraid that the old knight would suddenly change his mind. Although he was already the commander of the White Lion Legion, when it came to who had more prestige in the army and who could rally the troops, it was definitely this old lion of the empire. The old man slowly turned around, his expression resolute. There was only a glimmer of light in the depths of his gray eyes, as if he was nurturing determination. He looked up and said slowly, "Balta, the White Lion Legion has lost the flag in our hearts for a long time, but because of this, we cannot lose the glory of being a soldier. Today, if the late king asks us for that answer, but we have already deviated from that glorious path. We can only answer your majesty with the last dignity of the kingdom's army. The White Lion Legion will not rest until death. The White Lion Legion will not rest until death." Marquis Balta froze. He looked at the tall figure of the old knight. Outside the window, on the horizon, lightning fell in the storm. However, there was a time when he was young and frivolous. He had perseverance and ideals, but the struggle for power and court had long worn away all of these. Even he himself did not know what he had lost for all of this. At this moment, he suddenly saw the young man with a spear in his hand, the flag raised high, galloping on the high ground. The spear shone, the horn sounded melodious. He had been so close to his ideals. That was the history of Erewhon. The Marquis felt his eyes moisten. He bowed deeply to his teacher with red eyes. Today, he finally understood that he had finally learned the last lesson of the night. Persist. The crew's people were once glorious, a voice said quietly. But we learned to compromise. Ideals and reality are not always harmonious. A free and firm heart is certainly desirable, but a person who has achieved self-sacrifice is also worthy of respect. The owner of the voice lowered his head and bowed slightly to Lighter Dolo. The old man shook his head with red eyes and sobbed, "Old friend Wood, Erewhon is bleeding." I understand. The former Archbishop of Ampere Seal was in the room. At this moment, he could not help but close his eyes slightly, his expression somewhat moved. He sighed heavily. Yak built a kingdom full of heroes. I'm sorry. It was at this moment that a servant in a priest's robe suddenly pushed open the door and shouted in a panic, "Lord Archbishop, they are resonating too much. We can't control it anymore." Wood did not seem to hear him. He just looked at Ampere Seal outside the window with emotion. He knew this kingdom and these people. Even at the last moment, there were still people fighting for it. But whether right or wrong, at least they had courage. Compared to those cowards who hid in the dark and shivered, at least there were people who were fighting against fate. However, one day, crews would also be at sunset, and the glory of the Empire would no longer be there. What would happen then? Lord Archbishop? Do your best. No, he'll always notice, Wood replied without looking back. He thought of the young man he saw that day and shook his head. But whether it's right or wrong, there are some things we have to do. As for the result, let's leave it to history. The light that fell between the clouds was like a big hand, and the huge pressure pinned everyone to the ground. It was the curtain call. Holding a long sword in his hand, Cullen stood in the torrential rain. he just wanted to cry to his heart's content. Perhaps he had already cried, but his tears merged with the rain. He saw with his own eyes that the golden light seemed to split the rain and fell on the army opposite. At that moment, he knew that no matter the result, this would be the last performance of the kingdom's White Lion Legion. That person, he had personally handed the war flag to this legion, personally placed the laurel on their heads, and personally gave them glory. But today, he was standing opposite them and asking them to bow their heads and surrender. Never. Cullen raised his head, stubbornly like a child. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy dark clouds and see the final moment. But the child will eventually grow up, June father, perhaps this is our answer. He gritted his teeth, tears already gushing out. My fellow comrades of the White Lion Legion, my brothers. The claws and teeth of the White Lion Legion once shone on the highlands, and we once defended the kingdom's territory, the young commander's voice roared in the wind and rain. But no matter when. No matter where. We must remember the motto of the White Lion Legion. The White Lion Legion will not rest until death do us part. The White Lion Legion will not rest until death do us part. Many soldiers cried. They suddenly realized what they were facing. What they had once yearned for, what they had persevered for, was now on the other side. They seemed to be fighting a losing battle, but the soldiers still struggled to pick up their swords. This was a choice. Because that was where their honor lay. It was the courage of the White Lion Legion. Those who fight with me today will be my brothers in the future, until the end of the world. Cullen raised his sword with great difficulty, almost trembling as he roared, "Charge!" In the light, a majestic pressure pressed down on everyone, making them unable to move. But the kingdom's White Lion Legion was moving forward, as if they were crawling, bit by bit. Everyone's faces were filled with determination and courage as they charged towards Brando's White Lion Legion. They were as slow as a snail, but they were unstoppable. When Carglass raised his head, he saw the scene unfolding before him. They had experienced the calamity of wolves, the trials in the Black Forest, the teachings of Brando, the most systematic elven swordsmanship, the most ancient White Lion battle tactics, and the finest White Lion armor. They were proud because they were born with it. They thought that they represented the most glorious history of the kingdom, and that they were invincible. But today, they finally understood what it meant to be the soul of an army. Everyone was watching this scene, watching as Cullen and his soldiers launched the slowest charge in history. However, what awaited them wasn't mockery, but the most serious expressions of their enemies. Your Majesty, Carglass raised his hands and shouted, "Let us have a fair duel. There is no right or wrong. Let us respect each other." The light dissipated in an instant. Carglass and his men's White Lion armor was covered in a layer of golden light. The golden light was slowly receding, forming golden runes that were engraved on the armor. If Brando were here, he would have recognized the White Lion armor that had been modified by King Eric. It was the White Lion armor that existed in history. This was the recognition of the White Lion Legion. It was only at this moment that Carglass understood that they had gained the recognition of the White Lion Legion. He raised his sword as well. There was no need for him to give an order. In fact, the moment the light and the pressure disappeared, the two armies that had transcended history and the present clashed with each other. This was the most direct confrontation between the past and the present, the most direct confrontation between the two armies. The soldiers of the White Lion Legion slashed their swords at Carglass and his men's White Lion armor, but they were unable to penetrate the magical barrier. The golden light around the White Lion armor flickered slightly, and the soldiers' swords were deflected away. The White Lion armor was designed by Brando based on Maximilian's armor. The thickness of the armor was no more than 3 millimeters, but its defensive value was as high as 6. It was almost equivalent to a double-layered hinged plate armor that was more than 5 millimeters thick. This kind of plate armor had never existed on Earth. Even in Wound, a swordsman at the pinnacle of iron rank would have his mobility greatly restricted when wearing it. In fact, there were very few infantry troops that were below Tier 4 who would wear such heavy armor in battle. That was usually the choice of cavalry. The White Lion armor didn't just provide the armor's own protection. Because it was a magical armor, the wind elemental defensive spell that surrounded it also provided an additional 5 points of magical defense. Even for the kingdom's White Lion Legion, whose average strength was at the pinnacle of black iron, it would be difficult for them to break through 5 points of magical defense. However, since the decline of the royal family, the situation of the White Lion Legion was not as good as it used to be. In the past, the White Lion Legion did have a glorious period when everyone was given magical armor and enchanted swords. However, even now, only a small number of elite troops in the Legion were given magical armor. As for enchanted weapons, they were out of the question. Due to the size and material of the weapon, it was harder to enchant it than armor. Therefore, it was more valuable. Erewhon, including the royal family's knight regiment, did not have any army that could afford enchanted weapons. Not to mention, the White Lion Legion's 4th Regiment was not considered an elite unit in the Legion. There were more than 200 people in the Legion, and only a few of them had magical swords. Most of them were personal items. In fact, when Cullen swung his sword at Cargly's neck, he could not help but feel bitter. The sword in his hand was a family heirloom. Although it was only a glimmering magical sword, it was at least on the level of an enchanted weapon. However, when he swung his sword, he only managed to make a deep cut on Cargly's armor. Of course, Cullen did not know that Cargly's White Lion Legion's armor was specially reinforced. He thought that everyone in the Legion had the same armor, and his heart sank. He was a silver-ranked swordsman, and yet he could not even break through Cargly's armor. If even he could not do it, the others would not be able to do it. Cullen was startled, and so was Cargly's. He did not know how powerful the White Lion Legion's veterans were. Cargly's strength had reached the mid-silver rank after his experience in the Black Forest, and his White Raven sword style was far superior to Cargly's. However, Cargly's simple military sword style almost caught him off guard. It was just that the sword was too fast. It was as if the other party had guessed his intentions. He blocked the direction of his sword and slashed at his neck. If not for the White Lion Legion's armor being stronger than expected, Cargly's head would have been separated from his body. At this moment, Cargly's felt the pain that Bugha, the White Knight, and Ibron felt when they fought against Brando. Cargly's could not help but break out in cold sweat. He was not the only one who was breaking out in cold sweat. The other youths from Tonajol were also getting more and more frightened. Although they still had the upper hand, the White Lion Legion had been losing soldiers since the beginning of the battle, while Cargly's side did not even suffer a single light injury. However, it was clear that this was not due to them. In fact, the White Lion Legion's battle armor was simply too overpowered. In fact, they were constantly being suppressed by the White Lion Legion's veterans. They almost couldn't even retaliate. However, the White Lion Legion's veterans would often slash them more than 10 times, and the White Lion Legion's armor would not be damaged at all. However, the White Lion Legion's veterans would often use the Sword of the Lion to counterattack, and the White Lion Legion's soldiers would often be severely injured or killed. The veterans of the White Lion Legion did not have any fancy battle techniques. They relied on the limited acceleration provided by the defective White Lion armor to seize the opportunity to attack. Every single time, Cargly's and his men would be caught off guard. However, the more Cargly's fought, the more surprised he became. On the other hand, Cargly's was having a hard time. No matter how much of an advantage they had, they would never be able to win. Moreover, Cargly's men were not a bunch of weaklings. Cargly's men were like rookies on the battlefield. All they lacked was experience. However, they were becoming more and more mature. Their counterattacks and defenses were becoming more and more stable. In comparison, Cargly's men had become their teachers, teaching them how to kill themselves. Cargly's could not help but close his eyes in pain. Cargly's could not take it anymore. He was not a fool. If this continued, they would not be able to learn anything. He was afraid that the morale of Cargly's White Lion Legion would be depleted. Although arrogance was a path to death, an army could not be without its own pride. He could not help but look at the White Lion Legion's veterans with admiration. At the same time, he gave the order, "White Lion Legion, abandon your defenses and attack with all your might." He almost roared out these words. It was somewhat laughable. Their clumsy defense was completely useless in front of the other party. Instead, it was better to simply leave the defense to the White Lion battle armor and go all out to crush the other party. Although the order sounded ridiculous, it was the best idea that Carglass could think of. It was also the most effective. The young men from Tonajal no longer panicked when they gave up their defenses. It was as if they had returned to the dark forest. Their opponents were still those terrifying monsters. They did not need to be confused anymore. All they needed to do was to muster up all their courage and charge forward like that day. That was enough. Carglass and his White Lion Legion roared in unison. They raised the sword of the lion in their hands and charged forward. At that moment, their training in the dark forest began to show its effects. They swung their swords at the enemies in front of them. At that moment, Carglass knew that the imminent defeat had arrived. The sword was dazzling. The White Raven's sword technique's dense air blades converged together like waves in the rain, bringing with it a hazy white mist. It made one realize why it was named the White Raven. It was a flock of gray-white birds flapping their wings in the air. They flew through the crowd. Blood fell like rain. Carglass was on the verge of tears. He did not understand why he was here. Shouldn't their enemies be Cruz's men? Instead, he brought his men here, causing them to lose their lives and all their glory. But at the last moment, the White Lion Legion's fourth column burst forth with the greatest courage. They no longer retreated or defended themselves. Instead, they clashed with Carglass' men. It was no longer a battle. The soldiers of the White Lion Legion were only seeking death. Even Carglass could not bear to watch. Enough. Stop it. He stood in the heavy rain and roared like a lion, everyone, stop. In fact, there was no need for his orders. The youths from Trentheim had already stopped one after another. Then, the soldiers of the White Lion Legion also stopped. Many of them were completely covered in blood, but they were still panting and staring at their enemies, holding their weapons tightly in their hands. The streets were dyed red with blood. Both sides stood in the middle of the street. There was a moment of silence. I don't know who you are, Carglass panted in the rain. His voice echoed in the rain. Commander, I hope you will give us a way out. This massacre should not continue. The White Lion Legion will not retreat, even if it means dying to the last man. Carglass looked at the heavily armored commander of the White Lion Legion. He was also panting heavily, disheartened, but still determined. Carglass took a deep breath. This is not retreating. He closed his eyes. Do you think the White Lion Legion will continue to fight against Erwin's men? Is this where your glory lies? Why are you here? Answer me. Is it only for power and profit? No, this is not what the White Lion Legion is after. Is this what you yearn for? When you joined the glorious name of the White Lion Legion and swore to that flag, is this what you yearned for? Open your eyes and take a good look. Carglass roared. He clenched his fists. Look at your flag, it is stained red with blood. Look at this port, it is soaked with blood. But it is the blood of Erwin's men. Listen, this is the sound of burning fire, this is the sound of the kingdom dying. Can't you hear it? This is what you swore to protect? This vast territory, this is what you swore to protect with your life. This is the homeland protected by the ancient glory. He stared at them, enunciating each word clearly. We are killing our kingdom. So, please step aside. Okay? With a clang, Carglass' sword fell to the ground. He saw the blood-stained flag that Carglass was pointing at. The White Lion was stained with the blood of Erwin's men. Is this what they are after? In the rain, the knight of the White Lion Legion knelt on the ground and cried. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 583. Amidst the wind and rain, a golden pillar of light pierced through the heavens and earth. It was as if a voice had been added to everyone. It said, "Your Majesty, Erewhon has not been destroyed. And one day, it will exist for a long time. That flag will always fly on this glorious land, long and glorious." That was the sound of the sword. Freya watched as the sword in her hand burned fiercely. Then, another pillar of light pierced through the heavens and earth. In the command center of the White Lion Legion, the captain of the guards, Forster, also watched as the flag left behind by the late King Eric ignited in flames. In an instant, a dazzling light rose from the flag. It turned into a golden shuttle and rose into the sky, but disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Forster was left dumbfounded. The flag of the White Lion Legion that had been passed down for centuries was burned to ashes in his hands right under his nose. Brando. Freya's voice was weak and filled with disbelief. "What's going on? The sword seems to be summoning you." Brando did not say a word because he felt it too. The sword was summoning him. But it was not the Lionheart sword. He suppressed the shock in his heart and turned to look at the Emerald Knight beside Freya. Under the Emerald Knight's mask, sky-blue phosphorescence quietly burned in its eye sockets. It looked at him as if it wanted to see through him. "You know what's going on, don't you?" Brando could not help but roar, "The Ashen Knight Krental." The Emerald Knight was one step behind Freya. It looked at Brando without saying a word. Because in the memories of the undead, there was only pain. But in the abyss of pain, there were flashing images. The people and things in the images were so familiar, yet so unfamiliar. It was as if everything was meaningless. "Krental, do you really want to swear an oath to protect this sword? If you swear an oath, you will never be at peace. Your soul will linger on this land, unable to rest in peace. Your Majesty, for the sake of this belief, we have long abandoned everything." The young man with long, pale blonde hair smiled and replied. The old man sighed and looked at him. "Krental, I've separated the sword from the soul. I'll give one to you and the other to Lucan. You will protect the royal family with it, and Lucan will become the next commander of the White Lion Legion. If the nobles do as I say one day, you will leave with it and go to Ranner. Until one day, someone picked up my sword and remembered our oath. When that day comes, the soul of the Lionheart sword will definitely acknowledge him. Your Majesty. Krental, you once asked me why I brought the Lionheart sword out of Cruz." The old man was silent for a moment before he suddenly replied, "Actually, I didn't choose the Lionheart sword. The Lionheart sword chose me. Your Majesty." Holy Sword Odorfice inherited the will of the Flame King, but its soul is in the Lionheart sword. His beliefs, his ideals, and everything that the people of Erewhon have long forgotten. Krental, you must never forget that the people of Erewhon are also the descendants of the Flame King. In the boundless rain, another pillar of light had disappeared forever along with the war flag of the late King Eric. However, Brando suddenly felt that there was a great soul watching him from above the clouds. It was a majestic, powerful, and noble soul. He could not help but look up. It was not the will of the late King Eric, but an even more blazing and upright law. Dark clouds were gathering there, but suddenly, a pillar of light descended from above the clouds and struck Brando between his eyebrows. Brando could not help but scream. At that moment it was as if a flaming spear had pierced his mind, causing his entire mind to turn into a sea of fire. He felt that all the pain he had suffered before this was not even worth mentioning. His over 100 points of will was completely useless in the face of this mental torture. Brando. Freya was stunned. Everyone around was stunned. They all felt that the pillar of light that descended from the clouds was the source of the energy that surged above Ampere Seal. But it was clearly the resonance caused by the Lionheart sword in Freya's hand, so how did it end up with Brando? Wasn't this mistake a little too big? Among everyone present, only Brando, who had experienced all of this personally, completely understood why in an instant. The violent mental shock only lasted for a short while before it ended. At that moment it was as if there were countless unfamiliar memories and knowledge in his mind. He was all too familiar with this kind of thing. Inheritance. Brando, you're. He immediately heard Orthlus's surprised and somewhat abnormal voice from the bottom of his heart. In fact, this was the first time this wind elf had woken up today. Obviously, everything that had happened before had woken her up. Brando's heart was also filled with shock. He did not have time to answer Orthlus. Instead, he immediately opened his character panel. Switching the menu to the item in his inventory, he saw that at the end of that item, there was a line of boiling hot golden words. Flaming Blade Odorfice Fragment, Soul, Divine Artifact. Martha above. Brando speechlessly raised his head to look at the gloomy sky. The cold sweat on his pale forehead was blown away by the wind and rain, but at this moment, he finally understood. So that's why. He finally understood why the sage's slate resonated with the Lionheart sword at the divine artifact level. But the Lionheart sword was clearly a fantasy weapon. Although Bosley had explained that the Lionheart sword was a component of the Flaming Blade Odorfice, he still had doubts. Because whether or not the Lionheart sword was a component of Odorfice, when it was a component, it was still a fantasy weapon. At least in the game, this was very clear. But today, he finally understood. The Lionheart sword was the Lionheart sword, and it originally contained the soul of the Flaming Blade Odorfice. The two had already merged into one. And the one that resonated with him was actually the soul of the Flaming Blade Odorfice. And the one that acknowledged Freya was the Lionheart sword itself. Until today, when they separated once again. Brando turned to look at Freya. The flames burning on the Lionheart sword in the future Valkyrie's hand were gradually extinguished, and the pillar of light that enveloped her body was slowly dissipating. The Lionheart sword in her hand had completely returned to its original appearance. It was exactly the same as the Lionheart sword in Brando's memory. This was the real King Eric's Lionheart sword. Congratulations, Freya. You have received the recognition of the Lionheart sword and the late King Eric. Brando smiled faintly. Now, you are the real Erwin Valkyrie. Me? Valkyrie? Brando, what are you talking about? Freya looked at the sword in her hand, somewhat baffled. Then, she looked at Brando with concern. Brando, but what's going on with your body? Do you also have a Lionheart sword? Brando looked up. In fact, after the pillar of light descended from above the clouds and hit him, it still shrouded his body at this moment. The surging magical power in the air did not weaken. Instead, it strengthened. The resonance caused by the Lionheart sword was stronger than before. Those who were slightly more sensitive to the flow of magical power could even hear the crackling sound in the air. It was as if a huge amount of power was flowing and gathering in the sky above the harbor. In the blink of an eye, a huge magical vortex was formed above the clouds. This is the true resonance of a divine artifact. A voice came from behind the two. Brando turned around and saw Maynard rushing over with a cold face. She looked at Brando and asked sternly, "You know what's going on, right?" Brando nodded. He had always thought that there should only be coast guards stationed at the north gate, but when the Lionheart sword resonated, he had already realized that he was wrong. And now, everything that was happening to him was even more proof of this. Someone had leaked the news. Or rather, he had trusted the wrong person from the beginning. The White Lion Legion. Brando looked calmly at the north and answered quietly, and, in his field of vision. Suddenly, a brighter and more dazzling beam of light than before was rising in the northern sky, straight into the clouds. The moment it hit the clouds, it formed a small light spot. Then, in the blink of an eye, with a bang, the dark clouds above the entire Ampere Seal were stirred up. The storm outside the harbor seemed to have been torn apart in an instant and stopped, revealing the blue skyline behind it, and above the sky, under the elemental barrier called Tiamat, a huge magic circle was slowly rotating, like an endless gear. On it, complicated lines were redrawing the laws of the world little by little. It formed countless regular or irregular patterns, but finally gathered in the sky above Ampere Seal, forming a giant magic circle that was so complex and mysterious that mortals would not be able to see the slightest truth in it in their lifetime. The magic circle corresponded to the hole of Ampere seal in the sky with a diameter of thousands of miles. Then, the second and third beam of light lit up, and together with the fourth beam of light on Brando's body, they were completely connected to the magic circle in the sky. At this moment, everyone could only raise their heads at the same time, losing the ability to speak. Brando also raised his head, but his heart was clear. The flaming blade Odorfice was here. Cruz's people were here too. They had finally waited for this day, the day the Lionheart sword was resurrected, the day they took back their divine artifact. They had arranged all of this a long time ago. It turned out that this was what Moros wrote in the letter to Wood. It turned out that Princess Magadal had discovered this secret. Everyone was wrong. P.S. 2 updates, one 5,400, one 3,100, in fact, is almost equivalent to 3 updates, but for the sake of the continuity of the plot, I did not divide it that much. Eruption means what I say. As for what I want, you know. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 585. In the blue sky, Martha's Tiamat element resonated with the artifact. 4 pillars of light pierced through the sky, supporting the 4 corners of Ampere Seal's skyline. The sky and the sea resonated. Flocks of white birds flew up from the sea, circling the pillars of light under the clear sky, forming a magnificent picture. That day, from Ampere Seal to Sioux, from Gray Harbor to Kanaichi, countless people witnessed this miracle. However, not everyone under this miracle was in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery in the sky. In the streets near the north gate of Ampere Seal Port, the night officers of the Royal Night Academy were penetrating and destroying the last line of defense of the Coast Guards in an organized manner. But the situation was slowly changing. As one of the few outstanding graduates of the Royal Night Academy, Olan was leading a few other night officers to break through a temporary barricade set up by the Coast Guards. What he needed to do now was to keep moving forward and create an opening in the Coast Guard's position before the Coast Guards could retreat and form a new line of defense. Behind him, Mare's Squad 13 and Eden's Squad 14, who had completed the joint attack with him, would continue to circle around the other lines of defense to complete the pincer attack. The responsibilities of each tactical team were clear. The owner of the Wind Spirit Spiders on their shoulders was clearly coordinating the situation of the entire battlefield through the spiders, and then relaying orders to each of them. Olan had never fought a battle like this before, nor had he learned anything about it. But there was no doubt that this was what he had been dreaming of. He could clearly see that his opponents were unable to resist and were in shock and fear. All they needed to do was to move forward, and victory would be within their grasp. It was as if they were their own arms. Olan had always thought that this was just an adjective, but now he realized that this kind of command and execution really existed. The night officers on the battlefield had truly gathered together to form a sharp sword, and the person wielding the sword was a peerless swordsman. What a satisfying battle. But suddenly, a few wind spirit spiders appeared out of thin air around him. When Olan saw these sky blue, translucent insects in the wind, he immediately knew that they were the scouts in his direction. Something went wrong. Cruz's men are already on the move, Brando replied with a serious face as if he had seen it with his own eyes. There are at least 3 or more armies moving towards our flanks from the northeast and northwest. They are moving very fast. They have passed by the Avenue of the Golden Fleece, the 12th Avenue. He suddenly raised his head. Ah, I think I recognize them. It's the White Lion Legion. This is their old trick of attacking from 2 sides. Brando suddenly found it funny. It was actually them. They want to outflank us. Maynard coldly replied, "This is a trap. Those northerners are quite brave." They attracted everyone's attention to the Black Blade Squad, but secretly mobilized the White Lion Squad. Brando sneered as he raised his head and looked at the strange phenomenon of the divine weapon resonating in the sky. It's just to satisfy Cruz's demands. He doesn't even feel the slightest bit of heartache. Everyone's face darkened. The situation now was very clear. The king's eldest son must have used the Lionheart sword as a bargaining chip to convince the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Otherwise, under the surveillance of the Kurlutz, the White Lion Legion would not have been able to quietly transfer thousands of people to Ampere Seal. Not only that, Cypher had openly persuaded Cruz's men to come personally. In fact, whether the Lionheart sword appeared in Ampere Seal or not, it would belong to the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the future. With the manpower and resources of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, it would be easy to find a sword in the small Erewhon. Not to mention, the other party had several other parts that could resonate with the Lionheart sword. But perhaps the other party did not expect Oderfice's soul to be in the White Lion Legion all this time. Perhaps this was the so-called man proposes, God disposes. The sudden resonance of the divine weapon also reminded Brando. Wood. Brando could not help but shake his head. He was still too reliant on the judgment of his previous life. That old man Wood was indeed a close friend of Tumen and was also an upright and neutral person. But other than that, he had forgotten that Wood was also a high-ranking member of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, a Kurlutzian. The importance of the flaming blade Oderfice to the Holy Cathedral of Fire was self-evident. More importantly, the Holy War was as important to him as it was to Moros. Those Northerners were really patient. But unfortunately, they gave him a last chance. The resonance of the divine weapon had exposed his position, but it also exposed the other party's intentions. Brando could not help but be sarcastic. The Holy Cathedral of Fire still did not understand that the battlefield was already under his control. Soon, the other party would regret it. He turned around. Maynard, please order the army to turn around. This is our last chance. The female knight looked up and glanced at him. She nodded silently. The sound of a horn could be heard. Olan tightened his grip on the reins. He could already hear the sound of the horn echoing in the air. This was not an attack, but a retreat. But now, he had no choice. He saw the soldiers in grayish-white armor pouring out from the alleys in front and behind him. The kingdom's White Lion Legion. Olan felt his heart tighten, but he reacted quickly. It's an ambush. Go into that alley. At this time, the 5 NCOs and knights displayed exquisite coordination. They pulled on the reins at the same time, turned around, and clamped on the horse's belly at the same time. Then, they turned around and jumped into the side of the alley. Faster. Faster. Don't stop. But soon, Olan saw the same soldiers appear at the other end of the alley. They seemed to be heavy infantry, and there were 2 rows of about 10 of them. He immediately shouted, "The White Lion Legion is infantry. Speed up, charge through them." But the White Lion Legion reacted quickly. As soon as they appeared at the entrance of the alley, they set up tower shields in front and spears in the back. The spears they were using were the special equipment of the White Lion Legion. They were modified from the Wind Elves' dragon-slaying spears, and were very effective against cavalry. Olan's heart sank. The enemy's tactics were too good. He wished he was riding on Cruz's dragon. Only the dragon's armor plate, which was more than 7 millimeters thick, could withstand a blow from the White Lion Legion spears. He turned around and saw the White Lion Legion charging into the alley. The one leading the charge was a White Lion Legion with a heavy shield in one hand and a battle axe in the other. The White Lion Legion's light infantry had already raised their longbows. Olan finally realized that the rain had stopped, and the projectile weapons were finally put to use. This was one disaster after another. Olan turned around and squinted his eyes. The rows of White Lion Legion spears were getting closer and closer. The patterns on the spears were clear, but they were slightly different from the ones he saw in the north. Did the White Lion Legion improve their weapons again? The White Lion Legion was indeed the best in the kingdom. But they were not inferior to the White Lion Legion in any way. It was just that they were at a great disadvantage. Let's make a last stand. Olan tightened his grip on his sword. The White Lion light infantry behind him had already let go of their bowstrings. The sharp sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard from afar. Then, Olan felt a few heavy impacts on his back. It hurt a little, but fortunately, he did not wear it. But his aim was terrible. He was glad that the White Lion Legion was not known for their long-range attacks. Olan had regretted this more than once, but now that the White Lion Legion was on his opposite side, he was glad that he did not jinx it. But the spears were getting closer and closer. Put in more effort, brothers. He suddenly raised the sword in his hand and roared with all his remaining strength. For Erwin, forward. The knight beside him roared. But at that moment, Alan heard a faint voice shouting, "Split up! Split up! Split up what?" He was stunned. Suddenly, he saw the White Lion Legion's light infantry moving to the sides, creating a gap in the middle. Chance! Olan was like a drowning man who had found a straw. He immediately screamed like the knight who had charged at the enemy during the Battle of Grenoires, "Charge! Charge!" No one wanted to die if they could. The officers were the same. Although they did not understand why the White Lion Legion had given them a chance, they had no other choice. The 5 warhorses and the knight on their backs passed through the White Lion Legion's spear formation in an instant. Olan turned around and saw the spear formation closing up behind them. Then, he saw the White Lion Legion's light infantry on the other side of the alley. They were drawing their bows again and releasing arrows. When he saw the sharp arrows leave the bowstrings, he suddenly realized something. It was not that the White Lion Legion's aim was bad. They were aiming at the White Lion Legion's light infantry. What was going on? Had the White Lion Legion split up? Olan's mind was in a mess. Then, he heard a voice calling out to him. Olan. He turned around and saw a large group of students from the Royal Cavalry Academy gathered together, forming a torrent of cavalry. The female knight on horseback stared at him and shouted, "Olan, get back to the team. We don't have time to talk, we have to break through to the south." Bess? What's going on here? Olan looked back at the White Lion Legion's light infantry. They were fighting with their comrades, but to his surprise, the White Lion Legion's light infantry were no match for the light infantry that had appeared later. When he saw the White Lion infantrymen blocking the entrance of the alleyway, he couldn't help but change his expression. White Raven swordsmanship. Could it be that these are the Royal Guards? No, I don't know. Bess shook her head. They're here to help us, but I don't know what's going on. She tilted her head. If you have any questions, you can ask the commander. Commander? Olan turned around on his horse and immediately saw a slender figure standing upright on a warhorse. He could not help but look in that direction with reverence. Is that also the commander's army? It seems so. But how can he command the White Lion Legion? No, Olan. They're not the White Lion Legion. In fact, they're... The White Lion Legion, the half-elf princess froze in place. She watched as the army walked out of the heavy rain and arrived in front of her. They then passed through her troops and entered the front line of the battlefield. Her fingertips had turned white and were even trembling slightly. Countless times, she had heard her father talk about this army in bedtime stories. They wore pure white armor and fought alongside the late king in the plains, mountains, and forests of Erewhon. They defeated all their enemies and expanded their territory. They walked with virtue and valor. They were the strongest army that truly belonged to Erewhon. The White Lion Legion. Countless times, she saw the shining flag in her dreams. Under the lead of her knight, it came to her. And that glorious army seemed to have returned to Erewhon and returned to the flag. Countless times, she even thought that her father was still alive in this world and could see her achieve everything with his own eyes. Countless times, she believed that she could succeed. Until her father, who had always supported her, left her. Until the royal faction parted ways with her ideals. But today, her dreams had become reality. The flag was right in front of her. Behind Brando. That army was currently walking under the flag. They were clad in pure white armor, and golden battle flags were engraved on their armor. There was not the slightest difference. When she saw that the army had defeated the White Lion Legion's attack, the half-fairy princess could not help but look up at the sky. At that moment, she seemed to have seen the wise eyes that had transcended time. Brando did not expect that the army he had built with his own hands would have such a great impact on the princess. But how could he not be the same? Recreating this army was one of his dreams. But when he saw the birth of this army with his own eyes, he realized that his efforts had not been in vain. The ancient army had returned. It was as if the king had personally handed it to him. Only Erewhon's people could understand the meaning behind it. But Brando knew that this was not the time to be sentimental. The White Lion Legion was still preparing to complete the encirclement. He only had one chance. He had to break out of the encirclement. He had to take everyone with him. He glanced around. The Knight Academy students had already gathered. These young people did not suffer any losses in the battle against the Coast Guards. But when the White Lion Legion attacked, almost 1/10 of them would be forever left on the battlefield. They were still too young. Brando's heart ached so much that he could barely speak. Fortunately, most of the heroes in history were fine. Only a few of them were slightly injured. The funniest thing was that Enrique actually fell off his horse when he broke through the White Lion Legion's blockade and was crushed to death. If not for his companions who came to his rescue, he would probably have become a captive. Thank goodness. Brando turned around and gave Carglass a look. The current commander of the new White Lion Legion immediately nodded. Brando wanted the new White Lion Legion to protect the students on both sides. This did not mean that he did not care about the lives of the new White Lion Legion. It was because he believed that there was no possibility of these young people from Tonajal dying. Everything was arranged properly. The new White Lion Legion and the Royal Cavalry Academy's cadets were indeed Aween's most outstanding troops in this era. It took less than a quarter of an hour for the two armies to merge and turn around. Brando raised his sword. He looked proudly at the White Lion Legion in the distance. Finally, his battle plan was going to be realized. He would let the White Lion Legion be the first test subject. Although it was not complete, it was enough to give some people a hard time. Everyone looked up at the Halran Gaia that was pointed to the sky. At that moment, a golden halo spread out from Brando's body. Conflict Halo. Brando put down his sword and pointed forward. Charge. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 586. The sunlight reflected off the ivory white Lionheart Street of Ampere Seal. This street was built in the year of the dead moon, Chaos. 1437, the Archbishop of Ampere Seal, Charlemagne, wrote the following: "The long street shines like snow, like a holy staircase leading to the clouds." 465 years ago, the White Lion Legion had once been inspected by King Eric on this very street. Today, however, they had once again appeared on this land. Their spears shone and their armor was as white as snow. The enemy is here. Sir Franz stood at the temporary position and looked at the rows of silver spears appearing on the horizon at the other end of Lionheart Street. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If the enemy is the White Lion Legion, why should I? Cullen's failure was still in front of him. He slowly raised his right hand and clasped his fingers together. However, Cullen was just a piece of trash. The White Lion Legion's motto was, "Do not rest until death." However, no matter who the enemy was, the Legion would lose. Whether it was true or false, the sword would reveal itself. This was a sharp blade stained with blood. Praises were not empty words. Sir Franz looked up at the battle flag of the White Lion Legion. This was a fortress built with the blood of the enemy and his own. However, young people would never understand. He never thought that there would be an army in the kingdom that could defeat the White Lion Legion today. Other legions could not even the White Lion Guards of the past. Denying today was a betrayal of history. Sir Franz would never forget his comrades who died in the November War. Their blood would not be spilled in vain. Today, he would use swords and longbows to prove all of this. From today onwards, the White Lion Legion would stand on this land forever. Their flag would never fade because of this. How could the fate of today's people be bound by history? Not everyone had to live a heavy life for the sake of carrying yesterday's ideals. Just existing was a kind of pride. History was based on strength. Ready, a command with a thick accent from the northern highlands came in the wind. Behind Sir Franz, the light infantrymen of the White Lion Legion took a step forward like a grey-white human wall. They raised their longbows one by one, and the iron horns on the bows shone under the sunlight, forming a swaying, flashing belt of light. The commander narrowed his eyes and estimated the distance. The archers of the White Lion Legion held their breaths and adjusted their heartbeats to synchronize their hands and eyes. The commanding officer finally nodded. 100 steps away, no wind. 100 steps away, no wind. Sir Franz raised his hand high, as if it were a flag, and waved it violently before him. Release. Buzz, the air seemed to have been sucked out, and the bowstring seemed to be vibrating at an extremely low frequency. The 300 White Lion Legion archers released their arrows at the same time. Then, they slowly turned their bodies and pulled out another arrow from the quiver on their backs. In an instant, arrows flew through the sky like locusts. Wangli Knight Academy's young non-commissioned officer's eyes followed the arrow as it flew higher, the orderly cavalry formation producing ripples like water ripples. Brando looked on coldly from the sidelines. Having experienced many wars, he knew that perhaps in every war, a concentrated volley of longbows was not the method of attack that caused the most casualties, but it was a huge test of the quality of the army. Erewhon had many examples that when faced with concentrated long-range attacks, the morale of a low-quality army would plummet. This was because people would always instinctively seek to escape from a predicament. Timidity and eagerness would tear apart the formation, and even lead to disarray. But war was a process of overcoming instincts. Maintain the speed. Maintain the speed. Mock, Breton, and even Loka shouted at the top of their lungs. The non-commissioned officers steered their horses and raised their small shields. Kenmare took a light breath on the back of his horse. His grayish-brown eyes stared at the arrows that were flying higher and higher in the sky, and his head was raised higher and higher. Although they had experienced a few battles before, this was the first time they were thrown into a real battle. There were no tactical requirements for the battle between the two sides, and it was a competition of pure fighting spirit. Their opponents were no longer the weak coast guards. Instead, they were the kingdom's White Lion Legion, who wore grayish-white armor. They looked solemn and moved in unison. The most elite warriors of the kingdom, swoosh, the rain of arrows was already upon them. All the knight on horseback leaned back slightly, and the arrows clanged as they fell from their bodies. The arrows were slightly deformed before they even got close to them. A layer of invisible golden light extended in the direction of the arrows. When the arrows broke through the halo and hit everyone, they had already lost most of their strength. It's magic. It's the conflict halo. There's a Templar knight in the enemy camp. The White Lion Legion shouted. The moment Mare was hit by an arrow, his mind went blank. But when he shook his head and looked up, he saw that amidst the rain of arrows, the infantry regiment in white armor at the front of the army was separating from the main group. They were withstanding the countless arrows. They were attracting the enemy's firepower. Kenmare swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Suddenly, he felt that his throat was a little dry. Brando held his longsword and fixed his gaze on the northern nobles. He was waiting for an opportunity, and the opportunity was right in front of him. He finally raised his sword and roared as if he was using all his strength. White Lion Legion, listen to my command. Crush all your enemies. You were born with glory, so spread your wings and embrace the victory that belongs to you. No matter who the enemy is, the Legion will win. The Halran Gaia was pointed to the sky like a flag flying in the wind. The White Lion Legion roared in unison. This roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the faces of their enemies to change color. In just a dozen seconds, the longbowmen of the White Lion Legion had already shot 4 rounds of arrows. The flying arrows were like a storm that swept through every inch of land within 100 meters. Although the White Lion Legion was not good at long-range attacks, that was only relatively speaking. It was meaningless. Sir Franz looked at the Holy White Army in shock. The White Lion Legion was advancing courageously in the rain of arrows. All the firepower was focused on them, but to no avail. Even the sharpest arrows could not get within a foot of their bodies. A layer of pale green light naturally bounced off the arrows. The archers switched to hunting arrows and armor-piercing arrows, but none of them were effective. On the contrary, the enemy was gradually accelerating. They were faster than galloping horses. Sir Franz's body was cold. He had seen Cruz's broken sword legion on the plateau and Saint Ossol's stag guards in the November War. The army in front of him made him feel as if he had returned to that nightmarish era. Less than 1 in 10 survived. The blood that flowed from the war seemed to have dyed his vision red. Let the mages attack. Sir Franz almost gritted his teeth as he shouted. His forehead was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. Sir, the mages are still behind. Sir Franz led the White Lion Legion's Jude Legion's 1st Swordsman Legion. The purpose of this light infantry regiment was to take a detour to the back of the princess's party and cut off their escape route. He led a column of archers and a column of light infantry to their destination first. They did not even have time to rest before they got into formation. He originally thought that 500 people would be more than enough to stop 200 people from the enemy. But now, he only felt regret. He had underestimated the enemy. Sir Franz closed his eyes. Quick, let the great knight Nicoloma come and help. Let the holy cathedral come and help. Damn it, why is there a Templar knight in the enemy's camp? Those damn Cruz people, they are going back on their words. He turned around. But they had to stop the enemy, even if it meant that they had to pay a price. Archers, back off and change to long swords. White Lion infantry, forward, behind the archers, spears appeared like a forest. But it was too late. The White Lion Legion had already reached the front of the camp. This army, which seemed to have walked out of a legend, was about to spread their wings and embrace their victory. The green lines that encircled their armor seemed to have come to life. They circled around each other and stretched out to both sides. In an instant, a pair of green wings with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters appeared on the backs of the White Lion Legion's warriors. Ah! The infantrymen of the White Lion Legion who had just raised their spears were dumbfounded when they saw their enemies suddenly leave the ground. It was not flying, but it was even more terrifying than flying. They leapt high into the air and crossed a distance of nearly 20 meters in a single leap, arriving above the White Lion Legion's camp in an instant. Isn't this the Wind Elves' tactic? When Sir Franz raised his head, his mind was blank. This was the last thought in his life. In the air, spears rained down like rain. One of the spears had unparalleled power, piercing through his heart before he could even react. Even at the moment of his death, the leader of the White Lion Legion's 1st Swordsman Legion still had a look of shock on his face. Shock. Unwillingness. There was also disbelief. The White Lion Legion left behind a sea of corpses as they retreated. However, they were not retreating. Instead, they were forming an encirclement. The lower-ranked officers took over Sir Franz's command. Although their morale was greatly reduced, they still had to complete the Legion's final mission. The White Lion Legion would not rest until they were dead. Cardlise was also troubled by this scene. The White Lion Legion may not be the strongest army in the kingdom, but it was definitely the most difficult to deal with. The White Lion Legion's glory supported them and they would not retreat. However, they only had one chance. They could not let the enemy entangle them. More than 3 swordsman legions of the White Lion Legion were surrounding them. If they were a second late, it would be the difference between heaven and hell. When he and his knight landed on the ground, they immediately made the same decision, to advance. They had to break through the enemy's camp and open up a path for the knight legionnaires behind them. The young men from Tonajul did not care about anything else. However, they were facing an equally fearless opponent. Their powerful swordsmanship could only cause waves of blood in the crowd. However, this was not enough. It was far from enough. Karglis unsheathed the blade of the lion and roared with bloodshot eyes, "Push them away. Even if you have to run into them, you have to open up a path for me. Listen up. You can only move forward, no retreat." Ah! Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. The White Lion Legion had completely given up on defense, only advancing and not retreating in the sea of people. Although the White Lion Legion's attacks were unable to cause any damage to them, the soldiers who had no hesitation clung onto their arms and legs one after another, preventing them from moving forward. Karglis single-handedly took on the attacks of more than 10 people. Even though it was just a short fight, he felt like he had reached his limit. He was panting heavily, and the white steam he exhaled condensed under the mask of his helmet. The White Lion Legion also began to suffer casualties. Finally, someone was pinned down by the White Lion Legion and pierced to the ground with a sword. However, this did not come without a price. The White Lion Legion's 1st Swordsman Regiment finally began to weaken. Kenmare suddenly heard cheers. He looked around and saw that the cavalry formation was spreading out to the sides, forming a thinner and wider charging formation. "It's about to start," he suddenly thought. As expected, the 2 flanking squads of knight were speeding up. They raised their flags high and took the lead. Mare recognized the knight. It was the female Silver Elf Knight and the red-haired Miss Devil. The Highlanders believed that red-haired people had the blood of the devil in them, and Kenmare was no exception. Moreover, Scarlet's fighting style was not elegant. Mercenaries were known for their ferocity in battle. Next were Count Yenbao's 3 knights. Mare could not help but linger on the female knight. Following closely behind were Bragg's Breton, Senior Loka, and the cold-faced Moke. Under their leadership, the cavalry formed a crescent shape, and gradually increased in speed, from a trot to a gallop, where they kept their mounts. The ground began to tremble and rumble like thunder. Mare heard someone shouting in his ears. "Speed up! Speed up! We have entered the enemy's best shooting range. Don't stop if you don't want to die. Cavalry, speed up! Maintain formation!" Before Mare could react, he felt someone bump into him. He turned around and saw a black figure brushing past him. He looked up and saw a black cloak fluttering in the wind, as well as the pitch-black, broad blade that was raised high in the air. The Halran Gaia. It was the commander. That was how the officers addressed him. Mare could not help but widen his eyes. Was he going to join the charge as well? In their impression, Brando was a strategist commander, not a knight in the vanguard. But just as he opened his mouth in surprise, he saw another slender figure walking side by side with the commander. It was Sir Oberway. The lone wolf's name had long been known throughout the kingdom. The old minister of the kingdom, Oberway, was actually going to charge side by side with him? What kind of glory was this? But who was the one honoring who? Before Mare could make a sound, one knight after another had passed him to Brando's side. First was the knight of the mercenaries of Lopez. These experienced mercenaries clustered around their leader, making Brando look like a hunting king. Brando quickly used practical actions to answer the doubts in Mare's heart. The kingdom's 1st Swordsman Legion's formation was finally loosening. The opportunity had come. Brando retracted his gaze. On his left were Oberway and Maynard, and on his right were the Shire, the Nightsong Tiger, Andrique, and Mephistopheles. These people were his companions. So-called companions. They were all like-minded people. He knew that some of these people had gone through thick and thin with him in this world, and some of them had fought side by side with him in another history. But at this moment, the 2 histories seemed to overlap. It was close at hand, no matter how one looked at it. The wind whistled past his ear, and there seemed to be a sound in the wind. It was the sound of a Karsuk flute. The sound of the flute floated above the battlefield. That year, the enemy they faced was the endless army of Madara. Just like now, right in front of them, the knight put on their helmets, told each other to take care, and was about to launch the final charge against the enemy. What awaited them were countless cold, emotionless deaths that leaped like phosphorescence. At that moment, history and reality overlapped. Then, it was time to charge. He raised his sword and took the lead. His cloak fluttered, like a black flame. Bucci, Fortress Reden, Madara. Everything was left behind, and in front of him was an endless future. History had changed. The cavalry roared behind him, forming 3 unstoppable arrows. Their names were the Royal Knight Academy's students. Their names were the kingdom's White Lion Guards. Their names were Erwin's young future. On the battlefield, when the huge trident pierced the White Lion Legion's formation, this supposedly indestructible legion finally collapsed. The cavalry howled, and the long sound of the horn was like a large hand that swept across the battlefield, carrying everyone's victory forward and forward. A hole was broken in the encirclement of the White Lion Legion. This hole finally tore apart the darkest corner of Erwin's history. When the great knight Nicoloma arrived with reinforcements, he saw a corner of the White Lion Legion collapsing with a pale face. This was a scene he had never seen in his life. Then, he saw a black flame sweep out from the defeated soldiers. Under the flame, it was the young man's steel-like eyes and the sharp blade in his hand. Head Knight Nicoloma unsheathed his long sword. What a holy night! A circle of yellow light began to spread out from his body. He was also a Templar Knight. Mare saw with his own eyes that their commander crossed paths with the Knight of the Holy Cathedral. He did not even have time to warn him. That was a Templar Knight of the Holy Cathedral. He even recognized him as Nicoloma, the great Knight of Ampere Seal, one of the few gold-ranked experts of the Holy Cathedral. But all Mare saw was a continuous shadow, and the head of the great knight flew high into the air. Ah, he could not even make a sound. All the students of the Royal Knight Academy were completely stunned at this moment. What kind of swordsmanship was that? It could not be described in the words of mortals. The first swordsman regiment of the White Lion Legion collapsed. The battlefield seemed to have formed a whirlpool of death. The men of the great knight Nicoloma were also swept into this whirlpool and were crushed in an instant. However, Brando was still moving forward. The young cavalry swept past the flank of the 3rd Swordsman Regiment of the White Lion Legion, and then swept past the 4th Swordsman Regiment that had just arrived. Kang En died in battle, and Owen was seriously injured. The morale was high. Ampere Seal's North Gate Barracks. Balta looked at the report in his hand with a pale face. All the information on it told him only one thing: the princess and her subordinates of the Royal Knight Academy had broken out of the encirclement. He raised his head stiffly. Archbishop Wood's face was gloomy. The growth of the young people is far beyond our expectations. It seems that we have to let the old guys take action. Leiter nodded, turned, and pushed the door open. P.S. My cousin gave birth to a baby yesterday. She went to visit her today and only rushed back in the afternoon to write this chapter. Hee, I can't believe I'm an uncle too. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 587. This was originally the largest wool market in the east of the port of Ampere Seal, but the previous battle had turned it into ruins. There were many defeated soldiers gathered in the ruins. The coast guards and the nobles' private soldiers were arguing, while the White Lion Legion looked on coldly. Your Excellency, the Holy Cathedral will not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. This is not out of arrogance, but because the Holy Cathedral does not want to be influenced by secular power. The Holy Bible and the Holy Covenant clearly state this principle. I think you should understand this point. Count Vitokin adjusted his helmet and let his attendants put on his armor. However, his beard and hair were burnt, which damaged his dignified appearance and made him look a little funny. He had escaped from the Anderla Cathedral with Duke Cypher, and the injuries on his body were also from the fire. When he turned the armor on his arm, a burst of burning pain made him grimace. But Your Excellency, isn't punishing evil also one of your priorities? What's more, the other party is an evil heretic, an enemy of mankind who preaches chaos. Of course, The Holy Cathedral will not sit by and watch our country fall into suffering and ignore it, the voice replied with some amusement. However, the physical pain was nothing compared to the piercing pain in the soul. The power that came from the ultimate realm was frightening. In order to suppress the flame of sin, the ash-sword Saint Mephisto had pulled Moros into the ashen wilderness. However, that final glance caused everyone present to feel a chill in their hearts. Royalty, title, they were all useless in the face of true power. The Holy Cathedral was high and mighty, but they still had to bow their heads in the face of the ultimate law. Widokin looked at his pale palms, which were still trembling slightly. He raised his head and looked not far away. Duke Cypher's famous swordsman, Nicholas, was negotiating with the Holy Cathedral under his master's signal. Then I would like to ask on behalf of the Duke, what do you intend to do? Let's put it this way. We were invited by the new royal family of Erewhon to arrest Greysword Saint Mephistopheles. This person has killed the high-ranking members of the Holy Cathedral and is a vicious outlaw. In addition, we're here to bring back the sacred relic of the Holy Cathedral, the Flame King Gadol's sacred relic, a fragment of the Holy Sword Odorfice. The priest in the priest's robe rambled on for a long time. The general meaning was, we will help you deal with Greysword Saint Mephistopheles and fight against the cultists, but you have to solve your own domestic problems. He was a typical Kurlutzian, with his chin held high and haughty, as if you country bumpkins should be grateful for it. Duke Cypher didn't say a word. His face was terrifyingly dark, but he didn't dare to flare up. As early as after Oberg VI, the nobles of Erewhon gradually fell. People even forgot that Erewhon used to have masters of the ultimate realm. The late King Eric was a sage of his generation. During the Second Restoration era, it was said that Erewhon used to have 2 sword saints of the ultimate realm, and the chief court wizard was the famous Tolman. But after that, the glory never returned. Nicholas' face was also cold. Those cultists are with Her Royal Highness. So what? The priest pondered for a moment. Lord Wood said that we can build a temporary teleportation circle for you to send the Black Blade squad to the battlefield. This is already the limit. If we build a teleportation circle here, there will be one less teleportation circle in the future in the Holy War. You know, even in crews, such a teleportation circle is only used to send elite troops. As for such a third-rate troop, to be honest, it's a waste. But for our allies, we can sacrifice them. Nicholas' face was terrifyingly dark. He interrupted, I understand. Thank you for the support of the Holy Cathedral. But when does the Holy Cathedral plan to make a move? It will be here soon. The means of the Holy Cathedral are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The priest opened his arms and replied with a look of admiration. Everyone, just wait for the show. Oh, it's already here. All of a sudden, the sounds of quarreling above the ruins stopped at the same time. The monks of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in their red robes raised their heads at the same time. In mid-air, as far as their eyes could see, the space opened from both sides, and pure white ripples appeared. In the middle of the ripples, the incomparably complex and mysterious lines of law were opening a door of light. The wind above the ruins stopped in an instant. There were a total of 12 light gates suspended in midair. Then, a 3-layered magic array extended out from the light gates. Accompanied by fluttering white runes, 20 mysterious people wearing golden red robes and silver masks stepped out from the light gates. Each of them held a flame-shaped long sword in their hands. If Brando was here, he would definitely recognize these Knights of the Holy Cathedral of Judgment. This was one of the most special organizations of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Each of these knights was personally trained by a real Knight of the Flame. Their true combat power was often far superior to most powerhouses of the same level. The most important thing was that they often only had one mission, and that was the trial of heresy. Count Widokin raised his head and looked at these Knights of the Holy Cathedral. Spatial spells. This was the highest forbidden spell that the Holy Cathedral of Fire claimed to have led to the Infinite Land. These spells, born in the War of the Holy Saints, had long been the top secret of the major holy cathedrals, and were the few remaining spatial spells in vaunt today. It was the first time he had seen such a miracle with his own eyes. When he saw the Cruz Empire's Holy Cathedral of Fire send 20 knights of the Holy Cathedral of Fire from the headquarters to the battlefield thousands of miles away, he only felt his mind go blank. As a soldier, he knew very well what this meant. This was truly invincible power. But he had even forgotten that Erewhon's people had faced such power head-on and won a glorious victory. At that time, the Holy Cathedral was even more powerful, and Erewhon had just established his country. He was like a baby in swaddling clothes. Vitokin only felt a shiver and even a trace of regret. It would be easy for these knights of the Holy Cathedral to seize Erewhon's power. Could these nobles really hold on to their power? Until the sound of footsteps stepping on stones and debris sounded behind him, he was awakened. Vitokin turned around and saw a white-haired old knight walking over with his hands on the hilt of his sword. 2 other knights accompanied him. The old knight was wearing a slightly faded dark blue cavalry uniform. It was the old commander of the White Lion Legion, Leiter. The old man was also looking up at the sky. The count hurriedly stood up and wanted to say hello, but the old man did not even look at him and walked straight past him. Vitokin's face suddenly turned red and white. This old man really looked down on them. He secretly gritted his teeth and cursed. Although the White Lion Legion was the best in the kingdom, so what? They still couldn't protect the Lionheart sword. You're a whore and you still want to maintain your chastity. Bah! What's so great about that? He tore away the gentleness of a noble in his heart and could not help but curse fiercely. This dissatisfaction was expressed on the count's face as he snorted disdainfully. But Leiter did not seem to hear. The old man seemed to be thinking. He gently pressed the ivy pattern on the hilt of his sword. It was a 32-year-old cavalry sword, and the ivy pattern on the sword was almost worn flat. Since that war, this sword had been with him for half a century. Every time he wore this sword, it would remind him of the era when the wind blew on the plateau. Everything in the past was gone with the wind. The young people of the White Lion Legion were still arguing. Even the child, Cullen, was crying and begging him to take the White Lion Legion away from here and leave this sad place. A soldier must have the courage to face death and grief. Those children gave their best answers when faced with a choice. They illustrated the value of the White Lion Legion. But should the White Lion Legion lose their faith? The old man no longer had the energy to care. His eyes were burning with a deep and firm flame, as if supporting the last trace of strength of this old body. He stared ahead for a long time. The kingdom, or the Lionheart sword? The late king, there is not much time left for the people of Erewhon to make a choice. The holy war is imminent. Madara is watching from the side of the bed. Erewhon must not fall into a long-term civil strife. Death is in sight. And this land, this homeland where the blood of the ancestors was spilled, was the land that carried the dreams of the people of Erewhon. As long as this land existed, Erewhon would see the light again one day. He was too old, and the White Lion Legion was just like him, aging day by day. He was so old that he could no longer carry the flag. But no matter what, he still wanted to try his best. Hope should be left to the future generations. Someone had to bear the responsibility. Your Highness, Marshal, it seems like this is all I can do. The students of the Royal Knight Academy and the White Lion Legion finally fought their way out of the encirclement of the northern nobles, but this did not mean that the crisis was over. Everyone knew that there was still a large number of coast guards ahead. Today's life and death were uncertain. At this time, Brendel ordered everyone to dismount and slowly advance along the streets, conserving their strength. They were passing through Tophus Square, which was on the same axis as the Anderla Cathedral and the Grand Auction House. It was the middle line of the west of Ampere Sealport. Maynard was a little worried about the speed of the army. She was worried that the White Lion Legion would catch up from behind. But when she asked Brando this question with a cold face, Brando shook his head. No, do you know how many people the White Lion Legion has mobilized to kill us? He asked quietly. The female knight was slightly stunned. She lowered her head and made a rough estimate. In the first battle, they had encountered and defeated about 4 columns of enemies. Each column had about 200 to 300 people. But they had cut through the line of defense of the White Lion Legion. There must be more troops on both sides. She was worried that these troops would catch up from behind. Brando saw the hesitation on the female knight's face. He shook his head and explained, "The White Lion Legion has Jude, Sharp Claw, and Lion's Mane. There is also a knight regiment called White Lion Blade. In the past, there was also a guard regiment, but it was later disbanded." Brando glanced at his own White Lion Legion and continued, "Considering that it is unlikely that the White Lion Legion would really mobilize a legion to leave the border, it is very likely that the ones participating in the battle are elites from one of the legions. In the previous battle, we encountered 2 columns of Franz's troops. They should be the archers and light infantry of the 1st Swordsman Regiment of the White Lion Legion. The light cavalry squadron that was defeated later should be a knight regiment of the Holy Cathedral and the cavalry scouts of the 3rd Swordsman Regiment of the White Lion Legion. The unlucky guy you killed was their commander, Khan." Brendel couldn't help but shake his head when he saw that the female knight was slightly taken aback. She seemed a little surprised, but it wasn't obvious from her cold expression. In fact, Khan was quite famous in history. It was a pity that he died just like that. However, there were always casualties in war, so he could only think so. The defensive line formed by the White Lion heavy guards that we broke through in the end was clearly another troop. Considering that the Jude guards are made up of 4 swordsman regiments and 2 heavy infantry regiments, it is very likely that we have half of the Jude guards in front of us. That is, 2 swordsman regiments and 1 heavy infantry regiment. Am I right, Sir Oberway? Brando turned around and asked. The lone wolf of the kingdom nodded and looked at Brando with some surprise. Before Erwin's resurgence in Griffin, one of the major drawbacks of the military system was that there was no unified organization. Often, the rules were set by the nobles and lords. The major legions also had their own system, such as the northern and southern legions. Therefore, even if they were both soldiers, they might not necessarily know the organization of the other legions. Needless to say, it was impossible for Brando to know the origin of the enemy, who they belonged to, and who their commander was. In fact, this was a common phenomenon in the continent of Vaunt in this era. In a war, commanders could only barely determine which army they were facing by judging flags, capturing prisoners, and so on. Because of this, there were countless mistakes, and there were a few famous generals in history who used this factor to create many classic examples of battles. However, history was like a torrent. Cruz and Madara's military reforms had already begun, and soon it would open a new chapter. The era of war after the Great Demonic Tide was coming. Although Erwin was on the last train, in the end, he disappeared under the dust of history because the reforms were not thorough enough. Brando looked at the people present. Most of them were soldiers. The sergeants were originally trained as low-level officers, and they were the seeds of Erwin's reforms. Like Oberway, they knew how unbelievable Brando's previous judgment was. Everyone was a little disapproving. How could one guess the enemy's sequence on the battlefield? It was not that there were no such arrogant commanders in history, but there were many who fell into the trap because of this, and there were even some famous examples that were passed down through the ages. But after seeing Oberway nod in agreement with Brando's answer, they felt a little complicated. The commander was very confident, and naturally it was not a fluke, so there was only one possibility left. How do you know? It was rare for Maynel to open her mouth and ask on behalf of everyone else. Brando smiled, because I am familiar with every army of Erwin. I know very well what they will do and how they will do it. He answered this way, not because he wanted to pretend to be a prophet. It was because he had to show such confidence because he was the only one who could lead them out of here. He knew very well that he had to show enough confidence to convince everyone. You said that you are familiar with every army of Erwin? A soft but calm voice asked. Brando looked up and saw Her Highness in military attire. His eyes could not help but light up slightly. He then remembered that Griffin was never a flower raised by the royal family, and her swordsmanship had always been the best among her peers. She must have participated in the previous charge. He even saw the sword on the half-elf girl's waist and the bloodstains that had not completely dried up on her face. She turned around and stared at him with her silver eyes. Her silver curly hair hung down on the dark blue woolen military uniform, and the tailored uniform seemed to fit every line of her body. It was really refreshing. Brando then realized that she had been wearing this military uniform from the beginning. No wonder she wore a thick cloak to cover it up and looked a little bloated. But when Her Highness asked the question, her tone was a little strange. Brando hesitated for a moment. It seemed that it was not impossible to say that he was familiar with every army. He had lived in Erewhon for nearly a century, and during that time he had fought side by side with many armies, including the private armies of the nobles. But this answer seemed a little too unbelievable, and it seemed a little omniscient. You can't say that. Brando thought for a while and replied carefully, at least I should be familiar with the uniforms of the regular army. He noticed that Princess Griffin had a strange look on her face, and he turned around to exchange an inexplicable look with Oberway. Oh no, it seems a little too much. But Brando could only continue. He thought for a while and replied, so the conclusion is very obvious. According to the kingdom's White Lion Legion, a swordsman regiment should have 3 light infantry columns, 1 archer column, and an additional mage squadron and scout squadron, a total of 1,100 people. The heavy infantry regiment is half of it, so I estimate that the White Lion Legion on this battlefield is probably less than 3,000 people. When he said this, Maynard already understood what he meant. The White Lion Legion had less than 3,000 people, and in the previous battle, nearly 1/3 of them had been severely injured. An army that had lost more than 30% of its members in a battle and still had not collapsed was already impressive. It would be ridiculous to say that they could continue to pursue. Not to mention that Brando had more than double digits of gold rankers in his hands. Even if the White Lion Legion fought with all their might, they might not be able to win. But they might not just watch us leave, right? Maynard raised her long eyelashes and silently glanced at Brando. Yes, so we have to come up with a new plan now. A new plan? Brando nodded. It was obvious that there was more than that on the battlefield. The key was Cruz's people. The princess seemed to have thought of the same thing. She raised her head and asked, is it because of Cruz's people? Due to the deterrence of the Holy Bible and the Sacred Covenant, Cruz's people and the Holy Cathedral of Fire probably won't intervene personally, but they can find a way to help our enemies. Brando silently recalled the methods of the Holy Cathedral of Fire as he replied, since Cruz's people are here, they are definitely not here to treat us to tea. Besides, we are the masters of this place. If anyone wants to treat, it should be us. He was still in the mood to joke, causing a low chuckle among the officers. Brando's indifferent attitude won the hearts of most people. No one liked a coward, especially these young men with military qualities. Then how can they help, Sir Commander? As soon as Brando finished speaking, someone asked loudly. Most of the people present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard that Cruz's people would not intervene personally. After all, Brando was the only one present who came from another time and space. He was a freak who could completely ignore the deterrence of the Cruz Empire. After all, the Empire had accumulated power for centuries, and its strength had long been ingrained in people's hearts. At least they can let our enemies advance on the battlefield. We have a large number of troops in front of us and a large army behind us. Everyone, please don't think that just because we defeated the White Lion Legion, we will have a smooth journey ahead. We've only defeated a small portion of the White Lion Legion's personal guard regiment. The real elites have yet to come. Brendel reminded the rest of the White Lion Legion. The Door of Flame. Princess Griffin's silver eyes lit up slightly. You mean, the Holy Cathedral may build a temporary teleportation portal and Ampere seal like the Door of Flame in the last Holy War? Brando nodded. But that kind of teleportation portal costs a lot of money, and it won't be a drop in the bucket for the Holy Cathedral. I heard that only a few teleportation portals like that were built in the entire war. Are they willing to invest so much for the nobles in the north? Maynard asked. Brando couldn't help but shake his head. Pure soldiers. Princess Griffin nodded calmly, the Holy War is coming. A stable Erewhon is far more important to the Holy Cathedral than a teleportation portal. Besides, Erewhon is the front line of the war. It's necessary to have a temporary teleportation portal in the future. That means, the Black Blade Squad and the White Lion Legion may appear on the battlefield in Ampere Seal at any time. Ruka nodded. But our army is still in the territory of Vladapest. Enrique's expression changed a little. This guy who had fallen off his horse finally woke up. This is going to be fun. Aren't we going to be surrounded like dumplings? Don't worry, all of this is just speculation. It's the Holy Cathedral's trump card. After all, the teleportation portal has a time limit. But we have to have a corresponding plan, Brando replied. I like to plan ahead before doing something. I hope you guys are the same. So we need a new plan to deal with the changes that may happen next. So what do you plan to do? Maynard asked. I haven't thought about it yet, but we can eliminate those unrealistic options one by one. Brando replied, the most direct way is to turn around and kill our way back to the port area. In front of us are the patrolling cavalry and the main force of the coast guards, but we will also have the support of our allies. But now that the weather has cleared up, and although there are still storms in the open sea, since the Holy Cathedral knows that we may take the sea route, I'm afraid it's not a wise choice for us to make. Besides, in a battle on the sea, strong people with elemental strength and above can easily destroy our sailboats. By then, even if we don't get caught alive, I'm afraid we'll drown. That means we can only break through by land. Maynard replied calmly, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. This female knight made Brando feel a little strange. She was completely different from the person he remembered. In Brando's memory, his senior was daring, confident and calm. She always had an infectious smile on her face, but she never lacked dignity and decisiveness, as if she was a born leader. But there seemed to be something lingering around the female knight. Maynard finally frowned, her face cold. When she looked at someone, she seemed to be immersed in her own thoughts. She always seemed to be thinking about something. Every time Brando thought this, he felt a little strange. They were clearly two different people, but he always subconsciously compared them. Maynard saw that he was looking at her in a daze, and couldn't help but frown again. I'm sorry. Brando came back to his senses. It's nothing. But if we leave Ampere Seal by land, we need to pass through the Frada forest and cross the Erech mountains. This is not a smooth road. On the contrary, it's full of thorns. We may face Duke Erech's army, and at the same time, the nobles in the north won't let us break through so easily. No, you're wrong. I'm afraid this is not a breakthrough, but an escape. A dangerous and difficult escape with a small chance. Brando shook his head and smiled bitterly, but we have no choice now. We have to break through from the south, leave Ampere Seal, pass through the Frada forest and the Erech mountains, and join your army in the south. Her Highness and Lord Oberway's original plan was to break through from the south and leave Ampere Seal by land, right? With Lone Wolf's intelligence, I think he must have made arrangements in advance. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Princess Griffin. Yes, the half-elf girl nodded calmly and answered on behalf of Oberway, but we still don't have much choice. The army in my territory will go north along the Erech province, but it will take at least 3 to 4 days to reach the southern border of the Frada forest. And if they are stopped by the local army of the Erech province, I'm afraid it will take even longer. Brando listened and nodded secretly. He knew that the princess and Oberway had a trump card. Listening to her tone, this army was still useful. Even the army in the Erech province did not seem to be enough to completely defeat the enemy, and could only stop them for a while. As far as he knew, Her Highness' own army in the Frada Paz province definitely did not have this ability. The Knight Academy's students also did not have this ability. In fact, at this time of the year, the only students who could be of use in the Royal Knight Academy were the first batch of graduates, plus the outstanding freshmen like Freya and Breton. In other words, Her Highness must have the support of the nobles behind her. The royal family's foundation was still very strong. This was only the nobles who supported the royal family. It did not take into account the king's party who had parted ways with them. The king's party was backed by Duke Anthony. If the two parties did not completely fall out with each other, they could really have the power to govern the North and South. But that was obviously not what Princess Griffin wanted. Brendel knew the princess better than anyone else. She was calm and rational on the surface, but in reality, she was unyielding. She would never compromise with anyone. But it was obviously not just that. He showed a curious look. The princess definitely had more than this trump card. If that was the case, she would have been forced to forfeit at this card table. Right, what else did he not think of? Seeing Brando's eyes, Princess Griffin sighed. But it's not like there's no chance, Mr. Brando. As long as we can leave the port of Ampere Seal and retreat towards St. White Bay, I can arrange for reliable allies to support us. St. White Bay? A light flashed in Brando's mind. He knew this place. This place was south of Ampere Seal, and after passing through the Frata forest, it was a bay surrounded by cliffs. Because of the geographical environment, it was not possible to build a port and wharf, so it was generally used as a temporary shelter. But in his memory, he could only remember that it was the habitat of the storm hermit crab, a level 12 aquatic monster. In the past, this place was only related to a few fishermen in the port of Ampere Seal. Where would there be any allies? Wait. Anchor Point, Brando suddenly reacted and could not help but blurt out, the anchor point of Erewhon's first royal fleet. Ah! Princess Griffin let out a low cry. As soon as the words came out, Brando also realized something and looked up at Princess Griffin, only to see that Her Royal Highness was looking at him with an indescribable look. Mr. Brando. You. How did you, I accidentally said the wrong thing again. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It was not a good thing to have advanced knowledge. It was too easy to be treated as a fraud. The secret anchor point of Erewhon's royal fleet in St. White Bay was a secret that no one outside the royal family knew, he was about to explain, but he did not expect the half-fairy princess to look at him with a complicated expression, as if she had understood something. After a while, she said, Mr. Brando, so what Commander Bunide said was true. Mr. the Shire is really still alive. You and Mr. Brando are really, Brando was stunned. Wait, what's the relationship between me and the Shire? Isn't it a relationship between a knight and a squire? Puzzled, he turned his head around. He saw the Shire's bitter smile. P.S. I forgot the time as I was writing. I saw that I had written 8K words. OTL. If you don't want to break up the plot recently, just post it all together. Also, let me explain. Recently, I wrote about the conflict halo. If I remember correctly, it should be 7 points of defense now. There was a chapter where I wrote the wrong calculation formula and wrote 11 points. That should be a bug. I have changed it now. Everything will be based on the formula that Brando proposed when he met Abel. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 588. The merchant girl hugged her knees and squatted in the ruins. Occasionally, she would stretch out her slender neck to look at the situation outside. Her brown eyes darted around until she saw that there were no more soldiers outside. Then, she patted the dust off her skirt and stood up. She let out a long sigh and asked, Sister White, this is the Holy Cathedral, but I don't think I saw Brando's face. The one called Big Sister White was a contract spirit in the form of a woman. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman, with a pair of elf-like pointy ears. However, her lower body seemed to be transparent, made up of swirling dust and air currents. This female figure was called a contract spirit in the ancient witchcraft literature recorded on red parchment. Although the witch queen could contract any contract spirit, she was especially fond of White Mist, the queen of North Wind. White Mist was the keeper of knowledge on the glacier. The Queen of Ice left it to the Roman, hoping to borrow its wisdom and experience. White Mist was a beautiful woman, but she had a pair of lifeless eyes. She glanced at the Roman and answered weakly, "Fate is in front of you and behind you. Mortals can grasp its direction, but they cannot see its form. I just felt that Brando should be there." "Is the divination accurate, Sister White?" The merchant girl could not help but ask curiously. "Divination is to ask yourself. If you believe it, it will be there. If you don't, it won't be there." The Roman tilted her head. She did not know if she understood, but she walked confidently in a certain direction. After 2 steps, she stopped and took 2 steps back. Then, she picked up a spiked hammer from the ruins. This was a holy weapon used by the clerics to exorcise evil spirits. The silver spiked hammer's handle was engraved with delicate patterns, and the head of the hammer was injected with a holy bullet. Usually, the clerics would be careful with it. However, the merchant girl did not seem to have such a concept. She waved it around and nodded with satisfaction. "You want to use this to protect yourself? Wisdom and knowledge are more effective." White Mist shook her head and disagreed. "Yes, I used to have a hammer in Butchie. However, it was later lost by Brando." The Roman couldn't figure out which skeleton had picked up the hammer in the end. Anyway, he decided to frame Brando first. It was impossible for a merchant like him to be careless. It was all Brando's fault. Brando sneezed for no reason. The two of them passed through the ruins of the Anderla Cathedral. Just as they were about to reach a certain spot, there was a sudden crashing sound. The rubble loosened and rolled down from the slanted wall. Then, a person came out from below. The man was wearing a noble's formal attire and had a long sword at his waist. However, his hair and clothes were covered in white lime powder, making him look dusty. Benninger blinked his eyes. It took him a while to get used to the sunlight outside. When he left through the secret passage, he did not expect the ground to crack open and lava to gush out in all directions. His followers were buried in the sea of fire. He relied on his family's talisman to survive. Then, he used his memory of the secret passage under the cathedral to find a way to escape. He pushed open the stone wall and saw a beautiful person standing not too far away from him. She had her hands behind her back and was staring at him with her mouth agape. Benninger was meticulous and had an amazing memory. Even though he had only seen the Roman once, when she was with Magadol, he recognized her immediately. "Miss Roman?" "Ah," the Roman was slightly stunned. "You? How do you recognize me?" "It's me, Benninger." "Miss Roman, do you still remember me?" "I'm with the princess. We've met before." Benninger was secretly happy to see that the girl was so gullible. He did not know what happened outside the cathedral, but he guessed that the two sides were at war. The girl in front of him was obviously very close to Brando. If he could get his hands on her, the princess would have one less ally. Oh, the Roman nodded seriously. "I know. Since you recognized me, there's nothing I can do about it." "Ah." Benninger was slightly stunned. What's with this conversation? Wait, I'm the princess. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Romaine would make a move just like that. What was even more unexpected was that Romaine had hidden her trump card behind her back. By the time he reacted, Romaine had already raised her mace and swung it at his head. Viscount Benninger himself was at the pinnacle of iron ranked. Normally, being hit by a hammer from an ordinary person would only cause him a little pain. However, he did not expect the mace that Miss Merchant had picked up was also a ceremonial item. When the mace hit his head, there was a burst of golden light. Our poor Benninger let out a scream and fainted. "You're obviously a man, but you still want to pretend to be a princess. Don't be like that," the Roman snorted and mocked him, imitating Brando's idiom. White Mist looked at her speechlessly. "But this guy seems to be quite strong. I don't think that hit was enough to kill him. He'll wake up soon. You'd better find something to tie him up." However, the contract spirit was not a kind-hearted person. Her duty was only to ensure the safety of her contractor, not to teach her who was right and who was wrong. The Roman agreed and quickly took out a white silk rope from her bag and tied Benninger up. Still not satisfied, she took out a purple silk rope and did the same. White Mist sighed. These two ropes had a great history. One was given to her by the Queen of Ice, Olemus's silk, which could connect the mortal realm to the kingdom of the dead. If a mortal walked along this rope, they would be able to enter the kingdom of the dead. The other was the Witch Queen's inheritance, Tyvo's hair. Tyvo was the king of the Titans in Wonde. Legend had it that he was extremely strong, and even his hair had the ability to pull anything up. This hair also had the ability to increase one's strength. However, the Roman actually used it to tie someone up. It was a waste. However, it was definitely sturdy. Just as White Mist said, Benninger only fainted for a short while before waking up. His peak iron-ranked strength was much stronger than normal people. However, he immediately realized that he was tied up. He did not know what the rope was made of, but it looked no different from a normal silk rope. He struggled for a while, but it did not budge at all. "What is the meaning of this, Miss Roman?" Benninger raised his head and asked in exasperation. His fair face and forehead were red, and there were even a few drops of blood oozing out. He looked like a plum blossom petal in the snow. It was a pitiful sight. "A captive," the Roman answered matter-of-factly. "But I am on the princess's side, Miss Roman. I am Mr. Brando's friend. Her Highness and Mr. Brando are being framed by the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the nobles in the north. They are in danger, we have to hurry and help them." Benninger could not help but shout at the top of his lungs. His face was filled with sincerity. He was born with a face that women adored, and in a moment of desperation, he really looked like one. The Roman raised her eyebrows and asked seriously, "You said that Brando is in danger. Who are you?" "I am Benninger, Viscount Roman." "Don't you remember me, Miss Roman?" Benninger sighed. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Unfortunately, he was on the chopping block and could only endure. Oh, I remember now. You are that Viscount Benninger." The merchant girl looked as if she had just realized something. At the same time, she raised her mace and hit him on the head. Ah! The grenade of holy light had already been used, so Benninger did not faint this time. However, the pain made him cry uncontrollably. What the hell is going on now? What did I say wrong again? His head was buzzing, and at the same time, he felt like he could hear 10,000 people talking in his ears. This guy is up to no good. He is lying to you. But how did you find out? Oh, I didn't find out, the Roman answered matter-of-factly. I hate that Viscount Benninger the most. He is even more handsome than Brando. He must be a bad guy. Viscount Benninger's heart was bleeding. What kind of logic was this? For the first time, he felt that his intelligence was completely useless, because the other party was completely unreasonable. Although White Mist was speechless, with her wisdom, she would not be so shallow. She nodded. Your intuition is very sharp. This may be the reason why she chose you to inherit this legacy. A witch needs to see through the fog and see through the threads of fate. The eyes of the soul are far better than the eyes of the mortal world. Then how should we deal with him? The merchant girl was a little smug. He wants to lie to you. He must be up to something. You can ask him what his original plan was. People can lie, but they can't hide their desires. White Mist answered. Viscount Benninger's face turned pale. The other party did not try to hide their conversation from him. He could tell that although the merchant girl in front of him looked gullible, the person beside her was a person with great wisdom. People like him, who prided themselves on their intelligence, preferred to solve problems with their brains instead of violence. Benninger had always looked down on those barbaric soldiers, but when he was in a difficult situation, he could not help but tremble in fear. Why did you lie to me? The Roman squatted down beside him and tilted her head to look at the Viscount. I didn't lie to you, Miss Roman. Everything I said is true. Viscount Benninger clenched his teeth. Although he knew that he would not succeed, he still needed a little bit of luck. Tell me the truth. Everything I said is. As soon as Benninger opened his mouth, he realized that something was wrong. It was as if his mouth was not listening to him, and he stuttered out his intentions. He looked at the Roman in horror. If he had known that she was a witch, he would have turned around and left the moment he saw her. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. You really are a bad guy. The Roman heard that Benninger was trying to trick her to blackmail Brando. She could not help but hit Benninger with her mace. Benninger hugged his head and screamed in pain, tears and snot running down his face. You said that Brando is the Count. What is that all about? Benninger was tortured to the point where he did not look like a human anymore, but he was still very honest. He quickly replied with tears and snot running down his face, Miss Roman. Marquis Joachim told us that Mr. Brando might be the real Count Yenbao. Everyone thought that he was a Highland knight or just a bandit from Tonagel. However, according to the information I received, both are unlikely. Mr. Brando first appeared in our sights after the incident at Fortress Reden. He was not a Highland knight, but his actions were that of a noble. This cannot be faked, and as far as I know, there is no such person in the noble circle, so we thought that he might be a descendant of an unknown noble in the kingdom, or an alias. Now, it seems that Marquis Joachim's judgment may be correct. I see. Sister White, what do you think? This person wants to harm that person, and you want to help that person. Conspiracies are like chains. Why don't you ask him what he is most afraid of? White Mist looked at the Viscount, who was lying limp on the ground, expressionless. Benninger's face was suddenly filled with fear, horror, and unwillingness. Satisfy the Romans' curiosity. P.S. Today is 3,000 words. Take a break and prepare for the end of the month. Tomorrow is the great adventure of the little Roman and White Mist. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 589. The Green Rider galloped along the slope, and Bunaide's hands, which were covered with scaled gloves, gripped the reins tightly as he turned his head back. In the direction north of Ampere Seal, a few huge light portals were opening on the horizon, and countless troops were pouring out from them, densely packed like a swarm of ants. In another half an hour, the Black Blade squad will appear on the battlefield of Ampere Seal. Cruz's men will also be involved. My lord, what do you think we should do? The Highland Knight commander looked solemnly at the small black dots rising from the horizon. Those were the Black Blade squad's Flying Dragon squad. In an instant, they covered the sky and rushed towards Ampere Seal. This number was far more than the Black Blade squad. It seemed that the Holy Cathedral had completely deviated from the neutral position. The nobles in the north and the Holy Cathedral's hidden forces in Erewhon had all sided with Duke Cypher. Cruz's men wanted to solve the problem once and for all. He turned his head and looked at his men. What do you all think? The Highland Knight has been waiting for this day for a long time, my lord. Everything is like the prophecy, my lord. We believe in your judgment. The kingdom has tried to forget the war, but the veterans have never forgotten it. Because this is a promise. Because this is a promise, the copper dragon Redo looked at the dark sea outside Tonagel and said quietly to Coden beside him. The situation in the north was getting more and more tense day by day. Perhaps today, or perhaps yesterday, the young lord must have started his plan in Ampere Seal. He turned his head. In the Highlands, the knights will never forget their promises. So, you knew it from the beginning, Coden asked. That swordsmanship is unique, Redo replied. Besides, the veterans have their own pride. How can they listen to a child, even if the other party is a noble? Besides, didn't you recognize it from the beginning? The war that lasted for half a century, Coden replied, has brought disaster to Erewhon that continues to this day. Ever since the Second Renaissance, the nobles have completely fallen, but that's only the surface. In the end, there is still no hope, even someone like Leiter was afraid. Redo sighed. His prestige that day was second only to the marshal. However, I don't agree with him. Merely wanting to protect Erewhon is betraying the foundation of this kingdom. Why does Erewhon exist? Because I yearn for glory. So, what is the answer to that riddle? Coden asked. No one knows. Redo shook his head. Those who know are no longer in this world. Perhaps Lord Tolman knows something, but he has left the kingdom because of it. Actually, I have a guess. Redo turned around and looked at his former comrade curiously. Before the trial, the marshal asked me a question. Coden took a deep breath. What is the truth of history? What is the truth of history? So, Brando could not help but look around in confusion and asked, what is going on? I thought you would ask this question a little later, my lord. The Shire smiled awkwardly and replied. Brando stared at him coldly, not giving him a chance to play any tricks. Actually, the answer is very simple. The Shire glanced at the princess and stammered, just like you might have guessed part of the answer. My relationship with you is the relationship between a Highland knight and his mage attendant. The Shire. No, my lord, I'm not joking with you. Brando was slightly startled. It was as if a bolt of lightning had pierced through the darkness in his mind and ignited something in an instant. He looked up and saw the Shire looking at him with a serious expression. Exactly, my lord. You are a true Highland knight. The Shire smiled, but his smile was a little mischievous. I have never lied. Everything is predestined. That's impossible, the Shire. You must be joking. Brando suddenly felt that there must be something wrong. We are not, he wanted to say the words, planeswalker, but when it came to it, he found it difficult to speak. It seems that you understand, my lord. I remember you once asked me what a card is, and I answered you like this. A card is a manifestation of a law, a collection of concepts. Just like how you can summon the Shire with the Highland Squire card, and Medisha with the Silver Elf Knight, that is because we are closely related to you. The world of a planeswalker is the reflection of the law of the world. However, history and cause and effect are also a kind of law. The Shire replied in his mind. But what does it matter? I can't be a Highland knight. Brando felt that it was a little difficult to accept. It was as if someone had told him that a lie would eventually become the truth after repeated many times. It was a little subversive to his values. Because he knew better than anyone else who he was. He was Sophie, and also Brando. He was not even a noble. He used to be a gaming nerd, and now he was just a fool with a heroic dream. He had nothing to do with this world in his previous life, and in this life, he was just a miller's son. The only person he had a little relationship with was probably his mother, who was a Calegos. He suddenly froze. How could the Calegos leave the Karsuk Highlands? They were nobles of the Highlands for generations, and generations of Highland knights were related by marriage. How could his mother marry Braggs? In this life, he had always avoided thinking about his family. The one who left the deepest impression on him was probably his grandfather who had participated in the November War. But after the Golden Tree, everything was cut off, and he deliberately did not disturb Brando's peaceful life. But today, everything seemed to have gathered together, forming something that he could not ignore. The Shire looked at him. From a certain point in time, you became a true Highland knight. My lord, you should understand this. No. Brando shook his head. I still don't understand. Even if I have some relationship with the Highland Knight, as far as I know, the inheritance of the Highland Knight is not like this. Yes. The Shire smiled mysteriously. My lord, why don't you think about it carefully? Why did you summon me? And what is the inheritance of the Highland Knight? This was not a problem for Brando. The teachings of the Highland Knight were engraved on the ancient stone slabs of the Karsuk Highlands, praised by generations. Many travelers and poets recited these teachings and sang them everywhere. And as a player, he remembered even more clearly. The Highland Knight was passed down from generation to generation, and the blood connection could not be broken. From the moment his descendant took over the sword of his ancestor, he had embarked on this path. But before he could finish this sentence, he suddenly froze. His face turned pale. The sword in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. The Shire smiled but did not say anything. Moreover, my swordsmanship is not bad. I'm not bragging, that old sergeant personally praised me and said that my swordsmanship was the best in this batch of students. My bedroom door is not far from me. Thank you, Lady Martha. I only need to rush out a few more steps to see my sword lying there quietly. That sword is also one of my family heirlooms. My grandfather once used it in battle. It is said that he was an attendant for a knight for a period of time, and this sword was bestowed to him by that knight. That sword should be the 32nd standard. There is an ivy imprint on the sword to commemorate the victory of the Battle of Grenoir's Highlands. I remember that year, His Majesty changed the standard of the cavalry's longsword. The length of the sword was changed from the original 2-arm length to 1.5 arm length, and the copper ornaments on the guard were also changed to ordinary iron flowers. This was to save costs and adapt to the November War that was getting longer and longer. Brando could not hear anything clearly. He only felt that his head was exploding. It was as if something had exploded. He closed his eyes and felt that he was a complete idiot. What 32nd standard sword? What commemoration of the victory of the Battle of Grenoir's Highlands? He was really an idiot. Wasn't it the Highland Knight who participated in the Battle of Grenoir's Highlands? He should have remembered all of this, but because he deliberately ignored it and was misled by Brando's memories, he actually forgot the most important point. Brendel was stunned for a long while before he finally regained his senses. Fortunately, there was another half of his soul in his body, so he was not unable to accept this fact. In fact, it was the opposite. He quickly calmed down. After secretly cursing Brando for being an idiot, he looked at the whole thing from Sophie's point of view. Then, everything became simple and clear. He raised his head and looked at the Shire, Oberway, Maynard, and Her Royal Highness. It seemed that only these 4 people knew the truth. However, as to why it was these 4 people, this was a little interesting. Brando slightly organized his thoughts and then asked, "So, it seems that my grandfather is not just an unknown veteran like he said?" Brando was not stupid enough to think that Her Royal Highness would know every veteran of the November War. Moreover, looking at her and Oberway's reaction, it was very likely that his grandfather had a big background. Connecting the words of the Highland Knights commander, Bun-eyed, the Shire's identity was also very suspicious. Brando was suddenly annoyed. It seemed that the whole thing was hidden from him. Although this child was indeed cute and stupid in the past 20 years, but no matter what, the plot still made him feel that it was a bit melodramatic. So now, he needed an answer. "You don't know?" Princess Griffin was slightly stunned, but she immediately reacted. Marshall really did follow the agreement and did not reveal a single word to outsiders. She looked at the Shire and asked, "Mr. the Shire?" The Shire could not help but smile bitterly. "Actually, this is a misunderstanding. But in fact, since the day I came back to this world, I understood that the twin goddesses, Alice, really used the thread to weave the fate of this world. Like I said, everything is preordained by the heavens." Marshall? Brando seemed to have heard an inexplicable word. As far as he knew, Erwin never had such a military rank, position, title. What is going on? My lord, in fact, as you have guessed, your grandfather was never an unknown person. The Shire sighed and replied. Brando was silent. He had expected this. His grandfather's swordsmanship was extraordinary. How could it be that it was not something that a veteran could have? Reto was also a veteran of the November War, but compared to his grandfather, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The funny thing was that Brando had thought that his grandfather's swordsmanship was only slightly better than others. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The funniest thing was that Brando did not know his grandfather's name. When the old man was still alive, the people around him called him Old Toboos. But it was obviously an alias. Brando did not remember a famous name that overlapped with this name. The Shire continued, "In fact, all of this started from the Highland Knight. Just as you have guessed, my lord, your grandfather was a genuine Highland Knight when he was young, and the blood of the Highland Knight also flows in your body. And at that time, he had a mage servant called the Shire Pilus. Ah! The surrounding youths seemed to have heard a bizarre story, and they all looked at the young mage in shock. Although Brando had expected it, he could not help but take a breath. The Shire Pilus. The Shire Pilus, the Shire, you are a mage from the Pilus family? The Shire nodded. Pilus is the most prominent title among the wizards of the tower. Their bloodline is also the closest to the Silver Folk. To have you as a servant, you're not trying to tell me that my grandfather's surname should be Cardeloso, are you? Princess Griffin interrupted. The Shire is not lying. Brando, your grandfather is a descendant of the most prominent family of the Highland Knight. His real name should be Darius Cardeloso, which is often called Earth Sword Saint Darius. At that moment, Brando felt like he was listening to a legend, but this time, he was experiencing it in person. In that distant memory, when the kingdom was at the peak of its second recovery, Erwin had 3 strong men who had reached the ultimate realm: Earth Sword Saint Darius, Gareth Keys of the Kingdom of Heaven, and Tolman the Scholar of the Mithril Fortress. But Brando would never have dreamed that the most famous of the 3 was actually his own grandfather. He looked at the princess and the Shire in a daze. The Shire could not help but smile bitterly again. My lord, your grandfather actually had another name. He was honored because of this name, but also because of this name. He was the Dragon of Harasch, the Marshal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the last Holy War. So, Coden finally asked, you wrote a letter to Bunide? What did you tell him in the letter? Redo nodded and looked in the direction of the sea. After a while, he replied, I only asked him if he still remembers the Dragon of Harasch. Ha, Coden suddenly laughed. Of course he remembers. How could he forget? P.S. A small change. Previously, I accidentally wrote the First Holy War instead of the Last Holy War. OTL, I'm guilty. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 590. The streets were silent, and Brando seemed to be immersed in the memories of a long time ago. Sword Saint Darius, this name was both strange and familiar to him. Since the Second Revival, this name once belonged to one of the 3 important ministers who supported the kingdom of Erwin. He was active a century before Erwin, and in the Amber Sword, that era was just a background for the players. In history, later on, the kingdom's spirit was no longer strong. It was said that Gory Keys ran away, and Tolman returned to the Mithril Fortress. The Sword Saint also lived in seclusion since then. Some people said that he was still alive, and some said that he was already dead. But in Brando's own memory, he still remembered the moment when his grandfather held his hand. It was just an old man who looked withered. Although his eyes still burned with a flame of determination that was far beyond that of ordinary people, he had reached the end of his life. And in another memory of him, Sophie and Brando, in the dream of the golden tree, the old soldier from the November War held a long sword and nodded with a smile. That was a world made up of Brando's memories, and nothing in that world would be different. He could even clearly feel that kind of expectation, but it was not until today that he understood that the old man had placed some kind of expectation on Brando. However, in the real history, Brando himself may have died in the old house in Bucci. If that was the case, why didn't he tell Brando the secret of the Ring of the Wind Empress? What was the Sword Saint hiding in the end? My grandfather was the Grand Marshal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the last Holy War? After a while, Brando suddenly raised his head and asked. I thought my lord would be more surprised by the old man's identity as the Sword Saint. The Shire was slightly startled. Indeed, the old man served as the Grand Marshal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. No. In Brando's memory, in the history of the other world, Sword Sage Darius had never served as the Grand Marshal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Either history was lying, or the Shire was lying. Brando looked at the Shire and the princess. Princess Griffin also looked at him, but there was a sense of recognition in her silver eyes. Sword Saint Darius was also a member of the royal faction. He wasn't even a member of the new royal faction. But why did he leave the center of power, the declining house of Corvado? The look in the eyes of the Shire and the princess told him that they were not lying. Or perhaps they were so good at lying that they could tell what they were thinking. The princess was only 16 years old this year. But history has never recorded this. Brando pretended to be skeptical. Because throughout history, the Holy Cathedral of Fire has always kept the records of every holy war a secret. Lies. Brando mercilessly exposed the Shire's lie. No matter how confidential the records of the previous holy wars were, some words would still be leaked. Not to mention the prominent position of the Grand Marshal of the Holy War, it was impossible for the entire upper nobility of Erewhon to forget. What's more, in another history, in order to investigate the death of the princess, Brando had the honor of reading the secret records of the Holy Cathedral. Regarding the history of the November War, Sword Saint Darius did not appear at all. Unless there was a change in history, or all the information related to Sword Saint Darius had been deleted or sealed. There was something else. The part of Brando's soul that belonged to the game suddenly awakened. The memories in his mind seemed to come alive in an instant, like a flowing river of language and words, emerging from the depths of his thoughts one by one. The year Sword Saint Darius lived in seclusion, the 325th year of the First Era, the year of Castor. A number broke into his thoughts like a bolt of lightning. At that time, in the year of stars, on the 17th of the lunar month, Count Adania led the White Lion Infantry Regiment to the west into the Hagen area, supporting the Cruz people on the flank and attacking the Black Fang tribe of the Tokunin Lion Men. Since then, the Holy Cathedral of Earth had been defeated, and then the four holy cathedrals had reached a reconciliation agreement in 4 years. For years after the Year of Stars, the Holy War ended. Brando clearly remembered that the Year of Stars was the 321st year of the First Era. The two time nodes coincided. This was interesting. There was indeed a problem. He could not help but close his eyes, and the flashing river of time appeared one by one in front of him. The Battle of the Long River. The Bleeding Quintins. The Holy Cathedral of Fire went east. The attack on the Alfalfa Fields. Then, it was the beginning of the long and bitter November War. The Holy War had never been so bloody. Brando suddenly realized what made the war so cruel. The veterans who had experienced more than a decade of war were quickly depleted in less than a year of war. Around, a series of tug-of-war battles in the Alcash Mountains. Historical records said that the four holy cathedrals entered this area at the same time, and then there was a long and dark war, a war that lasted for a year. Almost all the blood of the small duchies and kingdoms like Erewhon that were vassals of the four holy cathedrals had been drained. The shadow of that war had lasted until now, and Erewhon had lost an entire generation or even 2 generations of young people. Brando suddenly felt a chill. History was so close. In another war 100 years later, the Night Nation Grecius, Fanzan, Eloranta, the Holy Cathedral of the Wind Empress, and Madara once again entered this area. It was also a tragic war. He still remembered the overwhelming army of the undead. Everything seemed to be in darkness. But the Alcash Mountain Pass did not seem to have such an important strategic position. Why did the holy cathedrals fight here again and again? The Alcash Mountain Pass was the traditional territory of Fanzan, but until later, the Cruz people, the Wind Elves, and the undead army of Madara were all stationed here. Brando's heart pounded, and he realized that he might have grasped the center of gravity. He clearly remembered that after the November War, the Holy War was basically declared over. His grandfather was also living in seclusion at this time. It was as if there was a special player's keenness that told him that if there was a problem in this plot, it must be in the November War. That tragic war that existed in the memories of all the veterans. Brando also remembered a detail. In that war, the Holy Cathedral awarded many veterans with the precious Candlelight Medal for outstanding performance. This was unprecedented. He opened his eyes, which flashed with a breathtaking light. "Are you okay, Mr. Brando?" Princess Griffin asked. "Why didn't you tell me until now?" Brando shook his head and asked. "I'm sorry," the Shire sighed, "if I could not say it, I would rather keep this secret. To be able to silently protect the Lord, who is the descendant of Marshal Darius, this is already the best wish." Brando glanced at him as if he wanted to see through this guy. But the Shire was still the Shire, a young man wearing the robe of an archmage and with a confident smile on his face. The Shire also responded with a smile. "This cunning guy," Brando thought in his heart, "let's change the question. Why did my grandfather live in seclusion in Brags in the end? You know, I didn't even know that he was a Highland knight. Was my father also kept in the dark?" "No, your father should know some inside information, Brando," Princess Griffin replied. "In fact, I don't know much, but at least I know that when Lord Darius left the army, your father was already an adult. On that day, he also arranged a marriage. According to the tradition of the Highland Knight, the other party was also a noble of Catarago. That was my mother, but my grandfather never taught me about the traditions of the nobles. Before I grew up to a certain age, I never thought that and did not know that the people of Catarago had anything to do with the Highland Knight," Brando replied. "Ah, Lord Darius is like this. Then did he teach you swordsmanship?" Princess Griffin was slightly surprised. "Grandfather taught me some swordsmanship, but it was all superficial military swordsmanship," Brando replied. "Ah." The half-fairy princess was really surprised this time. She couldn't help but raise her long eyelashes and looked at Brando curiously. "Mr. Brando, your swordsmanship, there's more to it than meets the eye," Brando replied, "including the knowledge that I have now. In my other experience, I once studied under a wizard." Brando thought that he wasn't lying. His swordsmanship did have another origin. It was an improved military swordsmanship that was modified by a player from the sword Saint Darius. He was also once taught by a wizard, but that was in the game. "That must be a tortuous experience," Griffin said with some admiration. "Yes, so tortuous." Brando sighed, but the meaning was very different from what Griffin had imagined. At least he had never heard of, let alone experienced, such a story. Ever since he escaped from Butchie, the two worlds had overlapped in his life. "So, what's going on here?" Brendel sighed and continued to ask. He pretended to be eager to know the answer, but the answer was already in his heart. He just needed to confirm it. "I think there must be more to this than meets the eye." "My lord," I said, "I will keep the secret." The Shire replied, "In fact, the past is meaningless. We only need to know that fate still favors some people. My lord, your appearance here today proves that the old master was right. No, he was probably the only one who understood that all of this was not connected by fate, because history had already changed. He was the only one who knew the true future, and his presence here proved that everything that had been fixed had already become unstable. Because Brando was supposed to die in Butchie, and Erwin was supposed to step on the path predetermined by history. However, fate handed the present world to Alice, but handed history and the future to the blind goddess Elaine. The present world was connected by an invisible line, and this line was cause and effect. History and the future presented infinite unknowns and possibilities on the cards. It was because of this infinite future. Only mortals could control their own fate. Brando firmly believed in this, so where did the problem lie? There must be such a line that Brando did not die, and he did not cross. In which world, what kind of scene would it be? What was the mission entrusted to Brando? What a loser. Brando couldn't help but curse. The descendant of a sword saint died in the hands of a skeleton. This was probably the biggest joke in the history of Erwin, but it was completely buried in the game, leaving no trace. But it didn't matter, he had at least guessed part of the answer. Brando glanced at the Shire and asked, "If I'm not wrong, in November of the Year of the Stars, the Holy Cathedral of Fire's coalition forces, the Erwin Kingdom army must have been attacked from behind by their allies in the Alkash Mountains, right?" "Let me guess, but what the Holy Cathedral of Fire didn't expect was that sword Saint Darius was so strong that he led Erwin's army to kill a bloody path. Is that right? His voice wasn't loud, but it was sonorous and powerful. Every word he spoke was filled with vitality. Brando looked calm and composed, but Her Royal Highness bit her lip, and the Shire looked like he had seen a ghost. Everyone was stunned by this outrageous statement. Only then did Brando suddenly laugh, but the light in his eyes at that moment was so wise and confident in the eyes of others. Brando almost wanted to laugh out loud. So that's how it is. So that's how Madara's undead army attacked us from behind back then. Those bastards from the Fire of the Thorns. I really wronged you back then. The Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Holy Cathedral of Light, how interesting. It's a pity, I'm actually a player, and a transmigrated player at that. This was really a surprise. Brando gritted his teeth and laughed. P.S. It will start the day after tomorrow. Please reserve your votes. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 591. The leaves of the forest were bright and vibrant, and there was a thin layer of mist under the branches. The Frada forest was as tranquil as a painting. However, someone finally broke the silence. The knight used his sword to push aside a bunch of leaves and let his horse out from behind the bushes. He then saw a group of people sitting in the forest not far away. Makarov looked up and saw the people behind the knight. His gloomy face relaxed. He patted the leaves off his shoulders and stood up. You're finally here. The young man sat on his horse and looked at them with a tense face. He didn't answer. Makarov immediately realized that something was wrong. Within his field of vision, many knights in black and red robes rushed out from the forest and surrounded the royal faction. Dozens of longbows with their bowstrings pulled taut were aimed at everyone around the bonfire with sharp arrows flashing with cold light. It was Duke Anthony's army. This was definitely not a joke. What is the meaning of this, Eek? Makarov asked loudly. I'm sorry, Mr. Makarov. Eek looked at them and said proudly, you know that as long as I'm a knight, even if it's only for a second, I will never go back on my words. Makarov immediately understood what Eek wanted. He couldn't believe that Eek would go crazy at this time. You're being silly, Eek. You know what's right. We should go rescue Prince Haruz and escort him to the Duke's territory. This is our last chance. No, Eek interrupted him. I know what's right. Justice and ideals. Just like you told me, the beliefs of the royal faction. But we have to ask ourselves, are we still on the side of glory? Could it be that too many losses have made us lose the spirit of a reformer? The royal faction once promised to keep their promises, but what about after that? Don't tell me all we need is a victory. The young man looked up and looked at the direction of Ampere Seal's port. Under the blue sky, it looked like a holy city. It was sparkling and emitting light, making it impossible for people to look at it directly. No, what we need is to pick up the spirit that the people of Erewhon have completely abandoned. This is the common goal of the king faction, the princess, and all the people of Erewhon. He turned around and looked at the others who were dumbfounded. The battle is far from over. Is the royal faction leaving the battlefield? You're crazy, Echo. Makarov couldn't believe that his student would say something like that. He immediately signaled Byuga to restrain this crazy young man. However, Eek seemed to be exceptionally clear-headed today. He immediately turned to Byuga and said, Teacher Byuga, as the new Count of Carolyn, the only successor of Duke Anthony, and the commander of this army, I order you to stand on my side. Only because I would not order you to raise your sword against your companions, and the princess is still in the city. I only want the soldiers of Lantan Island to live up to their oath. I have a share of the glory now, but I will not enjoy it alone. The order and glory are both here, Master Byuga, please don't disappoint me. The young man said sincerely. Byuga and Makarov couldn't help but look at each other with a bitter smile. They had been preparing for this moment for a long time, but they didn't expect this result. Echo is an idiot with a knight's mindset. I know you're here, Yura. The cunning fox shook his head and shouted into the forest. The sound of hooves could be heard, and the blind girl came out from behind Echo. Her face was gentle and quiet. Even though she couldn't see, her heart seemed to be able to see everything. Yura, you can tell right from wrong. Yes, because I only ask my heart. Yura smiled. The 9 phoenixes have spoken, and a gentleman's vow is worth 1,000 gold. Makarov and Fleetwood couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't help but look up at the sky above the branches. The blue sky seemed to reflect everything that had happened in the past. Since when did the royal faction have the determination to advance? Makarov still remembered the most difficult time he had gone through. He even had to hide his identity and become a mercenary leader in a remote area. Perhaps the royal faction had experienced too many failures and too much waiting, to the point that they couldn't afford another failure. Erewhon's future was far away from people like them. Duke Anthony's army finally entered the battlefield, flying a flag that no one could imagine. But no one would guess the answer to this riddle. In the port of Ampere Seal, the students of the Royal Knight Academy were passing through the entire southern part of the city, but they didn't meet the enemy that they expected. Their enemy, the Coast Guards of Ampere Seal, was experiencing their worst defeat in decades. Sani and his men were patrolling the ruined position of the Coast Guards. In Sani's yellow, cold, narrow eyes, the Coast Guards under Marquis Urian had finally collapsed. The defeated soldiers walked out from behind the position with their weapons raised high. There were so many of them that it was a little shocking. In just 4 hours. Although the Coast Guards of Ampere Seal claimed to have 35,000 men, Sani estimated that they had defeated less than half of them in a frontal battle. In a rich area like Ampere Seal, the existence of the Coast Guards was similar to that of a mercenary. Most of the nobles were aware of this. But the question was, who would dare to attack the territory of the Holy Cathedral? Sani used his grey-fin Naga guards to give the Merchant Council a resounding answer. More than 15,000 soldiers were completely defeated in less than half a day on the battlefield that was less than 5 kilometers wide. They didn't even escape, but were captured. This was a joke. Marquis Urian was stunned. Perhaps he had expected this. The only thing he didn't understand was what the Nagas were up to. Sani saw his adjutant, who had darker scales, reporting to him and asking if they should continue moving forward. He raised his head, and his yellow eyes reflected the inner city of Ampere Seal. This was Erewhon's strongest fortress in the south. But how far were they going to support that human? He glanced at the Neptune's trident in his hand. The gemstone on the trident was flickering, as if it was a gamble. Then he nodded. Continue to advance. Meet up with Brando. The situation on the battlefield was slowly tilting. Cruz's men entered the battlefield. The Black Blade squad was completing their final assembly. The Dragon Knight covered the sky above Ampere Seal's port. In the distant horizon, a group of winged monsters seemed to form a curved sky. The whole sky was filled with screams and noises. It was like the end of the world. What Danos saw from his mount was a wall of wyverns charging at him from the front. It wasn't just the Dragon Knight of the Black Blade squad. He saw all kinds of emblems on the shields. Almost all the Dragon Knights in the north were gathered here. One man against thousands of soldiers. Danos was at a loss. He seemed to have seen the same scene on another battlefield. Endless undead, and only despair was left. He even thought that they were the only ones left in Erewhon who were still resisting. But today, he felt full of anger. This kingdom had such a powerful army. But why was this army still his enemy? Where were they when facing Madara? They were killing each other. Could this kingdom still be saved? Danos felt the despair that hit him in the face. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, it was a rainy night. A beam of fire went straight to the sky. The south gate was right in front of him. So Brando stopped the discussion about his background. He knew better than anyone that an army of an unimaginable size was crossing the Strait of Ampere Seal. It even crossed thousands of miles and appeared on the battlefield. The army gathered around Ampere Seal in an instant, and it became a dangerous place. Whether it was his own speculation or the information he got from Danos, he could come to this conclusion. However, the Flying Dragon Brigade of the Southern Legion was retreating. Brando had already ordered them to retreat in the direction of St. White Bay. This was the last retreat. Whether they succeeded or failed, it all depended on this last fight. And they did not have much time left. He had already led the students of the Royal Knight Academy through the entire south city of Ampere Seal. From Old Fisherman Street to Villican Square, there was no trace of the enemy. Although Brando had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to delay. The huge fortress at the south gate of Ampere Seal's port seemed to appear in his vision in an instant. But it was like a dead fortress. Where were the coast guards? Brando and everyone could not help but look up. Then they saw a familiar figure appear in their vision. The long street at that moment was like a holy white, under the golden sun. And the person on the fortress smiled slightly, then raised his hand high. Amidst the rumbling, the huge south gate of Ampere Seal's port slowly opened. Everyone could not help but open their mouths wide. Count Audine stood upright at the top of the city wall. He held a long sword in his hand and looked at the army that was gradually appearing from the long street. To be exact, he was looking at the young leader at the front of the army. It was like seeing the fire that ignited people's hearts in that long night. He believed that there would be a moment like this, where this miracle would happen again to Erewhon. But it was not until he saw Princess Griffin behind Brando that he understood that Martha had never been far away from her people. Brando also smiled. It was as if he had once again returned to that exciting history, surrounded by like-minded comrades. Erewhon's people had never given up, and they were the same. Even if they were facing thousands of soldiers and horses, so what? In the loop of trade winds, I heard that you would save this kingdom, Count Audine shouted from the top of the city wall, but I didn't believe it. So you're here? Yes, Count Audine laughed, so I'm here. I want to witness it for Her Royal Highness. All of this. Behind Brando, the half-elf girl bit her lower lip, but there were tears in her silver eyes. Although the kingdom has decayed, new sprouts have been born within. Just like life, the cycle repeats. The cycle never ends. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 592. Outside the south gate of the port of Ampere Seal, a gentle slope extended along the foothills of the Marchenko mountain, and the black mixed forest came into Brando's sight. The young people of the Royal Knight Academy couldn't help but cheer in unison. Although the crisis was far from over, being one step closer to freedom still made everyone feel refreshed. We're finally out. Brando breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, hiding in the forest was much easier than fighting in the streets. Especially in Erewhon, the port of Ampere Seal was one of the most heavily infiltrated areas of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Fighting in someone else's home ground always gave people a sense of oppression. The addition of Count Audine gave him a big surprise. After asking, he found out that the other party had already met with Oberway and made a plan. At that time, if the princess and her party had chosen to go north, then he would have led the troops to the port north of Vladipes to meet them. But if they had chosen to go south like now, the troops that had been lurking here earlier would have become a clever hidden chess piece. Audine also brought a druid master named Wachik. Brando recognized this person. This great druid was a herbalist who lived in seclusion in the Marchenko mountain near Ampere Seal. He specialized in teaching players master-level herbalism recipes. However, Brando was not interested in herbalism. He was interested in the information itself. This great druid was not a good friend of Audine, but was invited by Master Anderson of the Loop of Trade Winds through a letter. Druids were neutral in the Amber Sword and rarely intervened in foreign affairs, just like how the Great Elder only agreed to participate in the defense of Valhalla. Now that Anderson took the initiative to write a letter to intervene in Erewhon's internal strife, it was unknown whether it was his own idea or the Great Elder's idea. However, the latter was very likely. This meant that the loop of the world might have known of his existence and recognized his actions to a certain extent. This was a huge piece of good news. Brando was different from the average person. Most people thought that the druids were scattered and gathered in the forest on the border, communicating with each other through the trade winds. They were both marginal and powerful, as long as you didn't provoke them. However, Brando was clear about the existence of the loop of the world and the Druid Circle Council. With their approval, many things would be much more convenient in the future. However, the future was the future, and there were still huge difficulties to be solved now. After a few words of greeting, Brando didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately ordered the young people of the Royal Knight Academy to disperse into the Frata Forest. He looked at the Southern Armies' army. The dragon cavalries of the Black Blade Squad had apparently discovered their presence. Ants and the Black Blade Squad. Ants. But the arches. And Archers SS was. And. The best way to deal with flying units in the Amber Sword was to wait until the opponent entered the diving phase before attacking. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of energy. Tell them to stop attacking. Brando immediately shouted to Count Audine, bring them into the forest. Count Audine also understood that his soldiers lacked experience. He was afraid that they would fall apart if the dragon cavalry charged at them. He nodded and immediately urged his private soldiers to move closer to the Frata forest. Carlo, Breton, and Moke were leading the team. Noticing the situation behind them, the leader of the Erewhon trio pulled the reins and stopped. He turned back and shouted, "Mr. Brando, the Royal Knight Academy also has archery training. Ask Count Audine to give us the bows and arrows. We can stay and cover the retreat." "There's no need for that. Protect the princess well," Brendel replied. He looked up at the flies above his head. Without any hesitation, he directed the wind spirit spiders that were hiding in the air to aim in that direction. Previously, when he activated the Holy Sword to kill Baron Rodu's knights in the battle at the port of Ampere Seal, he had only used the energy in 20 to 30 Holy Swords. He did not use most of the Holy Sword technique during that round, and now it came in handy. Everyone saw Brando standing alone with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, a brilliant net of death appeared in the air. 2 to 3 Dragon Knight were caught off guard and crashed into it. They turned into ashes in the air. The rest of the dragon cavalry were frightened. They quickly flew higher, but even so, 2 of them had their wings and tails cut off by the golden red beam of light. They fell from the sky. Brendel ordered the wind spirit spiders to raise their shooting range even higher, and then activated another 20 to 30 holy swords. This time, the attack was even more accurate than before, and it was like a golden red longsword piercing through the dragon cavalry's formation. 6 or 7 dragon cavalry soldiers did not even have time to react before they were turned into ashes. The dragon cavalry soldiers of the Black Blade Squad were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to come any closer. Dozens of dragon cavalry circled in the air and ran away. However, Brando did not intend to let them go. He ordered the wind spirit spiders to chase after them until there were only 3 or 4 of them left. What a bunch of clowns. Brando could not help but shake his head. To be honest, he would not be afraid of these flies even if he did not have the holy swords. Erewhon's dragon cavalry was considered a light air unit in Won's Air Force. The light air force was usually used as a scouting unit. Even so, the dragon cavalry still had many limitations. Their ability to fight on the ground was also very worrisome. They also lacked the ability to fly in the canopy. To be honest, they were one of the worst air forces in Wond, second only to the goblins. He did not know where the dragon cavalry got the courage to attack. Did they really think that they were nobles' private soldiers? They did not even think about who had just defeated the White Lion Legion. He turned his head around. The private soldiers and officers who were entering the Frata forest were all silent. The scene just now was too exciting. A young and brave wizard challenging an army of demon kings alone. This was a scene that only happened in bedtime stories. Erewhon's soldiers were naturally ignorant and inexperienced. They could not help but burst into cheers. "Mr. Brando, isn't he the descendant of Lord Darius? How does he know magic?" Princess Griffin could not help but ask in confusion. "I've seen him use magic," the Wolf Knight shrugged, "and he seems to know alchemy too. He's really versatile. However, we lack his previous 20 years of experience." Lord Swordmaster Darius lived in seclusion and was no different from a commoner. The royal family would not investigate a commoner, nor would they be able to. Everyone could not help but look at the young wizard on the side. The Shire quickly shook his head. Don't look at me. Actually, I met Lord Darius quite late. At least later than Miss Freya, but Lord Darius said that he was once a wizard's disciple, so there's nothing strange about it." Everyone could not help but reveal a look of understanding. However, they did not notice that Maynard frowned slightly. The female knight glanced at the Shire and did not seem to believe him. Although the attack of the dragon cavalry was repelled, it also confirmed Brando's previous concerns. He let his men disperse and enter the forest. In fact, he had this thought from the beginning. The dragon cavalry's ability to fly at low altitudes was very poor. It was difficult to find units hidden in the forest with the naked eye. Although it was not enough to completely shake off the enemy, it was at least much better than gathering together and being harassed by the enemy to the point where they could not move forward. Sure enough, once the young men of the Royal Knight Academy and Count Audine's private soldiers scattered into the forest, the dragon cavalry circling in the sky lost their target. They wanted to get closer to investigate, but they were immediately met with a counterattack from Brando's holy sword. They had no choice but to follow from a distance so as not to lose sight of the princess's target. This followed for 3 to 4 hours. After Brando finally repelled a low-altitude attack from the dragon cavalry, he stood beside a black pine tree and observed for a moment through the layers of treetops. After confirming that the other party had flown out of his attack range, he turned back. Almost everyone's eyes fell on him. The princess was fine. She sat quietly on a bluestone hugging her knees and was a little absent-minded. However, the eyes of the other young men were full of reverence. After experiencing the battle with the dragon cavalry, he had completely established his prestige, even in the eyes of the noble's private soldiers. However, Brando was well aware that the reason he could gain the recognition of these arrogant young men of the Royal Knight Academy was probably more because of his identity as the descendant of the sacred swordsman Darius. But to be honest, he did not really want this identity. It was not that he was a masochist who wanted to be a commoner, but because he already knew that the sacred swordsman Darius might have been tried by the Holy Cathedral for some reason. Brando also knew about the Holy Cathedral's trial. Most people would be skinned even if they did not die. However, his grandfather was safe in the end. It was probably because he had reached some kind of agreement with the Holy Cathedral. The Holy Cathedral might have done this to cover up the secret of the past. Of course, this was not important to Brando. What was important was that he, the descendant of the sacred swordsman Darius, was now swaggering in front of the public. Once the Holy Cathedral knew the truth, it was likely that they would come looking for trouble. At the thought of this, he could not help but have a headache. It was not easy for him to have a more prominent identity, and he did not have to deal with a lot of trouble before he could enjoy the benefits. Not only this, but the inheritance of the Dark Dragon was also the same. In fact, it was even more ridiculous. Not everyone in this world was like Orthless, who had experienced thousands of years and had a clear vision. It was even more likely that he would be hated by everyone. But now was not the time to worry about these things. Brando looked up, shook his head, and sighed. The other party is very smart. No way, Enrique, the one with the best ending among Erewhon's future 3 heroes, immediately replied with a smile. I think Sir can deal with them effortlessly. The dignified Wyvern Knight squad of the Black Blade squad can't do anything to us. When we enter the Southern Territory, we will be free to fly. Brando looked at this guy as if he was looking at an idiot. He wondered if this guy was really one of the 3 heroes and if he had made a mistake. Could it be that the heavens were jealous of talents, so idiots lived longer? Before he could finish his thoughts, Ruka patted Enrique's head. The leader of the three heroes quietly replied, "That's why I told you not to be distracted in class. Sir said that the Wyvern Knight squad has other plans. Don't forget that the Black Blade squad is still chasing after us." "Oh, I understand now." Enrique immediately reacted. "These guys want to delay us. They are really cunning. They did not hesitate to send their elites to their deaths. Even if they are not elites, they can't delay us." Mock snorted confidently. However, when he met Brando's smiling gaze, he could not help but blush and turn his head away. This detail naturally did not escape Enrique's observation. He immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Squire, I admire your wisdom." The future leader of the Royal Knight Squad of the kingdom, the white-haired Mr. Mock, who lost his bet with Brando and became his squire, was suddenly speechless. Brando looked at Enrique, the guy who wanted to see the world in chaos, and could not help but shake his head. This guy could not be Cargly's long-lost brother, right? So what should we do? Freya was the most serious among them. She looked at the map spread out on the ground and could not help but frown. "Brando, you have a plan, right?" There was indeed a plan. They definitely could not run forever. The key was to choose a suitable battlefield. The Black Blade squad used to be the Imperial Guard. In Brando's era, even after being weakened, they still had close to 50,000 people. In this era, the Black Blade squad was stronger than the Southern Legion. The Southern Legion had a regular strength of 70,000 people, so the Black Blade squad might have 100,000 people. Therefore, mobilizing tens of thousands of people to appear on the battlefield of Ampere Seal should not be too much of a problem. Coupled with the remnants of the White Lion Legion and various local troops, the military strength of the enemy was unbelievably huge. Adding up Austin's troops and the remnants of Danos's Southern Legion's Dragon Cavalry, they did not have more than 4,000 people at most. The disparity in strength between them and the enemy was a little ridiculous. Therefore, he had to choose a special battlefield that was conducive to defense and where the enemy could not spread out. Fortunately, this was the Marchenko Mountains. In front of them was the Fama Mountains, too. These two mountains were the northern branches of the Erech Mountains. In the game, they were about level 25 to 30 areas. Brando was quite familiar with this area. Soon, the name of the place appeared in his mind. He was about to speak, but it was at this moment that he felt something warm in his pocket. Brando hurriedly took it out. It was a black pearl. Brando immediately raised his eyebrows. A guest had arrived. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Noun explanation sad face 1. In the literature records about Erewhon, the Erech Mountains were actually a geographical category that included many branches of the Erech Mountains. The Marchenko Mountains were located at the northernmost part of the northern branch of the Erech Mountains. It was the general name of the mountains surrounding the port of Ampere Seal to the south. 2. Fama Mountains, east and south of the Marchenko Mountains. It was the landmark where Ampere Seal entered the Erech Mountains. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 593. The guests were naturally Brando's acquaintances, the Grey Fin Nagas. The pearl in his hand was given to him by the Naga Queen, Cold Dew, through Sani. It was a magical tool for communication between Nagas. It was a pity that there was a limited production of it, otherwise he could give one to each of his important people. As soon as the black pearl glowed, Brando immediately knew that Sani had arrived. But the first to react were the sentries set up by the White Lion Guards. The youths from Tonajal naturally recognized the Nagas and led them over. The first thing Brando saw was the burly Sani, who was a head taller than the average person. Beside him was a female Naga. The female Naga was charming, but they did not look human. They had pointed webbed ears, smooth skin, and 3 thin cheeks above their collarbones. Like the male Nagas, they had a snake body below their navel. Brando was a little surprised that Sani did not meet up with Amandina and go to Tonajol by sea. But when he saw the female Naga, he understood. He happened to know the female Naga, the great siren Bridget, one of the main priestesses of the Cold Dew Queen. In the Naga clan, the ones who presided over sacrifices and wars were all women. Sani, for example, was a warrior, but he was only a frontline warrior. Although he later led the Grey Fin Nagas by chance, that was a special case. Normally, the Nagas were still a matriarchal society. A female Naga like Bridget, who was of noble birth, would mostly appear in the army as a follower of the priests. In fact, their role was similar to that of an army supervisor. Brando immediately understood that the other party was here to form an alliance with him. This also explained why Ampere Seal's port guards were sent to the port. It seemed like the Nagas were determined to participate in this war from the very beginning. And when the other party spoke, his guess was confirmed. "My lord, we are under the orders of the Queen, in accordance with the ancient sacred covenant, to fight side by side with the human allies." Bridget spoke the crew's language very well. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a Naga, and it did not have Sani's low and hoarse voice. When she mentioned Her Majesty, she lowered her head slightly and bowed to Brando. This bow was not so much for Brando as it was to show respect to his queen. Brando's eyes flashed. As a player, he was very sensitive, and he was very familiar with the customs of the Nagas. It seemed that the Frost Dew Queen intended to treat him as an equal. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped here. However, he didn't believe in the nonsense of a sacred covenant. If a sacred covenant was really useful, there wouldn't have been any holy war between the four great temples. What a powerful method. Under the high-sounding excuse, it was obviously a blatant political investment. But what did the Queen see in him? On the surface, he was just the Lord of Tonajol. Bridget fell silent after that. Clearly, she wasn't going to give him a chance to satisfy his curiosity. Sani probably wouldn't know either. With his status, he wasn't considered a big shot in the Grey Fin Naga. However, Brando was never one to get to the bottom of things. It was good to have reinforcements, and he would accept them with a clear conscience. Anyway, he would just treat it as owing the Queen a favor. This was probably her goal, and with his ability, he wasn't worried about not being able to pay her back. The arrival of the Grey Fin Naga caused quite a commotion among the other people. After hearing that they were allies, the commotion quickly spread among the young people. Oberway couldn't help but tease Brando that he was a bandit lord, and his subordinates were all bandits and pirates. This was obviously a joke, because the Wolf Knight only had admiration in his eyes. Only knowing how to raise his own private army and making friends with various tyrants was a huge difference. Erewhon, most of the nobles, including Grodin, would raise their own private army. This was a natural instinct of the nobles, as if they didn't need to learn to do it. To be able to make friends with various tyrants, other than one's own strength, one also needed to have a certain amount of charisma. The problem was that Brando had made friends with too many forces, such as the Druids and the Nagas. These were all forces that ordinary people would never be able to come into contact with. In front of these people, the identity of a human was useless. In the eyes of the Druids, there was no difference between nobles and commoners, and to the Nagas, nobles were like fat sheep. However, Brando was able to gain their recognition, which could only be described as a freak. The others were fine, but the princess's gaze was a little complicated when she looked at him. Brando could even clearly feel that the half-elf princess's gaze had both recognition and a trace of vigilance. He knew very well where this vigilance came from. With the addition of the Grey Fin Naga, the army gathered around Her Royal Highness had expanded to 6,000 people, which was barely enough to form a regiment of guards. Everyone seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope, especially Count Audine's private army. They were no longer in a panic. Originally, Brando was really afraid that these guys would be defeated and become deserters. Brendel asked Sani how they managed to catch up to them, and he finally understood that Sani and his Grey Fin's Naga guards had followed Ampere Seal's sea route to catch up to them. According to Sani's description, after they defeated the coast guards, they found that Brando had already retreated from Ampere Seal. At that time, the Black Blade squad had already finished gathering in the south of Ampere Seal. Sani made a prompt decision and ordered all the Nagas to retreat along the river and the city, entering the bay outside Ampere Seal, and then disembarking from Dangang Bay. Only then did they intercept Brando and his party. Ampere Seal's terrain was very special. The north and south converged to form a crescent-shaped bay, with the Ampere Seal Strait in the middle. The terrain in the north was flat, and the south was full of cliffs. This unique landscape could be seen by taking a boat out to sea. The southern line of Ampere Seal's port was almost all knife-cut cliffs, and the reef below was dense, making it difficult for even a sail to get close. There were 2 landing points in the south. Dangang Bay was actually a shallow beach, and only the Nagas could disembark from there. Not to mention that there was a turbulent reef outside, and Brando was very clear about that, so he dismissed the idea of going out to sea from there. Further south was St. White Bay, which was far from Ampere Seal's port, and was also the only anchorage in this area. Brando estimated the time. It seemed impossible to reach St. White Bay before the Black Blade squad caught up with them, but the Grey Fin Naga's participation made him think of another plan. Brando immediately rolled up the parchment map, and the surrounding officers of the Royal Knight Academy knew that their commander was about to make a plan, so they all gathered around. Oberway and Count Audine also stood beside Brando, one on the left and one on the right. "Have you thought of a plan?" Wolf Knight asked. "Yes," Brando nodded, "I have a concept, but I still need to test it out." "Could it be that Sir has a plan to get rid of those annoying fellows in the sky?" Enrique asked with a grin. "Brando, can we delay it until night time, and use the darkness to get rid of the dragon riders in the sky?" Freya asked. "Impossible," Count Audine replied. He had served in the Black Blade Squad and the Southern Legion before, and was the most familiar general of the Dragon Riders. The Dragon Riders' scientific name is Erwin Drake, and they mainly live in the Northern Highlands. They are actually a type of nocturnal creature, and the trained Dragon Riders have no problem tracking them at night. How annoying, and it's an all-weather troop. Brando cursed in his heart, but he was also aware of this point. Speaking of which, he had also been a Dragon Rider in the game, and he was quite familiar with the Erwin Drake, so he did not have such delusions from the beginning. "Well, unless it rains knives from the sky, we can't get rid of them. After all, they fly, and we walk." He said it wittily, and everyone could not help but smile. "We'll die even if it rains knives from the sky, Brando." Only Freya glared at him. "That's why we have to face the Black Blade squad. At this speed, they will catch up with us as early as tomorrow afternoon." Ruka, the leader of the 3 heroes, reacted quickly. He said calmly, "No, we don't even need to wait until then. Even earlier, the Black Blade squad's light cavalry will catch up with us. Light cavalry is not good at fighting in the forest, maybe we can bite them back." Breton pondered for a moment and replied. "Then we'll lose time." Maynard said quietly, and she glanced at Brando. She had always been the commander of this troop, but her calm face did not seem to show any dissatisfaction with Brando. Brando also realized that this female knight had a quality that he admired very much, and that was the obedience of a soldier. She was calm, steady, and absolutely obedient to orders. This was something that even he could not do. This was a truly excellent soldier. However, the fact that the other party was a woman, and she looked exactly like his senior sister, was something that he could not accept. Oberway did not speak. He seemed to be waiting for these young people to speak. Brando had the same thought. He wanted to take this opportunity to see the true strength of the 3 heroes of Erewhon. Ruka thought for a moment and replied, "The advantage of time will be lost sooner or later. At least before that happens, we can decide where and how to fight the Black Blade squad." "That's right. Turning the time into the place." Brando praised in his heart. This leader of the 3 heroes of Erewhon was indeed worthy of his reputation in the past. His thoughts were actually the same as his. However, he had premeditated it long ago, while Ruka had made a decision in an instant. The difference between them was huge. Fortunately, he never thought of himself as a genius commander. The only reason he was here was because he had far more knowledge than anyone else in this period of history. That was enough. What is the goal of the battle? It's obvious. Defend and wait for reinforcements, Enrique replied. Then where are we going to choose the battlefield? Everyone's eyes were on the map, and Brendel's gaze was the same. They had actually left the port of Ampere Seal and headed east into the Marchenko Mountains. Now, they were already south of Rangden's Foothill Manor. Rangden's Foothill Manor was a famous landmark near Ampere Seal. Although it was called a manor, it was actually a mountain and that was built like a fortress. This manor was about 10 miles east of the port of Ampere Seal. It was surrounded by mountains and forests, and was located on the mountain road that Ampere Seal had to pass through to reach the Erech province. This was because it was the only road in the vicinity. They had deviated from this road because they were already in the mountains southeast of Ampere Seal. There was another road south of Ampere Seal. This road led to the territory of Vlada Pace, and they were in between these two roads. This area was a level 25 to 30 adventuring area that Brando was familiar with. Further south, there was a citadel of Ampere Seal. There was a sawmill nearby, which was the main source of charcoal for Ampere Seal. Brando had done many quests there before. There was also a small iron mine nearby. Due to the availability of charcoal, a large number of manors operated by blacksmiths had sprung up around the time of the year of harvest, first year 360. With the citadel as the center, one would enter the mountains to the east, and the coast to the west. It was densely populated. Brando's gaze drew a line in this area. The young men were arguing. Carglass thought that they should use their advantage of having fewer troops but more elites to stop the Black Blade squad at the Fama Valley. This valley was deep in the northern Erech province, and the terrain was dangerous. It was one of the best places for an ambush. However, Enrique thought that they should have already entered the Fama mountain range and entered the northern Erech mountain range. They would also use their advantage of having fewer troops and elites to fight and retreat at the same time, circling the Northern Alliance army in the mountains. Isn't this the prototype of guerrilla warfare? This can be a backup plan. Brendel thought to himself, isn't this the prototype of guerrilla warfare? However, just as he was stunned, the argument had reached its climax. Enrique mocked Carglass for his rigid thinking and military dogmatism. Carglass did not back down and retorted that Enrique was a bandit with the mindset of a mountain king. The two sides could not reach a conclusion. Breton supported Carglass' view, while Moko thought that Enrique was better. Only Freya, Ruka, and Maynard looked at Brando. Brando smiled and pointed at the map. Let's hold a grand banquet for the Black Blade squad here. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing at. In fact, the place that Brando was pointing at was not far from here. He drew a line that led to a place called the Mar Highlands. Where is this place? Everyone could see that the place drawn on the map was clearly not the most suitable place for an ambush. The Merli Highlands was a plateau, and although it was also the intersection of three mountains, the open surface was a flat alluvial plain, which was very suitable for an army to spread out. If Brendel did not lead them out of the encirclement, everyone, including Carglass, would have suspected that he was a spy from the Northern Alliance, Mr. Brando. Believe me, this is the best choice. Brando smiled. I won't play with my life, right? But why? Freya could not help but ask. The reason was simple. Brando laughed in his heart. This place called the Mar Highlands was the nightmare of countless players. In the Mar Highlands, there was a dungeon called the Ruins of the Temple of Aphasia. Aphasia was a famous demon in Wonde. It was said that his original form was a demon. Of course, the temple had nothing to do with him. It was just that it was occupied by a group of wind elementals from the Mountain of Quelled Storms. The temple was buried deep underground and had not been discovered by anyone before this era. The temple was announced in a later patch. There was also a small quest to open the door. Brando could imagine how much trouble the Black Blade squad would face if he managed to get the temple out. Back then, the players were beaten to a pulp. It was not until 5 years later that someone managed to clear the dungeon. Not to mention, in front of the Mar Highlands was a colony of red-backed boars. If they did not know the correct route, these monsters that lived in groups of over level 20 would be enough to give them a hard time. Brando wanted to laugh out loud when he thought about it. Moreover, he chose to fight on the plains not only to let the enemy lower their guard, but also for a deeper reason. However, there were some things that could not be said yet. Although the students of the Royal Knight Academy were trustworthy, the same could not be said for Count Audine's private soldiers. He waved his hand to signal the others to stop discussing. Brando's prestige had been established. Although the young people were more or less doubtful, they still chose to believe in the commander who had led them all the way. This place is actually an inverted triangle. If we defend 2 of the hills, it is not impossible to defend. I think the Lord may have other considerations, but isn't this place too close to the Acropolis of Ampere Seal? Ruka asked with a frown. No, it's the opposite. We have to follow this line and kill our way through. Brando pointed at the manor. Ah, what? Are you serious? Enrique almost jumped up. My lord, this doesn't seem necessary. If you want to show off your military might to scare those northerners. Well, I admit that we are already very powerful. No, it is very necessary. Brando smiled at him. Then he turned around and said to Sonny, Sonny, you and your men have sensed your demon whale? Sonny was slightly stunned, then nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to bring them there immediately. Make sure Miss Amandina appears before me before tonight. No problem. Brando rolled up the parchment and said to the others, you guys go prepare and come up with a battle plan. Also, don't forget, we have to beat up the vanguard cavalry of the Black Blade Squad and let them know that we are here. Everyone looked at each other, but they could only stand up and salute. Noun explanation. Sad face 1. The Fama Valley is located at the intersection of the southern section of the Marchenko Mountains and the Fama Mountains. A stream passes through this valley, connecting to the Frata forest area and finally flowing into the St. White Bay. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 594. Dusk had already covered the vast mountains, and the sun was setting in the west. Above the Sea of Ampere Seal, there was a sparkling golden light. However, the sky had gradually darkened, and the silhouette of the moon could be seen in the dark purple sky in the east. Just as the sergeants had predicted, a group of light infantry appeared behind them in the evening. Brando received news that the scouts of the Royal Knight Academy were the first to encounter the enemy. It was also a group of light cavalry scouts. According to the report of the girl named Bess, after a short fight, the enemy left behind 11 corpses and 2 captives. In the end, the enemy deliberately let about a quarter of the people go back to report. After interrogating the captives, the enemy should be an independent light infantry brigade that belonged to the Finn column of the Black Blade Squad. The structure of the Black Blade Squad was different from the White Lion Legion that followed the previous King Eric's era. The structure of the Black Blade Squad was similar to the Roman Legion, but the scale was much larger. Under the Black Blade Squad were the columns, which had a total of 4,500 people. Under the columns, there were also brigades and centurions. Generally speaking, the Black Blade Squad had 20 columns, and the name of each column was decided by the name of the commander. The Finn column's commander was naturally from the Finn family. Brando had previously boasted to the princess that he knew the military forces of Erewhon like the back of his hand. Naturally, he was not bragging. Although the Black Blade Squad was the imperial army, the royal family only had 1 or 2 noble commanders. When it came to the composition of the Black Blade Squad, even Princess Griffine was clueless about it. But Brendel's understanding of the situation was very different. He knew that Finn's division was stationed in today's Nail, which was actually south of the Corvado province and west of the Cipher province. Most of the soldiers were from the poor mountain people, and one of them was the famous Finn's 1st Highland Infantry Brigade. Brando suspected that the independent light infantry brigade behind him was the 1st Highland Infantry Brigade. Generally speaking, light cavalry or the wyvern cavalry were the most suitable troops for pursuing and attacking. However, due to the terrain limitations, Viscount Finn might have used the Highland Infantry Brigade to replace the former two units. After all, the Highland Infantry Brigade was known for their mobility. The troops in the Amber Sword all had special attributes. For example, the kingdom's White Lion Infantry always had the initiative and high morale. On the battlefield, an army that always had the initiative would respond to orders faster, and an army with high morale would not be easily defeated. The special attribute of the Highland Infantry was that they could adapt to the mountains and forests. The meaning of this attribute was actually very simple. It meant that their mobility would not be affected when fighting in response to the terrain, and the rank of the troop class would be increased by one level. On the other hand, ordinary infantrymen's mobility in mountainous areas and forests would be reduced by one level, while heavy cavalry would be reduced by 2 levels. These attributes were more realistic in this world. The students of the Royal Knight Academy were all light cavalry. If they were on the plains, they would have been able to travel thousands of miles in a day. However, in the forest, they could not travel far during the day. However, regardless of whether Finn's 1st Highland Infantry Brigade was behind him or not, the plans still had to be carried out. Brando could not let them stay behind forever. There was not much time left for him to begin with. The hour hand on the brass pocket watch pointed at about 7:30. The Wyvern cavalry of the Black Blade squad disappeared from the forest for the first time. Although Erwin's Viper had night vision, the knight on it still needed to be equipped for night combat. For example, they needed to change into cotton armor to keep out the cold. Count Audine, who was most familiar with the Wyvern cavalry, had pointed this out in advance. Therefore, they had about an hour's window in between. Brando had to race against time. Fortunately, Nosida and his Wyvern cavalry had already found a suitable place for an ambush. He immediately ordered the scouts to lead the enemy into the preset ambush. Leading the enemy into the ambush was easy to say, but it was quite complicated to do. However, this was not a problem for the scouts of the Royal Knight Academy. The tactics they learned in the academy revolved around this. Not to mention, this group of youths who went to Ampere Seal were personally taught by Makarov. Makarov was known as the Cunning Fox, and he was quite accomplished in playing tricks. He had a lot of experience in how to set up an ambush and how to lure the enemy in. Therefore, these youths who were personally taught by him were quite good at acting. The scouts of the Black Blade squad seemed to always suddenly encounter enemy scouts. Although the scouts of the Southern Legion were always at a disadvantage, they were able to figure out the direction of the princess's group. At least that was what it looked like. The number of scouts of the Royal Knight Academy that they encountered in front of them was increasing, which was in line with the pattern of the battlefield. It just happened that they were heading in the right direction. Brando's guess was not wrong. Following behind them was the Black Blade squad's 1st Highland Infantry Brigade of the Finn Division. Baron Warren, who was also from Nariel, commanded this army. However, the Baron did not seem to realize that he was walking into a trap. Instead, he was confident that he had caught the enemy. In fact, Baron Warren was a cautious person. He knew that his mission was to delay the princess's group, not to surround and annihilate them. In fact, he did not have such thoughts. From the news that came from behind, he knew that there might be a few armies in front of them. His Highland Infantry Brigade was not a match for the enemy. However, for some reason, Baron Warren did not know that the enemy he was facing had defeated the White Lion Legion in a head-on battle. Behind him, Duke Cypher and Marquis Yoakum more or less knew that the White Lion Legion had suffered a loss. However, they only thought that the enemy had broken through the encirclement before the White Lion Legion could surround them. Come to think of it, how could a mere 200-odd student knight defeat the White Lion Legion? However, if Baron Warren knew the truth, he might be more careful. At least, it would not be so easy for him to walk into the ambush. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in war. Baron Warren was distracted by the demonized wild boars that popped up from time to time. The red-backed wild boar was one of the famous specialties of the Silver Cliff. In fact, they were not rampant yet. However, after the Great Demonic Wave, the coast guards of Ampere Seal had a tough battle with these creatures. In the past, Brando was a member of this pig-slaughtering army. Now, it was finally Baron Warren's turn. Young red-backed wild boars in The Amber Sword had the strength of a level 20 iron-ranked beast. Adult red-backed wild boars were only level 25 iron-ranked beasts. The most abhorrent thing was that these beasts always came together in their families. They were the legendary fans of bringing along their families in one wave. When Baron Warren's army set out, he was not as cautious as Brando. As a result, countless demonized wild boars, young and old, surrounded him. In a day, the casualties of the scouts were less than half, but more than half were accidentally injured by the wild boars. He couldn't stand it anymore. He just wanted to pass through this barren land as soon as possible. Even though the forest was dense, the scouts reported that the princess and her entourage were still ahead. Baron Warren was confident that he had kept a good distance from the enemy. Although the accompanying wizards warned him to be careful of the enemy's illusions, he didn't mind at all. Little did he know that he had already walked into Brando's field of vision. Baron Warren ordered his army to maintain marching formation. At this moment, they were walking into a valley. At this moment, Brando was standing behind a bush about 100 meters away. He was surrounded by longbow-wielding Knight Academy students, but Brando didn't notice him. The sea monster, Bridget, brought a team of gray-fin Naga priestesses. The storm in Ampere Seal had just passed, and the air was filled with water vapor. The Naga priestesses were naturally attracted to water, so this illusion was the best condition for them to cast spells. A huge illusion shrouded the sky above the valley. This illusion didn't change the terrain, but it was just a smokescreen. It made Baron Warren's men see that the surrounding forest was denser and covered some sounds. The effect of the spell was very simple, so the effect on every soldier was stronger. Baron Warren's cavalry scouts circled around the two flanks. They thought that they hadn't encountered the enemy, so after a dozen rounds, they went back to report. Brando, who wasn't affected by the illusion, thought this scene was a little funny. However, the use of magic on the battlefield also made these young people feel a deep fear. It was too scary. The enemy was on the side of the blind and the deaf. They had heard many classic examples of the use of magic in the textbooks, but experiencing it for themselves was another thing. Brando looked at the surprised faces of these young people and nodded secretly. These young Erewhon officers would meet stronger enemies sooner or later. In the land of Wonde, these nobles' private soldiers and the backward royal army were not the only opponents. Whether it was Madara or Cruz, they had already started military reforms, and they had to keep up. However, even if it was the nobles' private soldiers or the backward royal army, Baron Warren still had a few wizards accompanying him. Among them, the most senior one was a mid-level silver-level advanced wizard. In the Amber Sword, a mid-level silver-level advanced wizard was about level 29 to 32, and he had mastered level 4 spells. Although he was not yet a wizard mentor, he had entered the ranks of advanced wizards. Unfortunately, their opponent was the Shire, a real gold-level wizard mentor. Brando let the Naga priestesses focus on maintaining the illusion, and the counterspell was left to the young wizard servant beside him. Wizards who studied the law of spells were naturally good at dismantling spells. As soon as the Shire made a move, the wizards around Baron Warren suddenly became blind. They didn't even realize that their spells were suppressed, but they vaguely felt that something was wrong. The 1st Highland Infantry Brigade of Finn's column had about 1,500 people, and Baron Warren was barely qualified as a commander. Even when marching in the forest, the formation was still decent. Brando patiently waited for more than half of the enemy to pass by. When Baron Warren and his knight were the closest to him, he raised the shale longbow in his hand. The bowstring in his hand flashed with a faint gray light, and the light wrapped around the arrow, making it look like a stone arrow wrapped in rock. This was the effect of the shale longbow's petrification arrow, but the level of the bow was so low that this powerful special effect was not very obvious when dealing with many high-level enemies. It was only at this moment that it could be used to its full potential. Brando was aiming at Baron Warren, but the latter didn't notice it at all. He just slightly judged the distance and the humidity of the air, and then released the bowstring. Because there was no wind, the arrow almost didn't deviate at all except for a slight drop. It went straight to the Baron on the horse. His skills have regressed. Brando couldn't help but shake his head. The warriors in the Amber Sword were not just muscle men who only knew how to fight. Warriors were a class that included mercenaries. Warriors often had to familiarize themselves with various weapons and armor in order to adapt to various battlefields. Brendel was a level 130 warrior, and he was a master, but it had been too long since he used a bow. Baron Warren finally heard the whistling of the wind. As a soldier, he couldn't be more familiar with this kind of sound. The adepts beside him reacted quickly as well. They immediately erected a shield of wind around them. Unfortunately, the arrow came a little too close. A distance of 100 meters was nothing to a magic bow. The petrification arrow drew a bright gray track and even went through the wind shield a second earlier. "Be careful, my lord." The knight beside the Baron was a master of the silver rank. In an instant, he pulled out his long sword and wanted to cut off the arrow. Unfortunately, before he could swing his sword, the petrification arrow exploded with a bang. A grayish-white light shrouded Baron Warren and all the knights around him in the direction of the arrow, freezing their last movements of surprise, screams, and drawing their swords. Together with their mounts, they turned into stone statues. 7 knights, 2 wizards, and the Baron were all hit, and only 1 wizard escaped. But the wizard's left arm was also turned into stone, and it was still spreading to his shoulder. He immediately raised his right hand and hit the petrified left hand. In a flash of fire, the stone arm was suddenly shattered. Enemy attack. The previous scene was just a flash of lightning. After the wizard shattered his left hand, he immediately grabbed the staff next to him and screamed. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. In an instant, the originally calm forest was suddenly filled with thousands of arrows. Brando put away the bronze longbow in his hand. After all, it was a magic weapon with a brass label. Although it was not enough to deal with elemental awakened monsters or even gold rank masters, it was a surefire way to kill small fries. "Ah! A magic bow?" A small surprised voice came from behind. Brando turned around and saw the girl named Bess staring at the shale longbow in his hand. "You want it?" he asked. A good bow was indeed very important to a scout. Besides, Brando actually did not value the bow in his hand very much. After all, it was not a good thing. No. Bess was a little embarrassed. Although she was born with a boy's personality, it was still something that belonged to the commander. How could she just ask for it? She just said it out loud in a moment of carelessness. My lord, of course Bess wants it. She's just too embarrassed to ask. A young officer at the side laughed and joked. Brando did not put on airs. Although these young people respected him, they were not afraid of him. Brando looked at the person who spoke. He actually recognized him. If I remember correctly, his name was Olan. He was saved by Carglass from the White Lion Infantry. It seems that this guy is interested in this girl. Oh right, it seems that the two of them got married later on. He thought with interest and threw the shale longbow to him. Then I'll give it to you. As for how you persuade Miss Bess to accept it, that will depend on your ability. Olan did not expect his thoughts to be seen through. He immediately blushed. He turned around and did not expect to be glared at by Bess. She then turned around and joined the battle. My lord, this. Olan could not help but look innocent. Oh my, Brando laughed in his heart. Young man, this is the best I can do for you. A magical weapon with a brass label could be sold for 100 or 2 in the game at this time. Brando was joking with the young man from the Wangli Knight Academy because he did not care about the outcome of this ambush. Or rather, he did not think that they would lose this battle. Count Audine and Maynard were in charge of the battle. That was more than enough for him. Finn Division's Highland Infantry Brigade was famous, but their reputation was mainly built on Anson VI's rebellion and the several raids in the early stages of the last Holy War. They were known for their mobility. Moreover, that was a reputation built by their seniors. The current Highland infantrymen were new blood that had joined the Black Blade Legion after the November War. Although they still retained the perseverance of the Grey Mountain people, they did not have the unyielding spirit of the White Lion Legion in the face of a surprise attack. In particular, the military system of the Black Blade Squad was even more outdated than that of the White Lion Legion. Each column was divided into 3 brigades, and each of them had 10 divisions under their command. Each division was commanded by a centurion. Most of these centurions were actually Baron Warren's knights. They were not really junior officers. These centurions were the centurions. Except for a few who were in charge of maintaining the formation, most of them were petrified by Brando's arrow. The fact that Finn Division's Highland Infantry Brigade did not scatter immediately after losing their command center was due to the strength of the Highland Infantry Brigade. However, Naga's team of 20 priests no longer maintained the illusion. Instead, they used hailstones and frozen spells to attack the Highland Infantry Brigade. Hailstones were not small stones that could be blocked by shields. Instead, they were magically reinforced icicles that were as thick as a fist. These icicles could pierce through ordinary leather helmets. The Highland Infantry Brigade's light armor could not withstand them at all. After a round of magic, they were dead. Without the restraint of their commander, the Highland Infantry Brigade instinctively turned around to hide and spread out. But how could the scattered Highland Infantry Brigade fight? Waiting for them were Audine's private soldiers and the light cavalry of the Royal Cavalry Regiment, who had separated and surrounded the battlefield in groups. A single Highland Infantry Brigade was obviously no match for the Highland Infantry Brigade with spears, but once they gathered together, they would be scattered again by magic. The Highland Infantry Brigade of Finn Division's Highland Infantry Brigade only held on for about 10 minutes before they completely collapsed. What awaited them was death and surrender. Some of them even managed to escape, but that was because Brando was too lazy to chase after them. He did not want to increase the number of casualties. The whole battle, from the ambush to the end, took less than half an hour. The sky was not even completely dark yet. Brando looked at the time when he was cleaning up the battlefield. It was at least a quarter of an hour before the Black Blade Squad's Wyvern Knight Regiment returned to the battlefield. This was beyond his expectations. He glanced at the direction where the Black Blade Squad fled and heaved a sigh of relief. There was no more worry. Next, he could carry out his plan with peace of mind. And those fleeing Highland Infantry Brigade would lead their real enemy into a trap. Background notes: Sad Face 1, Naili, the name of a town located in the Grey Mountain territory. In Aween, the Grey Mountains to the south of Corvado were the main settlements of the Northern Highlanders. These Highlanders used to be the barbarians of Kurlutz, but they were more unruly and untamed than the southern part of Aween. The Northern Highlanders had long since submitted to the late King Ecme when Aween was founded and became the subjects of the kingdom. But until today, the Highlanders still retained a little independence. 2. Silver Cliff Sea Cliff, a geographical term that refers to the area from Ampere Seal south to Tranquil Anchorage, the northernmost bay of Frada. P.S. I caught a cold again. How unlucky. I was not in the mood for the whole morning. I went out for a few rounds before I felt better. But my head is still a little dizzy. I'll first post 6,000 words to ensure 2 chapters. I'll see if I can write another chapter later. Also, the weather is getting colder. Take care of your health. Also, recently, at the request of some readers, I've started to add some annotations. These annotations are about geography. In fact, I've posted maps before. You can go and look for them. When I have time, I'll make another detailed map. Chidian's map sending mechanism is not very friendly. It's often posted for a while. Try to remind me to make it up in the future. Finally, Amber's chronology is also in the process of being made. But I still need everyone to brainstorm and help me find the names of the years that appeared before, so as to avoid bugs. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 595. Viscount Finn from Neri, accompanied by several knights in dark blue battle robes, ascended a high ground near Fort Bunuo. He raised the monocular in his hand and observed the smoke-filled northern acropolis of Ampere Seal from afar. At the end of the narrow line of sight through the telescope, a corner of Fort Bunuo had completely collapsed. Some of the broken rocks had completely melted into crystals, and billowing smoke rose from the city into the air. According to his years of experience, the other party should have used fire elemental magic to break the city wall and break into the city. More than 100 coast guards in the Acropolis fled into the countryside without resistance. Viscount Finn did not say a word. Was this the impenetrable city defense of Ampere Seal that the Coast Guard officer had boasted to him? The city wall had been in disrepair for a long time, and its defensive capability was less than half of some of the northern fortresses. Some of the battlements were obviously covered with moss. If it were not for the broken flags with anchors that were thrown under the city wall, he would have thought that this was an abandoned castle. Not to mention the weak combat power of its soldiers. Soon, the scouts in front of him came back with news that confirmed his opinion. The princess's army should have passed through this area at 8 to 9 p.m. The information returned by the Wyvern Knight also supported this evidence. However, the cavalry scouts still found some injured coast guards. According to these soldiers who witnessed the scene, a small team under the princess sneaked into the vicinity of the castle. 2 women, or to be exact, 2 powerful sorceresses, used fireball to break the city wall. Then the light cavalry swarmed in, and the coast guards resisted to the death, and were defeated. However, Viscount Finn received a more reliable description. In fact, it was indeed a small team of the enemy who attacked, but it was not a powerful sorceress. It was 2 elves, one tall and one short, who looked like they were still children. At first, the enemy seemed to want to use fireball to test the city's defense. Unexpectedly, the city wall of Fort Bunuo had been in disrepair for a long time, and it had accumulated water in the storm. Suddenly, it encountered high temperature and exploded. More than a dozen coast guards died at that time. This was the only loss of the coast guards in this battle. Then the light cavalry of the Royal Knight Academy swarmed in through the gap. The coast guards immediately disarmed and surrendered. Only a few people escaped into the wilderness. The kingdom is full of trash, Viscount Finn replied angrily. However, he was too embarrassed to raise his voice because the Black Blade Squad's performance was not any better. In fact, this was the reason why he was so furious. In the afternoon, Baron Warren, who had promised that he would restrain the princess's army, led a whole group of Highland infantry to deliver a feast to the enemy. Not only did they lose their lives, but the most important thing was that less than 300 of them came back alive. He did not know how to explain this to Count Vidokin. Viscount Finn was filled with resentment. Those Highlanders, who used to flaunt their prowess and gang up, were all beaten up as if they had seen a ghost. They could not even speak clearly. More importantly, Baron Warren's misjudgment had indirectly affected his judgment. The mountain folks' nonsense made him miss a good opportunity. Of course, Viscount Warren was too embarrassed to say that he was also frightened at that time, thinking that Her Highness was going to turn back and devour his regiment. Thinking about it, it was not impossible. As a result, he panicked and called back the Wyvern Knight, and the consequences were obvious. At this moment, looking down from the high ground, it was clear at a glance that the princess's army had cunningly turned around and attacked Fort Bunuo, sweeping away all the food stored inside. What made him even more embarrassed was that the other party had also set a torch and set the nearby noble manors on fire. Those nobles were now angrily looking for trouble with his immediate superior, Count Vidokin. The local nobles in Erewhon were deeply rooted, and even a big shot like Vidokin dared not offend them easily. However, he had caused trouble for this lord, and presumably, this lord would not be so magnanimous as to let bygones be bygones. Fortunately, he was not left empty-handed. He put down his copper binoculars and held a sheepskin report in his other hand. This report was first sent by the Wyvern Knight, and it was the testimony of the fort defense officer. The other party confirmed that the princess did have a group of mercenaries of Lopez. This was consistent with the information sent from the rear. Viscount Finn put away the information and carefully observed the messy Buñuel area, then wiped his sleeves and walked down the high ground. Accompanied by several knights, he got on his horse and galloped towards a pine forest not far away. Count Vidokin was waiting for him. Vidokin was standing in an open space in the forest at the moment. In front of him were Joachim, Duke Cipher, the old knight Captain Leiter, Marquis Balta, and several other high-ranking members of the Northern Legion. If they were all wiped out here, it was estimated that the collapse of the Northern Coalition army near Ampere Seal would be imminent. Unfortunately, a total of 10 knights of the Holy Cathedral wearing golden-red flame-patterned robes and holding flaming greatswords surrounded the woodland would not let this possibility become a reality. Vidokin looked at the report on the paper, curled his pale knuckles and flicked them gently. The expression on his face was neither happy nor sad. In fact, it was not that he deliberately wanted to maintain this expression, but the loss of a large group of Highland infantry was really not a big deal to him. After all, they were not his direct subordinates. Although his fief was the Grey Mountain territory, the Highlanders had always been rebellious and had always maintained their independence. It was good to let the barbarians suffer a little. It was just that the death of his loyal retainer, Baron Warren, made him feel a little pained. He passed the sheepskin to the others and then looked up at the middle-aged man in a red robe who was standing in the middle of the group. It was obvious that he had a more respectable position. The middle-aged man was wearing a red robe and silver Gothic plate armor. This person had a unique appearance. His face was sharp and long, but 2 curly beards decorated this face with a unique majesty. Under a pair of thick golden eyebrows, sky-blue eyes were bright and spirited, like a pair of sharp swords. Lord Williams, it seems that the White Lion Legion's judgment was not wrong. The princess does have a trump card in her hand that we did not expect. In fact, it is far beyond our expectations. Count Vidokin did not pretend to be respectful at all. Even when he faced Archbishop Moros, the expression on his face was at most respectful. But when he faced this middle-aged man, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. This man was the leader of the Knights of the Holy Cathedral, the Knight Reserve Instructor of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Deputy Head of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, Duke Dolank, I, of the Cruz Empire, Grand Knight Williams. If Brando was here, he would also recognize this person at a glance. This person's status in the Cruz Empire was similar to that of the goddess of war Veronica. It could be said that he was far above the Archbishop of Ampere Seal. However, his strength was also a little higher than Veronica's. It was said that he was in the late stage of the pinnacle of the law and was only a step away from the ultimate realm. However, this person was a complete chauvinist and a pure-blooded Cruz noble. He probably did not care about Erewhon at all. Although he also knew that the kingdom of Erewhon was different from the other small duchies and had a special meaning to Cruz, he was only here to get rid of some insects and welcome back the flaming blade Oderfice. Williams nodded arrogantly, but did not answer. But we have almost finished our investigation. The princess's army is not her own private army, nor is it the power of the royal faction. The royal faction has indeed parted ways with her, and the power in her hands is most likely from a young man called Brando. Brando? Williams raised his eyebrows. I have never heard of such a noble in your kingdom. Is he from the Holy Cathedral of Wind? Somewhat related. Count Vidokin smiled coldly. This person is about 20 years old. The first time he appeared was in Bucci. Hearing the 2 words Bucci, the deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment raised his head and frowned. Then he gathered a group of outlaws in Tonagel and stirred up trouble. In fact, we mistakenly judged that this person was just a spy for Her Highness, but we later found out that we were very wrong. Count Vidokin glanced at Marquis Joachim, who quickly replied, the first time I saw this person in Ampere Seal was in the Holy Cathedral. He has the strength of a gold rank. Wait, you said that this person is only 20 years old and has the strength of a gold rank? Yes, when I first saw him, he was just promoted to a Knight of the Holy Cathedral by Archbishop Wood. My men fought with him once, and the Archbishop can testify for me. Marquis Yoakum continued to answer. Okay, I believe you. But since this person is willing to convert to the Holy Cathedral, he is also a talent. Williams replied calmly. If that was the case, it would be fine. But I didn't expect that it was just a conspiracy within the Holy Cathedral. Later, there was evidence that this person supported Her Highness behind the scenes to instigate the rebellion, and organized the heretics to attack the nobles in Ampere Seal. In other words, this person is actually a spy for All for One or tree herders? I'm afraid it's not just that, my lord. Marquis Yoakum bowed respectfully and said, the second time I saw him, he was with Count Yenbao. But at that time, I suspected that he was Count Yenbao. Oh, that sword guardian family? Yes, but it turned out that I guessed wrong. Later, according to the investigation of our informants on the princess side, we found that this person's origin was very suspicious. Not only did he collude with the heretics, but he also secretly formed an alliance with the Nagas. From the latest news we just received, the mercenaries of Lopez were also his men. And earlier, I'm afraid it was this person who used the Heaven's armor in the city. Marquis Yoakum smiled coldly and replied word by word. Everyone knew that the mercenaries of Lopez came from White Harbor and the city-state of Lopez, and whether it was White Harbor or Lopez, they belonged to the Ten-City Alliance, which was the sphere of influence of Fanzan of the Kingdom of the Holy Cathedral. And Brando had both the mercenaries of Lopez and the Heaven's armor under his command. The implications of this were a bit thought-provoking. William's face darkened at once. The Holy Cathedral's reach is a little too far. He glanced at Count Vidokin and the others again and said with some teaching tone, but I think it's just to tie down the hands and feet of the Holy Cathedral. For them, it's just an enclave. Don't forget who is closer to the Empire. The few from the kingdom did not answer, but only Leiter's face darkened. In terms of seniority, he was not inferior to this so-called deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral's Knight Regiment. The two had fought side by side during the November War, and their positions were similar. It was just that Williams was lucky to be born in a big empire like Cruz. If the old knight had such strong financial support behind him, his achievements would not necessarily be limited to elemental power. What's more, he represented the White Lion Legion, which was a natural enemy of Cruz. The old man simply snorted and did not bother to look at this guy. Marquis Yoakum did not expect that his words would cause a ruckus on his side. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, in fact, it's not just that. Sir, there is more important news that has been missed. It's enough. Williams looked at the man with some disgust. I know what you want to say, but the crime of colluding with the Holy Cathedral is enough to destroy him. I know you want to ask the Holy Cathedral to take action, but if you want me to do it, I have a condition. That is, your princess must be escorted back to the Empire. He did not mention the matter of the cultists. The deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral's Knight Regiment was not a fool. He had long seen that there was something fishy about it. However, nobles more or less had some dark relationships. As long as they did not completely stand on the opposite side of the order, then they could tolerate it. Anyway, he knew that these guys were just using each other. Marquis Yoakum was slightly startled. He did not expect the other party to raise this suggestion. To be honest, Princess Griffin was a member of the royal family after all. At most, they would dare to poison her and assassinate her. But to be escorted back to the Empire, the nobles of Erewhon would have nowhere to put their faces. But the deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral's Knight Regiment was obviously not reasonable. He just replied lightly, since the Holy Cathedral is involved, then the Holy Cathedral must have a sinner with enough weight to give an explanation. But that person has enough weight. Duke Cypher, who had been silent all this time, suddenly replied. Williams snorted in dissatisfaction. The Highland Knight's previous speech has already exposed the other party's identity. If I'm not wrong, the one following the young man should be the Shire of the Peloche family. So, the identity of the young man who has been hiding in the dark is obvious at a glance. Who has such influence in the kingdom? It would be his descendant, Cardiloso Darius. As soon as the name was said, Williams's face immediately changed. He turned his head and coldly stared at Duke Cypher. It was as if the other party was not a duke of a country, but his subordinate. At that moment, Duke Cypher had the illusion of being coldly stared at by Brando. It was as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cave. You better not joke around. Even if you don't know the seriousness of this matter, you should know the bottom line of the Holy Cathedral. No, my lord, what we said is true. Marquis Joachim also felt the sudden cold murderous intent and could not help but stutter as he replied. No, this is just your guess. The old knight Leiter suddenly frowned and interrupted them, as Duke Dolenk said, you should know the seriousness of this matter. Before you are 100% sure, you must not speak nonsense. Old Captain Leiter, you know best. Benninger said before that the person holding the Lionheart sword is the descendant of the Earth Knight. That girl is Freya Everton. Everyone knows best who took the descendant of the Earth Knight away. Since she has appeared, why can't he appear? All the clues point to the truth. Marquis Joachim shouted at the top of his lungs, Mr. Leiter, I know your feelings. You should know what choice is best for the kingdom. The old knight was slightly startled, and then he could only sigh and shake his head. William's expression changed. He stared at these people and finally nodded, very well, it better be true. I can't make the decision on this matter, but I will inform the Holy Cathedral immediately. After saying that, he closed his eyes slightly. A moment later, he opened them again, and those sky-blue eyes were full of murderous intent. Darius is dead, but he did leave behind a descendant. However, it is better to kill 100 by mistake than to let one go. The deputy captain of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment looked at them coldly. You'd better be responsible for your words and deeds. You should be responsible for all the souls that died here today. As long as they followed him, they will die. The Holy Cathedral will never repeat the mistakes of the past and repeat the mistakes of today. I will do it myself, but you'd better keep your mouths shut. Marquis Joachim and the others felt their hands and feet go cold for a moment, and they could not say a word. Only the Knight Leiter seemed to have aged decades in an instant, turning into an old man. He shook his head and sighed deeply. Williams turned his head and asked his subordinate knight, I need help. Tell Archbishop Wood if he has found any trace of Mephisto. Sir, the knight replied immediately, there should be news, but he won't be back for a while. These are Archbishop Wood's exact words. Old cunning man. Williams could not help but raise his eyebrows. But he raised his head, and his eyes were firm and cold. Where is the princess? They went in the direction of the Mar Highlands, sir. Want to enter the Erech Mountains? It's not that easy. Background note sad face 1, Dolenk, a Grand Duke located in the northern part of the Cruz Empire. At the same time, Duke Dolenk is also one of the Grand Dukes with real power in the Cruz Empire. P.S. I finally finished writing before going to bed. It's a 5K chapter, so I didn't go back on my words. I'm so tired. I'm going to bed early and ask for votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 596. All for one? Roman raised his chin and thought for a moment. I think I've heard Brando mention it before. It's a cult, isn't it? White Mist looked at Benninger expressionlessly. Nihilists believe that everything is meaningless. There is an Ouroboros in the world. The world is a cycle. After a short period of order, there is a long period of chaos. They had been around since before the War of the Holy Saints. Viscount Benninger was stunned. Under the suppression of the 4 holy cathedrals, most people believed that the unifying guild was synonymous with the evil cultists, and very few people knew about their history and doctrine. He could not help but stare at White Mist and ask loudly, since you know the truth of the world so well, why don't you join us? You know, our goal is noble. But White Mist nailed him to the ground with one sentence. All for one, 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 all for one. I can't believe that there are still people who believe in such nonsense today. No, this is not nonsense. Benninger roared angrily. Roman, give him a hammer. After 1,000 years of experience, White Mist had no interest in reasoning with mortals, especially when they had nothing to do with her. Might was the best truth. Okay. No, ah. Benninger screamed, tears and snot running down his face. He stared at the two demonesses in fear, not knowing who was the real cultist. Continue with the next question. The merchant girl waved her hammer and asked calmly, so you're saying that you're the third party in this chess game, right? But at the same time, you are manipulating the situation. You are shallow, and your actions are controlled by your own will. Just like businessmen who pursue profit, what is the purpose of your actions? Benninger was silent for a moment. He looked at the shining hammer and could not help but tremble. Of course it is to overthrow Erewhon. Roman turned around. Miss White Mist yawned and said, half-truths and half-lies. The truest lie that mortals tell is 70% truth and 30% lies. However, they don't know that all lies are to cover up the truth. All lies run counter to the truth. So 30% of the lies are just to mislead. Think about it, under the purpose of subverting Erewhon, all for one's actions must have its core interests, right? The merchant lady nodded in agreement. Benninger stared at the Roman as if he had seen a ghost. Are you playing dumb? Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit hard in the head. As the Viscount screamed, the Roman corrected him seriously. The Roman is the future of the world's first class of merchants. This is called, great wisdom appears to be stupidity. Idiot. White Mist looked at the pitiful creature with a pair of dead fish eyes. She shook her head and thought to herself, actually, you guessed right this time. This guy is an idiot. He just has a pair of eyes that can see through people's hearts. The existence of witches was to toy with people's hearts. Just like what she had said before, no one could resist their desires. The Roman clapped his hands and looked at Benninger. What do you want? Tell me. Benninger's face was filled with grief and indignation. He tried his best to control his mouth, but he could not escape from his heart. After a difficult struggle, he slowly opened his mouth. Georgindy Ridge. As promised, Sonny brought Amandina down from the ship before nightfall and rushed to the princess's army. However, Amandina's arrival brought a piece of news that gave Brando a headache. The little Roman had gone missing again. Brando felt a headache coming on. Recently, the merchant lady had been behaving well. Even he thought that she had turned over a new leaf and put away her headache-inducing whims. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she would return to her old ways? If Brando had any thoughts at this moment, it would be to catch the little girl who was wandering around for no reason and give her a good spanking. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. Moreover, Amandina brought back another piece of information, and that was the last words that the Roman said before she left. Brando knew very well that although the Roman always had some random ideas in her head, her premonitions were always accurate. Whether it was in Butchie or the Eversong Forest, the merchant lady had shown amazing insight in her previous adventures. Not to mention that she now had another identity, the successor of the Witch Queen. In fact, after the Roman used witchcraft in Dilfery's manor that night, Brando found out the answer by asking around. The big sister she spoke of was probably the legendary Witch Queen Bingle. At least he could tell from the inheritance that was obtained before and after the underground time node. Besides, the merchant lady could not hide any secrets from him. Brando quickly calmed down. He did not know if the Roman was still an Ampere seal at this time, but he could only hope that the Witch Queen would protect her successor better. And according to Amandina's description, the Roman should have a contracted spirit by her side. In the Amber Sword, a contract spirit was similar to a witch's familiar, but far more advanced than a familiar. A contracted spirit was actually in existence between a natural spirit and a low-level god. Most of them had existed in this world for thousands of years, and had rich knowledge and experience. The contracted spirit left behind by the witch queen would obviously be more outstanding. Although the merchant lady usually looked a little naive, Brando knew that she was actually very smart. There had never been a dull person who could achieve success in the business world. With a contracted spirit, she should be able to deal with most unexpected situations. Brando could only comfort himself. There was a moment of speechless silence between the two of them. "My lord, I'm sorry, Amandina could not help but bite her lower lip. She saw Brando's worried look, and it was impossible to say that there was not a trace of jealousy in her heart. Except for Freya, probably no one knew better than her the position of the Roman in Brando's heart. That Miss Merchant had a free and easy demeanor that transcended everything. It was as if she did not belong to this world, and Brando was the only link that connected her to this world. She liked Brando, anyone could see it, but only Amandina understood that this kind of love broke free from all restraints. Although the merchant lady never said it. Amandina saw such a simple truth more than once in those black and white eyes, because to her, Brando was more important. Even more important than justice, kindness, ethics, because she knew that the Roman never valued these external things. Amandina lowered her eyelids. She asked herself more than once in her heart. Perhaps she could give up her life for Brando, but some deep-rooted things could not be changed. If one day Brando chose to become the enemy of the world, could she stand up for him and kill all those who opposed him? If he became a tyrant and went back on his words today, could she still follow behind him without hesitation? Although this was only a hypothesis, Amandina understood that she could not do it. She might choose to walk to the end of her life in pain, but she had a premonition. The Roman could do it. Because there were two people in this world who were so similar. Amandina looked at her lord. She saw Brando finally shake his head, and opened his mouth to comfort her. "It's okay, let her suffer a little." This sentence pulled Amandina back to reality from her fantasy. She sighed heavily, and quickly returned to her original position as Brando's #1 aide. Did the Roman lady say those words? A trap? Brando smiled. "I've already encountered it. The Holy Cathedral set a big trap for us, but in the end, it was all for naught." Amandina sighed in relief. She was still wearing the long dress when she boarded the ship. Now that she had crossed the sea, she did not have time to rest before directly finding her lord. At the moment, her whole body was wet from head to toe. Although the dress was thick and did not expose her body, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Brando glanced at her. The wet strands of her hair were still stuck to the forehead of a noble's daughter. This was very uncomfortable for a girl who loved to look beautiful, and Amandina was born a noble. He was a little moved in his heart, and could not help but ask, "Do you want to change your clothes first?" Amandina's face was slightly red, and she shook her head and answered in a proper manner, "My lord, you called me here in such a hurry, there must be something important." "I'm fine, I might as well listen to it first." "Indeed." Brando nodded, and he glanced in the direction of the forest. The sky was completely dark at the moment, and below the hills behind him, Fort Bunuo was burning. According to the inference of the officers, the Black Blade squad had probably just passed through that area. But there was not much time left for them. He made a gesture, and several young men came over at once, carrying a dark object. That thing was obviously a part of a larger metal device. Amandina could not help but frown when she saw it. It was obvious that when this thing was taken down, it was not treated with the courtesy it deserved. She was almost certain that these young men simply smashed it down. That was part of the magic furnace. To be precise, it was the core part, the core of the magic furnace, the magic conducting device. This was Amandina's specialty, and she could tell at a glance that this thing was quite old. It was probably one of the earliest models from half a century ago, but she needed to take a closer look to be able to tell which one it was. In Amandina's memory, these models of magic furnaces should have been introduced by Erewhon from the Cruz Empire. There were many such old behemoths in many places. The local lords usually used them to smelt steel. The core parts of these magic furnaces were worth a lot of money a few decades ago, but now it should not be worth much. Of course, it was still much better than Tanagel's furnace. She could not help but look up at Brando curiously, not understanding why the lord showed her this thing. Amandina suddenly remembered that the Shire had said before that her lord's early years were poor, and he seemed to have the habit of stealing and robbing the rich to help the poor. The oil painting of the Shadow Princess that was auctioned in Ampere Seal was one of his famous masterpieces in the early years. Amandina did not believe it at first, but now she was a little convinced. It was just that the way these things were disassembled was wrong, and almost all of them were broken. She could not help but shake her head and sigh. If only she had arrived earlier. My lord, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fix these things. Even if it is fixed, the money spent will be far more expensive than buying another one. She carefully observed Brando's expression and answered carefully word by word. Ah. Unexpectedly, Brando was stunned and took a long time to react. No, you misunderstood. Amandina, I didn't ask you to fix them. If you fix them, it will be troublesome. It took me a long time to figure out a way to take them down. Ah. Amandina was also stunned. She stared at Brando, dumbfounded. My lord, did you take them down? Yes, not only that, I need you to take them apart further. Why? As you can see, because they are too cumbersome, there are dozens of them here. Those nobles are really rich. But we can't carry so many big things on our way. Brando replied matter-of-factly. Ah. Amandina suddenly reacted. My lord, you want to? Yes, Brando nodded. There are a lot of core waste of mana conduction devices here. Well, I admit that I turned them into waste. In short, how many disintegration crystals can you make? As he answered, he raised his head and looked at his Amandina. And this was the real reason why he insisted on attacking the Buñuel area. Amandina stared at her lord with a strange expression. To her, this seemed a little unprofessional. P.S. I woke up late. This chapter is a little late. In addition, the outbreak at the end of the month was said to end yesterday. My body is also a little overwhelmed. I will find a way to stabilize the update later. My condition is not very good. This chapter is re-edit. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 597. It was almost late at night when they arrived at the Mar Highlands. The silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a veil of moonlight over the mountains. The forest was silent, covering the mountains on both sides, but at the intersection of the foothills, the place where the river flowed opened up, forming a wilderness. The students of the Royal Knight Academy planned to scout the terrain during the night, but they were stopped by Brando. Brando told everyone to rest on the spot, and set up the defense in the early hours of the morning. The nobles' private soldiers were fine. After a night of walking, they were already exhausted. They praised Brando's orders, but the young students could not help but have some complaints. How could they set up the defense without scouting the terrain? Even the simplest defense line had to be adapted to the local conditions. It was written clearly in the infantry manual. What was the commander thinking? But military orders were like mountains, and everyone was destined to sleep with doubts. It was the season when the snow had just started to melt, and the forest at night was especially cold. Due to the lack of preparation, the cadets usually only had a thin blanket on their bodies. One could imagine how cold it would be in this kind of temperature. Brendel saw that many of the young men's faces had turned green from the cold, but Austin's noble army did not have any tents, so there was nothing he could do. He could only patrol around to see if there was anything else he could help with. Count Audine's noble private soldiers, the Nagas, the students of the Royal Knight Academy and the Wyvern Cavalry of the Southern Legion were not mixed together. The noble's private soldiers were not as disciplined as expected. Considering that there were many girls among the students, Count Audine was afraid of causing trouble, so he personally restrained his subordinates. The Wyvern cavalry had to take care of their mounts, so naturally no strangers were allowed to enter. The grey-fin Nagas from the shining sea were used to the cold weather, but the dry land made them uncomfortable, so they rested under the riverbed, their bodies curled into a ball. For Brando, after his physical fitness reached the gold realm, sleep was no longer necessary. His metabolic system was self-improving, so it was normal for him to not sleep for a few days. He walked slowly along the edge of the black pine forest. The sky was dotted with stars, and in another world, it was rare to see such a beautiful scenery. Brando could not help but stop and look. However, cold winds were blowing from the southern mountain pass. The storm outside Ampere Seal was gathering again, and it was inevitable that the upcoming battle would be shrouded in a layer of haze. Brando suddenly heard the rustling sound of bushes being stepped on behind him. He pulled out his sword and turned around. A bright dress entered his eyes. Erewhon's half-fairy princess had changed into a set of silver armor and a modified skirt. Standing in the forest, she looked noble and moving. "Mr. Brando." "Your Highness." Brando was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the princess would still be awake and come looking for him. He didn't think that this was a chance encounter, and the princess wouldn't come to the forest for a walk at this time. He smiled awkwardly. "Why is your Highness here?" Princess Griffin looked a little lonely. She knew that she shouldn't have come here, but after leaving Ampere Seal, she couldn't fall asleep that night. When Brendel did such a rude thing to her, she was so disgusted that she wanted to kill him with her sword right then and there. But for the sake of Aween, she forced herself to calm down and compromise. She told herself that there were worse people in this kingdom, and she could even suppress her emotions in the face of Benninger's betrayal. But that scene was like a nightmare that left a shadow in her heart, and she couldn't forget it. If only this person's performance was worse, but he was so outstanding. Princess Griffin's silver eyes reflected Brando's figure, and her heart was full of complicated feelings. She had never seen love and hate for no reason in her entire life. Everything that happened that night made her believe that there was no such thing as an unconditional helping hand in this world. But so what if he pretended that he didn't want anything? He had already exposed his true colors, hadn't he? And Brando's identity as the descendant of Darius made her feel deeply worried. If the other party wanted something bigger, what should she do? But this was also her last chance. She hoped to get an answer in person, even if she had to give up more. As long as she could save Erewhon and save Haruz, she would persevere. Brando felt Princess Griffin staring at him, and couldn't help but blush a little. He didn't know how complicated Her Highness' thoughts were, but he could roughly guess the reason. That night, his mind was blank, and he couldn't help but, it was really a mistake that caused everlasting sorrow. It was too embarrassing to think about it. Back then, not to mention the princess wanting to kill him, if Princess Griffin just said a word, he would have been so ashamed that he would have killed himself. But after a day, Brando could pretend that it didn't happen. But now, being stared at by the half-elf girl like this, he still felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but cough and turn his head back. This subtle action surprised Princess Griffin. She was born in the royal family and was born with outstanding intelligence. She had seen a lot of intrigue, and she had inherited the elf sensitivity to the changes in people's hearts. She immediately felt the meaning expressed in Brando's action. So Mr. Brando also feels embarrassed? Princess Griffin's voice was soft, but crisp, like the gentle song of a nightingale in the forest. "I'm sorry, that." Brendel was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Your Highness, this is a shameless play. Although I know that I was in the wrong that day, you shouldn't have gone overboard." His soul in this life was only 19 years old, and in his previous life, he was an otaku who was not good at expressing his feelings. Although some of his original mentality had gradually corrected after a long time of ascension, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless at the moment. This guy actually blushed? Princess Griffin couldn't believe her eyes. She suddenly became curious, since Mr. Brando also knows that it is rude, why do you still do it? She couldn't help but gnash her teeth a little. That's too much. I thought Mr. Brando was a real knight. Brando was suddenly speechless. How could he answer? He couldn't say that a real knight was to pursue romance, right? That's too ridiculous. Or should he say that he will be responsible for her? That didn't seem too good. Not to mention that the princess didn't want him to be responsible. What about the little Roman? In his previous life, the one who had the deepest impact on him was actually his senior sister, but the past couldn't be chased, and the present couldn't be delayed. Brando was very clear about his feelings. Princess Griffin stared at him for a long time. She looked at Brando until he was in a terrible state. Finally, the half-elf girl sighed softly. I see, I understand. What do you understand? Brendel's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look at the princess in confusion. Looking carefully at the future heroine, the noble and elegant Princess Regent, she was just a girl who had just turned 16 years old today. She inherited the unique slender elves, which made her look even more delicate. Princess Griffin seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. She looked up, and her silver hair shone slightly under the moonlight. She smiled gently, lifted her skirt and walked out of the forest, quietly came to Brando's side, and also looked at the stars in the sky. Mr. Brando is also looking at the stars. Something like that. Brando replied a little absent-mindedly. He didn't understand what the princess meant. The astrologer said that after death, people will turn into stars, so the late king and father are also looking at us from the sky. This story sounded very romantic, but Brando knew that those were just burning big fireballs. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud, and there were real astrologers in this world. Probably. Mr. Brando, you don't believe in fate? No, I believe in it. The princess was slightly startled and couldn't help but look back. She wasn't very tall, so she could only see Brando's broad shoulders. I believe in the cruise people's epic. Fate is a struggle. Brando quietly repeated this sentence that his senior sister told him. Fate is a struggle. Princess Griffin carefully savored this sentence. Brando saw Maynard's figure from afar. She was covering a few ladies with her blanket. This detail surprised Brando a little. He didn't expect the cold-faced knight to have such a gentle side. After sending away Erewhon's princess, Brando still felt a little confused. In the end, the half-fairy princess didn't say anything and just sat outside the forest with him, looking at the stars for a long time. What kind of attitude was that? He still couldn't figure it out. But all in all, it seemed that the princess didn't intend to pursue the matter, which was a good thing. Brendel heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. At 3:00 in the morning, Brando finally saw the druid master named Walker. This person looked as abstract as Brando remembered. The first impression he gave was that he was a crow man. His face was sharp and long, and it was covered with black patterns. He wore a straw raincoat that looked like crow feathers. His arms and fingers were dry and slender, like claws. If this person was placed in the movies that Brando was familiar with, he would be a typical villain. But on the contrary, in history, this person had a cold personality, but strictly neutral image of an NPC. Of course, most druids were like this. Walker had rushed back from Ampere Seal. He looked tired, but according to the other party, he should be able to endure 1 or 2 more low-intensity battles. Brando hurriedly let him rest first. With this druid master, he quickly found that the mage group under his command had reached an unprecedentedly luxurious lineup. There were at least 4 gold-ranked spellcasters, the archdruid Walker, the law wizard great teacher the Shire, the sea demon Bridget, and the knight Lord Andrique. Then there was the Naga's 20-person priest group. Count Audine also had a few wandering wizards under him. In addition to the 2 sisters Pharaoh and Tia, except for the lack of an elemental rank pillar, this group of more than 30 people, with the lowest level being silver rank and above, could basically crush all of Erewhon's forces. Unfortunately, the number of people was still too little in Brando's eyes. These 30 spellcasters were just enough for an army of thousands of people. It was not like the war in the future era of the Great Demonic Wave, where a legion could mobilize more than 100 spellcasters. In addition to being scattered in the army to be responsible for defense, they could also gather dozens of spellcasters to be used together to play the role of long-range fire support. Of course, this dream was just a dream for now. The survival rate of a wizard without a silver rank in a large-scale battlefield was extremely low, but there were very few wizards above the silver rank. This was the current situation of Woned. 4:30. The Royal Knight Regiment students finished their rest, and then the Nagas and the noble private soldiers were also awakened. Brando took out the map that he had organized overnight and let them set up the defense line according to the requirements. This surprised everyone again. They did not know that Brando was already familiar with the geography of the mountains and rivers in this area. They thought that the commander had personally brought people to survey the terrain in the night to let them rest well. Although the young officers did not say it out loud, they were very grateful in their hearts. Only Princess Griffin vaguely guessed something, but she could only bury it in her heart. The terrain of the Mar Highlands was a surprise for the defenders. The branches of the three mountains intersected here to form a huge valley. The valley was covered in dense fog, covering the valleys on both sides. The river flowed endlessly in the middle, making a loud sound of water flowing. In the north of the valley, there was a towering ridge that was almost leaden in the distance. It was hazy in the night before dawn. This was the end of the foothills that extended south of the Fama Mountains. The locals called this mountain Anchor Mountain. Anchor meant wall in the ancient language of the mountain people. Two streams intersected at the foot of Anchor Mountain, converging into a shallow mountain stream. The stream flowed down the riverbank, and over the years, it formed a wide expanse of land. The land was like a huge slope, and on both sides were the forested Marchenko Mountain and Levico Mountain. However, Marchenko Mountain and Levico Mountain were flat and gentle, far lower than the height of Anchor Mountain. This meant that if they set up a position on top of Anchor Mountain, the archers would be able to attack the two mountains in the south from above. If the infantry and cavalry of the Northern Coalition Army wanted to attack them through the valley, occupying the two mountains in the south would be a nightmare. However, if they did not occupy the mountains in the south, attacking from below would not be as simple as a nightmare. This was simply a natural blocking position. Unless the Black Blade Squad found a way to cross the Fama Mountains and attack from behind Anchor Mountain. However, that would take a long time. At least for half a month, they would not have to worry about the enemy coming from behind. Therefore, the rest was simple. Although there were a few people who thought that it might be better to go deeper into the Anchor Mountains, it was only a possibility. Most of them started to set up a defensive line enthusiastically. The officers quickly came up with a very classic and practical plan. This plan was immediately sent to Brando, Princess Griffin, and Oberway. The plan was simple. As expected, the main position would be set at the north where the streams converged, at the foot of Anchor Mountain. The archers' position would be followed by the main position. However, the center of the defense would be pushed forward, including the two mountains in the east of Marchenko Mountain and the west of Levico Mountain. Brando saw the core of the plan at a glance. They would set up a battlefield on each of the two mountains in the south. The young officers intended to use the terrain advantage to deplete the strength of the Southern Coalition Army on these two fronts. This kind of tactical intent was very typical. It could be said to be a textbook arrangement. However, in Brando's opinion, it was not very good. It was too conservative. He glanced at the others. Princess Griffin did not say anything, and Oberway shook his head. A lone wolf is a lone wolf. Brando shook his head and said, "It is generally feasible, but the details need to be fixed." "Ah, how do you fix it?" Carglass, who was full of confidence, could not help but stare blankly. This plan was actually made by him, and it was unanimously approved by the officers. He thought that it would definitely be approved, but now it seemed that he was taking it for granted. "This will do." Brando used his hand to gesture twice on the temporary map and replied. Huh. Carglae's hand trembled, and he almost threw the plan in his hand at his lord's face. This is called a plan? Isn't that the same as giving up the entire front line? Sir Lord, do you want us to surrender immediately? It would be faster. He looked at Brendel with pitiful eyes, as if he wanted to confirm that his lord did not speak nonsense because he did not sleep for the entire night. However, he did not expect that Brando would immediately glare at him and reprimand him. What are you waiting for? The young noble from Tonagel could only admit that he was unlucky and walked out dejectedly. This seems a little. Oberway could not help but shake his head. Brando's plan was a little too bold, and it was a little beyond his expectations. No, it was more than just bold. If he did not know this young man before, he would have suspected that this young man was a spy. This plan was simply looking down on the intelligence of the Northern Alliance. You and Makarov have similar personalities, but it's a pity. The kingdom's lone wolf could not help but sigh. In the past, the kingdom had only one lion, one wolf, and one fox. But now, they could only rely on these young men. He could only hope that his choice was right. Only Brando smiled at this, full of confidence. The sky was starting to brighten, and the army was starting to gather in the forest. Nosida and his dragon riders took to the skies one by one in the morning breeze, and Brando controlled the wind spirit spiders to chase away the scouts in the sky. This was the cleanup work before the battle. At this point, both sides could no longer hide their intentions. The commanders of the Northern Alliance quickly understood that Brando was preparing to fight to the death with them. You know that you can't escape. Williams reached out and caught the parchment that the dragon riders threw down. He looked at it indifferently and revealed a disdainful smile. He raised his head. The Mar Highlands were right in front of him. It was 8:12. Brando closed the pocket watch with a brass cover and looked at the other side of the valley. His vision was extremely far, and his powerful perception allowed him to see things a few miles away without relying on external objects. On the other side of the valley, the First Northern Alliance army appeared, but he could not see clearly which column it was. It should be Viscount Finn. There are quite a few of them, at least a few thousand. Count Audine put down his binoculars and muttered to himself, they stopped. They should be waiting for reinforcements. Brando nodded. Count Audine was indeed an old noble who had served in the Black Blade Squad and the Southern Army. His judgment was very accurate. He guessed that it should be Finn's column as well. Enrique, on the other hand, did not think much of it. The young man shrugged and said, it doesn't matter how many people there are. It's already amazing that they can launch a frontal attack with 1,500 people. The Northerners are really dawdling. Freya stood beside Brando in her military attire. Her hand was on her longsword as she frowned and said, but they can first attack the two mountains to the south of Marchenko Mountain and Levico Mountain, can't they? Then we'll have a good show to watch. Brando laughed. P.S. And so the main course begins. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 598. The sunlight was like a bright sword, piercing through the mist. On the highlands, flowers covered the ground, and rivers flowed as brilliantly as silver. But between the forests, rows of spears pierced through the mist. The Highland infantrymen in armor advanced side by side. Swallowtail flags and spear flags came into view one by one, each painted with the emblem of a leading knight, from a lion to a pelican, from a thorn to a garland. Finn's column, Constantine's column, Beale's column, and the Northern Coalition army were gathering. Spears pierced through the forest, and the snow-white tips rose and fell slightly with the breathing of the infantrymen, weaving a shining ribbon a few miles away. Looking into the distance from Mount Anchor, the south seemed to have become a dark ocean. Flags floated on the ocean, and from time to time, the reflection of weapons flashed across. Brando pursed his lips. This was the real battle. Only at this moment did he have the illusion of returning to the past. Everyone clenched the long swords in their hands, unaware that their hands had turned white. The private soldiers of the nobles even forgot to breathe, staring at the endless army with their mouths wide open. And behind the army, there was a steady stream of tales that were converging. Tens of thousands, this word only reflected its unprecedented pressure at this moment. Tens of thousands of people breathed at the same time, as if the wind was about to stop. The breeze on the Mar Highlands was calming down. The air became hot and stagnant, a sign that a storm was coming. On the green meadow, a knight was speeding away from the main formation of the Northern Coalition army. The knight held his spear high, trotting proudly in the northern position. "Look, that's the genius knight of the Harbor Covenant. The Count intends to appoint him as a column commander. I heard that it's to replace his father's position." "A 20-year-old column commander?" "Because he's a genius. I heard that the Viscount fought a few beautiful battles against the Lion men in Donitiquin, and won miraculous victories. The veterans who fought with him called him Vanag, did you know? Vanag is the legendary hero of the Highlanders." "Veterans?" "It's the veterans who participated in the November War. He can command them. Only he can command them. I heard that the Count intends to train him to be the next Legion commander." "That's just too ridiculous." "That's possible. It's rumored that Lord Viscount is the last disciple of Earth Sword Saint Darius. Think about it, before Lord Sword Saint became famous, didn't people also call him Wanag? I don't think that's possible, but I heard that Lord Darius still has descendants, right? Who knows where he went after that? Maybe Lord Viscount is a descendant of that lord." After all, Lord Darius still doesn't want to see Erewhon split. The soldiers discussed animatedly, and in the end, they couldn't help but feel deep veneration. During the restoration of the kingdom, Sword Saint Darius had left behind a legendary reputation in Erewhon. His mysterious retirement in the end added to this legend. The commoners all believed that the Earth Sword Saint was the protector of the kingdom, and that one day, when the kingdom was in danger, he would come out with his sword. In the Amber Sword, such a saying was even widely spread among some players. Erewhon players even improved the military swordsmanship left behind by Darius for this reason, but no one, including Brando, would have thought that the protector of the kingdom could not escape the trial of time in the end. And the last hope was also drowned under the ashes of Butchie. Brando stroked the long sword in his hand, and his heart was filled with disappointment. Viscount von Downing, however, held his head high and was in high spirits. If you looked closely, you would find that the rider wrapped in silver armor was the young man who stood next to Vitokin a few days ago. He was also the captain of the knight who clashed with Brando before the auction. He was the genius knight of the Nao people. Even the veterans of the November War admired him and thought that he might be the next Earth Sword Saint. Viscount von Downing also thought so in his heart. He raised his spear and rode the heavy drake around the Northern Alliance Army's main camp. His cloak was like a golden flame behind him. Wherever he passed, the Northern Alliance Army soldiers cheered and yelled, "Come on, let's go! Wagner! 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 Wagner!" The young man's forehead was covered in sweat, but he still held his head high and came to Count Vitikin's side. The Count nodded with satisfaction. The White Lion Legion was full of heroes, but the Black Blade Squad was not without successors, especially those who were praised by the veterans of the November War. This young man's battle with the Lion Beast men in the north could be described as perfect, just like the young sword Saint Darius. Although Count Vitokin did not care about the rumors circulating among the soldiers, if one day Von Downing became the next Earth Sword Saint, then the Black Blade Squad might surpass the White Lion Legion one day. He took the long spear from the young man's hand. The commander holding the spear was an important belief of the Black Blade Squad, but now it was only a ceremony. Count Vitokin asked calmly, "Have you seen the position of the princess?" "Yes, Your Excellency." "How is it?" "Arrogant." Under the shadow of the foot of the Anchor Mountain, there were 3 huge square formations. Thousands of noble private soldiers were lined up in a long line on the north bank of the stream. The first 3 rows were holding spears that were 4 or 5 meters long, and the oval shields reflected the sunlight. These strange tower shields did not look like any of the human soldiers. Instead, they looked like the field troops of the Silver Elves, the throat of Ans. A heavy silver barrier lay in front of the Northern Coalition army. It's the genius of the Nao people. Brando was wearing a full set of knight's armor for the first time. He was sitting on the back of a warhorse in the middle of the square formation. When he heard Count Audine say so, he raised his head and looked at the complacent knight in front of the Northern Coalition army in the distance. The Black Blade Squad is fighting with the Golden Mane Lionmane Beastmen in the north. Viscount von Downing dealt with the enemy with less than a quarter of his troops. He penetrated the enemy's rear and burned the granary of the Golden Mane Beastmen. He forced the Holy Cathedral of Earth to retreat temporarily. Makarov once said that this person would be Erewhon's future general. Mr. Brando, you have to be careful of this person. Princess Griffin reminded Brando in a low voice behind him. Brendel's calm expression changed under his mask, and he chuckled. What did he have to be careful of? He should be careful of the other party. In history, this person was killed for Freya. Now that Erewhon's Valkyrie was on the battlefield, this Viscount was in for a bad luck. Wolf Knight Oberway noticed Brando's expression and could not help but smile. Why, it seems that Mr. Brando is acquainted with this person. Brando nodded. Not only was there an acquaintance, this person also owed him a duel. Princess Griffin did not let the sergeants form the core of the central position. The old knight lighter took the monocular away from his eyes. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes moved slightly as he gradually frowned. Which army is that? Judging from the flag, it's Audine's private army. That's too arrogant. Marquis Balta also sighed. It seems that Her Royal Highness has underestimated the enemy due to her consecutive victories. I'm afraid this battle will be won in one battle. These words were exactly what most of the first-line noble commanders present were thinking. It seemed that Lady Martha still favored the North. Although the Cipher royal family had been deprived of their glory, the same could be said for the Corvado family. Count Vitokin could not help but close his eyes. He was glad that he did not choose the wrong side. They would definitely win. On the battlefield, the left and right wings of the princess's army extended back to Anchor Mountain, giving up the 2 mountains in the south, Marchenko Mountain and Veliko Mountain. It formed a huge battlefield zone with the center as its backbone. The main position became the center and protrusion of the entire battlefield. Her Royal Highness intended to use this axis to adjust the balance of the entire battlefield. Everyone could not help but sigh in their hearts. What a bold move, what a bold move. It was a pity. But as long as the Axis is defeated, the princess's army will lose its support. Viscount von Downing pointed to the shadow of Anchor Mountain in the north and analyzed in high spirits. The entire battlefield will be divided by our side. They will have to fight for themselves. Defeat will only be a matter of time. How can Oberway make such a mistake? He's the lone wolf of the kingdom. A noble officer asked loudly. Because he wants to pursue greater initiative. This is the character of the lone wolf. He will endure patiently and kill with one strike. The Viscount replied confidently. Where are the Nagas and the students from the Royal Cavalry Academy? They must be on the left and right wings. Viscount von Downing replied word by word. Everyone understood. Count Vitokin raised his head and stared at the shadow of Anchor Mountain for a long time. After a while, his gaze fell on the young man on the dragon's back. Viscount von Downing, do you dare to be the vanguard of the new king? Viscount von Downing was ecstatic. He knew that this was the best opportunity for him to become famous in one battle and leave his name in history. He immediately raised his head high. Of course. The messengers shuttled back and forth. The nobles' orders were intertwined and sounded in the plains. The flags of the Northern Coalition army were being passed back and forth. Then, the army began to move slowly. Everyone held their breaths. Brando suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. The wind started to blow. Raise your spears. Advance, maintain the formation. The first to move out was the Beal column from Balthasar, 1. The Beal infantry wore only breastplates, halberds in their hands, wide-brimmed helmets, and loose breeches, which were fastened with iron gauntlets below the knees. The Beal infantrymen were well disciplined. Their uniform blue and white battle robes were connected together. Looking down from above, it looked like a blue and white ribbon on the meadow that was slowly separating from the Northern Coalition army. Viscount von Downing was riding on a huge land dragon, leading his rangers to follow behind the infantry. As far as the eye could see, two thin lines of infantry traversed the entire valley. The blue and white lines were faintly discernible along the undulating terrain. Banners fluttered in the wind, and there were actually hundreds and thousands of them. Although they knew that this wave of attack was just a test, it was inevitable that they would feel a surge of excitement. This was the real battle. How many people could see it with their own eyes? Not to mention personally participating in it. Moreover, he knew that this would be the battle that would make him famous. From then on, von Downing would be another name that shone in Erewhon's history. He raised the spear in his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I will take the lead with my spear. You shall win from me. Long live Erewhon. Long live the king." His voice shook the plains. The Northern Coalition army responded in unison. The cheers were earth-shattering. The roars were like ripples on water, causing ripples in the nobles' private soldiers under Count Audine. The private soldiers gripped the spears in their hands tightly. Their sweat flowed down like a fountain, but they did not notice. Count Audine looked at his nervous subordinates and could not help but sigh. This plan was too bold. How could his subordinates be up to it? He turned to look at Brando. Brando's face did not have a trace of worry. He was calmly listening to the princess beside him. "I have heard from Oberway about Mr. Brando's heroic actions in Fortress Reden. I wonder what it was like when Mr. Brando launched his attack." Princess Griffine looked at the Northern Coalition army with a calm expression. "At that time." Brando smiled, "I didn't think too much about it. But people have to survive. It's the same for nobles and civilians. In front of life, there is no difference." "Is this what Mr. Brando wants to tell me?" the princess asked sharply. "No, it's just a thought." Princess Griffine glanced at him. Brando was silently counting in his heart. He suddenly turned around and asked, "Amandina, how much longer?" "Less than 10 meters, my lord." Amandina yawned behind him and answered softly with reddened eyes. The Beal infantrymen were slowly advancing along the valley in a row. To them, the princess's army's position on the north bank where the streams intersected was still a gray and unclear line. No one would have thought that they would be attacked at this time. The priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire who followed the army began to chant prayers. The hymn reverberated over the wilderness forest. From time to time, golden light would fall from the sky and bless the infantrymen. This was a flame protection spell. It was a large area blessing that added 1 point of defense and 1 point of fire damage to the recipient. However, the increased defense of this spell conflicted with the armor. Therefore, the lighter the armor, the better the benefits. It complemented the Beal infantrymen very well. But it was at this time. Everyone on the battlefield saw a sudden flash of light in the Beal infantrymen's formation. Several Beal infantrymen were suddenly thrown high into the air. Their corpses fell like puppets on the grassland full of blooming flowers. Then, a thunderous explosion spread throughout the plains. Background notes: Sad Face 1, Neo, a port developed from a fishing village near the Grey Mountains in the Yanalasu province. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.